I think I say this at the start of every CanJam preview video, especially for the CanJams where we've done a CanJam in that city for years.
Yeah.
I can't believe it's time again.
Yeah.
It's time for CanJam Singapore again, guys.
Yeah, we're so looking forward to it.
I am so looking forward to it. It was like, I just feel like it was a few months ago.
Yeah.
And then now we're here again.
Yep.
Now, the one thing I'll say, every city that we do a CanJam in, this is something else I say, has its own vibe.
Yes.
You know, Singapore, though, is one of those places that has so much to do there. Like, there's so much you can do in Singapore. The food scene is incredible. Probably one of my favorite food scenes in the world. I mean, I travel a lot, and that's probably one of my favorite food places in the world. Mm-hmm. And then there's just cool things to do.
Yeah.
And then the people.
Yep.
Okay, but let's talk about Singapore headfires.
Yeah.
So no offense to any other city in the world that we do a CanJam at, but when it comes to IEMs, maybe most specifically, the Singapore headfires are perhaps the most sophisticated IEM aficionados in the world.
Right.
They are serious about their IEMs.
Yeah, they are.
And other audio gear, too, to be clear, but IEMs seems to be a real big thing there. So we have a lot of new IEMs, by the way, to talk about in this CanJam Singapore preview, and a lot of other new audio gear as well.
Yeah.
So we probably should get right to it. Why don't you tell them when and where?
Yeah, so CanJam Singapore 2025 is happening April 5th and 6th. We are once again at the Pan Pacific Singapore Hotel, which is right in Marina Square. And this year, CanJam Singapore is sponsored by Audio-Technica and Effect Audio. So thank you very much, Audio-Technica and Effect Audio, because you guys are helping make CanJam Singapore possible. Now, we have so many new products to cover. Actually, I didn't expect this video to be this long.
It's a long one.
We need to get straight into it.
Let's get straight into it.
Audio-Technica will be joining us at CanJam Singapore this year, and they're also one of our CanJam Singapore 2025 event sponsors, so thank you Audio-Technica for helping make CanJam possible. At CanJam Singapore, Audio-Technica will be showing what I consider to be some of their best headphones ever. Let's take a look at 4 full-size headphones you'll be able to audition at CanJam Singapore 2025. Now, we can't talk about Audio-Technica without talking about this headphone right here.
I agree, we cannot.
Yeah. So this is the Audio-Technica ATH-ADX 5000. It is, I believe, their open back flagship, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it still is.
And I'm just going to go ahead and say it. This is probably my favorite Audio-Technica headphone of all time, I believe.
Yeah, I've been around a long, long time. I've known Audio-Technica a long, long time. I would say that's probably true for me, too. I think it is true for me.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
It has a very clear, very resolving, very detailed sound signature. You've described it in the past, and I love this description, as a smooth, bright headphone. You've encapsulated its essence in 2 words. Fantastic description, because that's so true.
Yeah.
Wonderful through and through. It's going to be delivering gobs of detail without punching you in the face with it. I love it.
Yeah, there are so few headphones and IEMs that we both agree on in terms of loving them.
Yeah.
It's not uncommon to have someone love something between the two of us and then the other one likes it.
Yes.
In this case, this is one of those rare ones where we both love this headphone. Like you said, I've called it a smooth, bright before.
Yeah.
I stand by that. It's very detailed, like you said. I don't remember if you mentioned it has a nominal impedance of 420 ohms. So that's
not yet, yeah.
That's something to keep in mind. Tube amp enthusiasts probably smile at that because if you have like an output transformerless tube amp, something that might go well with that.
Yeah.
And we both love this headphone. It's also insanely comfortable.
Yes.
It feels like there's nothing on your head. It's so light. I can't really think of an over-ear headphone that is more comfortable. I can think of headphones that are as comfortable, but not more comfortable. So yeah, we both love that headphone.
Yeah, and speaking of the weight, this is very light at 270 grams.
Yeah.
I think part of that is, actually maybe a good chunk of that is due to the magnesium, the pure magnesium frame that this has.
Yes.
Incredibly light on the head.
Yes.
It also has the Alcantara ear pads and Alcantara headband, which I think immensely helps the comfort as well.
Yeah.
It also has inside a 58 millimeter dynamic driver, so that's doing a lot of the heavy lifting as far as the sound goes. It has a Perminder magnetic circuit, and it also has, like you said, the impedance of 420 ohms.
Yeah.
Now, it does come with a cable. In my opinion, it's too long, but it comes with a 3-meter cable. You can purchase a 1.2-meter cable, and that's what I would recommend doing.
I never use 3-meter long cables. I know people out there do. I'm not one of them.
Yeah, I don't want the long ones. But if you wanted to pick up the shorter one, it comes in 3.5 or 4.4 millimeter. And it's going to set you back in the US, $2,000. And as far as flagships go, that's actually on the more affordable side of flagships.
Yeah, strangely, it's one of the more expensive headphones.
Yeah.
And yet I think it's their best value.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Now, in 2024, they also released a little sibling to this one. It's called the
actually
ATH ADX 3000.
It's essentially the same size.
Yeah, same
but I
size.
know what you mean.
Yeah.
Lower priced.
Yep.
Yeah, the ATH ADX 3000 is, I think this was a fantastic entry in 2024 to join the ADX 5000.
Yeah.
Even though I think the ADX 5000 is still, if you can afford it, a better value.
Right.
Just because it's so good at the $2,000 you have to pay for to get it. Some people still can't go to $2,000.
Exactly.
And in that case, this is what, $999. That's a big price difference. But you get a lot of the essence of the ADX 5000. Okay, I'll say this. It's not as refined as the ADX 5000. And that is part of its magic. But it is a refined sound, a little brighter to my ears, but still gives me a lot of that ADX 5000 magic, which I think, I have to imagine that is what they were going for.
I think so.
Because you when you're going to charge half the price of that flagship model, you can't expect it to do necessarily all of the things it does, especially with the things that they put into that. So, for example, the frame, by the way, it's still very lightweight. It's only a handful of grams. What is it, 13 grams?
I think 10 grams.
Oh, 10 grams difference or something like that in weight. They use a magnesium alloy frame versus pure magnesium.
Yeah.
But, you know, honestly, I'm not going to worry too much about the 10 grams.
Yeah.
But I think some of the other refinements, let's see, what else do they have here? They have a pure iron magnetic circuit versus the Permandur.
Right, yeah.
Velour versus Alcantara pads, polyester versus Alcantara band, aluminum case versus leather case. So the performance is definitely in the family. But if this is what you can afford, then I think you're going to be happy with the ADX 3000 if you love the ADX 5000. That said, if you can spring for the ADX 5000, I would certainly recommend it. I still think it's their best value, really, in the entire Audio-Technica line. But this, I think, was a necessary entry for those who couldn't make that stretch, and it's worthwhile. And whenever you're using the ADX 5000, I'm happy to use the ADX 3000 and vice versa. I think we both agree.
Yeah.
This is the Audio-Technica ATH R50X. And before we heard them, but were told about them and their price, we thought maybe they would be an open back version of the very popular closed back monitors from Audio-Technica, the ATH M50X.
Yeah, we did.
But they're not. They're their own thing, which is a nice thing, by the way.
Yeah.
So these are open back. This is the ATH R50X. They're $159, so in the same price range as the ATH M50X. Professional open back reference headphones, as described by Audio-Technica. I can see where they're coming from. 45mm dynamic driver. I'm going to get back to that driver in a second. Lightweight design, 207 grams. I thought they were very comfortable.
Very light and very comfy.
I agree. Replaceable ear pads, also very comfortable. Kind of a light touch on the head, by the way.
Yeah.
I like that. 2 cables, 3 meter and 1.2 meter. I like the shorter cable.
So do I.
3.5mm terminated, 50 ohms. They're actually quite easy to drive. Now, about that driver, they say the headphones drivers are modeled after those used in the original ATH R70X, now re-engineered to deliver bass that's surprisingly powerful for an open back model, plus an accurate upper mid-range to ensure the clarity of vocals and lead instruments without sacrificing overall balance.
Yep.
So we were talking about how they sounded when we first heard them, and that's actually consistent with what we were hearing. I mean, it's like we can kind of understand why they're saying what they're saying.
Exactly.
Now, if what I just read gives you the impression that these are bass heavy, I wouldn't describe these as bass heavy. The emphasis is there, but it's very mild, and it's not like a low bass emphasis. It's not boomy at all. It's more like mid bass as I hear it.
Yeah.
I mean, they are an open back dynamic, so there's that.
Right.
And they're very open, and they sound very open.
Yeah, they do.
Now, on the upper mid range, that they specifically mentioned that is interesting because I feel like for these, what they were going after was like a more articulate sound.
Yeah, I agree.
And at this price range especially. And to do that, I feel like they kind of gave that upper mid range, lower treble, like a crispness to it. It has like a crisp signature.
It does.
And then that bass gives it a nice rhythm. It's actually a very nice signature at the price. So it's its own thing. It doesn't sound like an open back ATH M50X to me or to you.
Right.
But at that price, it's always exciting to have something affordable that's this nice and open from Audio-Technica. So this, I think, at CanJam, you'll want to audition this. In our community, when we're discussing excellent, reasonably priced open back headphones, a model that comes up a lot is the Audio-Technica ATH R70X.
Right.
Deservedly so. I love that headphone for the price. But I'm very excited to say that in my hand is what Audio-Technica describes as the enhanced version of the ATH R70X. This is the Audio-Technica ATH R70XA.
Yeah.
I love this headphone.
Yes.
All right, let's talk about it. This is what they say. Flagship professional open back reference headphones. Agreed. Enhanced version of the ATH-R 70X.
Right.
We both also agree there across the board.
Yes.
We'll cover that point for point. 45 millimeter dynamic driver. We actually don't know what the differences are in the driver, if any.
That's true.
But it sounds better across the board.
Yes.
I'm going to get to its sound signature. Lightweight design. This is another big improvement. So it's 199 grams, so it's lightweight. The other one is lightweight as well. Very comfortable on the head. But what also helps make it more comfortable is we both prefer this new headband design to the wing design of the old R70X.
Yeah, the R70X, I think I've said a number of times, I was not a fan of the wing system. The traditional suspension system on this headphone, on the R70XA, so much better.
Yeah, so Brian has a kind of a thinner head. We call him the angelfish around here. I didn't have as much issue with the wings, but I prefer a traditional comfort strap when well implemented. This is very well implemented. Also, interestingly, it has these little magnetic tabs that make it super easy to remove.
Yep.
So if you sweat a lot, and I think in a professional environment, this is going to be important, replaceable parts, you can easily replace the comfort strap. That's a key development, and it's very, very comfortable. I find it better than the old design.
Right.
Handcrafted in Japan at their Machida factory.
I love handcrafted headphones.
I do too. I like that it's Japan-made.
Yeah.
470 ohms, like the previous R70X. So here's how they describe it. The ATH-R 70XA is Audio-Technica's flagship pair of professional open-back reference headphones. This enhanced version of the ATH-R 70X delivers the natural and balanced sound of its predecessor, but with refined accuracy and detail, providing a heightened listening experience and precise imaging and depth.
100% accurate.
Yes. So that is marketing copy, admittedly, but it happens to be true.
Right.
So we both agree. So I'm going to describe its sound signature as I hear it. This, I didn't think I would necessarily at the price expect that much more refinement out of an R70X, but this gives it to you. The treble I find just to be an improvement.
Right.
So it has, like, I don't want to say smoother because I don't want to give the impression that it's glossing over things.
Sure.
But it has like a more natural sounding treble, which to my ears, okay, it is. It's smoother sounding, but it is more resolving.
Exactly.
This is a more resolving headphone than the original R70X. Also, on the low end side, I feel there's more richness there. Just the overall balance has been improved.
Yeah.
This is as they describe, this is a more refined R70X in terms of imaging. I find it to be comparable. At least it images at least as well as the R70X.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's necessarily better that way, but that's also a compliment, by the way. So at its price, is an open back headphone at $349.
Right.
To have those improvements in what was already an excellent model to my ears, more comfortable. This is going to be immensely popular.
Oh, yeah.
So the ATH-R 70XA at CanJam will be something you definitely do not want to miss.
There's one more new release you'll be able to audition at Audio-Technica's CanJam Singapore exhibit. Alongside the ATH-R 70XA and the ATH-R 50X, there's a third new model in the R series called the ATH-R 30X. The ATH-R 30X shares some design cues from its larger siblings, and featuring a smaller 40mm driver, 36 ohm impedance, and lower price point right around $100 US. And the fun doesn't stop there. Audio-Technica will also have their flagship cost-no-object Narukami amplifier at CanJam Singapore. Now, to audition this exclusive amp, you'll need to reserve your spot. Stop by the CanJam Singapore announcement thread on HeadFi and sign up before they're gone. Zeppelin & Co. will be your destination for all things Focal and ZMF headphones. They'll have the full lineup of Focal headphones, including the just-announced Focal Batiste MG. Spoiler, I love that headphone. From ZMFheadphones' family, Zeppelin & Co. will have a number of limited edition, one-of-a-kind headphones that you can only find at CanJam Singapore. They'll also have the always popular ZMF Atrium and Caldera. Here are some of our thoughts on new releases and Headfire favorites from Focal and ZMF headphones.
Now, we've said before that since the release of the Focal Batiste, which is their Bluetooth noise-canceling on-the-go headphone, that for that type of headphone, it's been our standard here at HeadFi HQ.
Right.
And I'm happy and thrilled to report that there is a new standard for me, probably for you too.
Yep.
Also by Focal, also a Batiste, but it's the Batiste MG.
Yes.
And as the name might suggest, it uses a solid magnesium dome driver versus aluminum magnesium dome drivers in the original Batiste. It's just a better headphone to me, and I'm so excited about these. They're also more expensive. They're $1,299 US versus $699 US. So this is their shot over the bow of that class of kind of, I guess you'd say, ultra high-end Bluetooth headphones.
Yeah.
And hello, they've done a beautiful job with these. All right, let's talk about them. Focal says that this is the top-of-the-range version of Batiste headphones, and it is.
Yeah.
They're just better. and then the noise canceling is better.
Yes.
So I want to talk about that very quickly. Here's what they say about the noise canceling. They say new digital microphones to optimize ANC, ensuring effective control over ambient noise and improved soundproofing of voices. So I haven't flown with it yet, but I will be flying with it very soon. Doing some testing, early testing here with just different noise stimuli here at HeadFi HQ. This does cancel noise better than the original Batiste.
Yeah, and I want to say in my testing, I actually find that the Batiste MG has lower self-noise than the original Batiste does.
Yeah, so in ANC mode with some headphones that have ANC, you'll hear self-noise in the circuit, usually very low level.
Yeah, exactly.
But this is even quieter still
Yep.
than the original Batiste, which is always welcome as well. Did I talk about the tonal balance?
Not yet, no.
Okay. So the tonal balance for me versus like in its pre-equalized, so its default sound signature, versus the original Batiste is richer in tone but more resolving throughout.
Yeah.
Frankly, for me, it's just better.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. And because of that resolution, if I make a small tweak in the EQ, it's phenomenal for me too.
I know where you're doing the EQ. You're probably taking a little bass down.
Yep.
Because it does have a richer tone than the original Batiste, but it is more resolving. I've been leaving it in its default signature, but I'll play more with the EQ, but I'll probably leave it in its default signature. I'm quite happy with that. But the resolution, definitely better.
Yes.
So that's a big deal. All right. It's also more comfortable, as I might have mentioned earlier. It's more comfortable for me.
Me too.
Because they redesigned the headband. There's now memory foam, ear pads, and pads.
Yeah, that's what does it for me, those pads.
Yes, but it's what does it for me more. This is more of a problem with me because my head's so huge. I have a big noggin. The original Batiste in its largest size setting was simply comfortable.
Okay.
But I could have used a half click out of each side.
I get you.
But I could still wear it for hours. This, on its largest setting, is actually, sometimes I need to click it in one. So I can get a perfect fit with these, like perfect. So they're even more comfortable for me. And I do find, I'm not sure if it's new ear pads, but they're more comfortable just on my ears as well.
They are.
So there's a new backlit flame logo. Just
cool.
Just redesigned. I think it looks cool. Magnesium yoke, aluminum bracket, and real leather for the headband. Elegant chestnut finish following the design of the clear MG. And, okay, I should mention, it also has Bluetooth 5.2 multi-point versus Bluetooth 5.1 multi-point. But all the things that the original, other than the things I've mentioned as differences, it has all of the things that the original Batiste has, including USB DAC mode, 3.5mm analog wired mode, and that USB DAC mode is nice, 24/192 support. Yeah, but it's just a better headphone.
Yes.
And it's just more resolving. And it is, I think, going to be both of our new standards for Bluetooth on-the-go ANC headphone, and I can't wait to fly with this.
Yeah, we'll be fighting over that on the next flight.
Now, since Focal released the Batiste, which is their Bluetooth ANC headphone, it has been here at HeadFi HQ. I mean, I think I can speak for both of us when I say it's been here, really our standard when it comes to a Bluetooth ANC on-the-go headphone that has audiophile sound quality.
Yeah.
Now, they originally released it in this black, silver, or silver, gray, black colorway over there. And then they next released it in a DUNU colorway, as they call it, which is what I've been carrying pretty much since it's been released. It's usually with me, actually. I use it a lot. And now what we're here to show you is the latest colorway, which is Focal's new Batiste Deep Black.
Yep.
This is the same Batiste as those, save for the colorway. And this black colorway is all black.
Yes.
There are some metallic highlights, but compared to the gray black one or silver black one, this is definitely blacked out.
Yeah, it's got a very classy look to it.
I agree. Actually, and I was just reading what Focal says about it. It says deep black, a black shade synonymous with elegance and timelessness. Yep. Now, I know a lot of you are probably familiar with the Batiste, but just in case you aren't, let's go over what they all have, including the deep black now. They all come with the 40mm aluminum magnesium M-shaped dome driver.
Right.
That dome, that aluminum magnesium dome, is used in several of Focal's flagship wired models, past and present. So that's the same dome. Bluetooth 5.1 multi-point with SBC, AAC, aptX, and aptX adaptive. Active noise canceling with silent and soft modes plus transparency. Very nice.
Yeah.
We actually use all those modes. And you can use it wired analog via 3.5mm or, and this is actually one of my favorite features, you can use it via USB, and it has a USB-C DAC mode that supports 24/192.
Yep.
I guess you could say, in absolute terms, that's when it's at its best.
Yeah, that's true.
But I use it mostly wireless, and it's splitting hairs because it sounds fantastic with wireless. I'm just saying that the USB DAC mode is also very nice to have. as far as battery life goes, there's over 30 hours battery life with Bluetooth and active noise canceling enabled.
And that'll get me through pretty much anything I need it to.
Same here. And I rarely run it down before I'm charging it anyway.
Yep.
But in case you do, there is a fast charge mode with 5 extra listening hours with just 15 minutes of charge, which is very nice. Now, this deep black finish is available for $699 exclusively at a retailer called Gramophone.
Yep.
And the original silver black and dune finish is still available at Focal's partners for $699. So the price is the same. The features are the same. The colorways are different. Deep black is the newest one.
Yep.
And make sure to check it out at CanJam. Now, these are Focal's flagship headphones. You're holding the open back flagship, the Focal Utopia. That's the 2022 edition, which in the community we often call the Utopia 2022. And this is their closed back flagship, Focal Stellia. These are headphones that we've done video reviews of each of them.
Yeah.
Make sure to check those out because they're quite a bit more detailed than we could ever have a chance to do here. Where we show measurements, measurement comparisons, and even for the Utopia 2022, we show kind of like a torture test of the driver outside the headphone, showing full excursion in slow motion including. So check that out. Anyway, so these headphones, what makes them both so special, I would say, are the solid beryllium drivers. That's not something that is common. In fact, I can't think of any other headphones that use solid beryllium domes offhand. And these use the same 40 millimeter M-shaped solid beryllium domes in very different drivers, though, for each. Now, I want to talk really quickly about the build, just because before I get to the sound, because these are their flagship headphones. They're French flagships.
Yep.
And, you know, they're very much French flagship headphones. They're stylish.
They are.
And the materials are stunning. We are both leather goods enthusiasts. And these have very beautiful leather, like high-quality leather that you'd expect to find on high-quality leather goods. Different leathers for both. But that's something we're both very enthusiastic about with them. But the most important thing, of course, is the sound quality.
Yeah.
And the Utopia 2022, their open back flagship, is within my range of neutrality. And versus the original Utopia, what I love about it is I don't have to EQ it. The original Utopia, I would sometimes EQ to take some treble out, put a little bass in. They've done enough with that one to refine the treble, because there were changes to the driver as well that refine and smooth the treble. So I don't EQ it there. And the tonal balance tweaks they've done to it give it more richness. So I don't EQ it, and it's lovely now to have a Utopia that I don't have to EQ. The Stellia, the closed back flagship, is a richer toned headphone. It has some bass emphasis for sure, but because of, I think, the solid beryllium dome driver, there's so much resolution for a closed back with that kind of tonality especially. And of all the closed back headphones in the world, this is probably one of my 2 favorite like reference closed back headphones. These are spectacular headphones. These are Focal's flagships, and they're not to be missed, especially if you haven't heard them. Make sure to watch our video as well. But anytime you have a chance to hear these, you should.
Now, we're holding a couple of headphones from Focal, and we've done a full review video on both of these, so definitely check that out if you haven't already. This is the Focal Audeze and Focal Azuris, and these two headphones, they share a lot of similarities. So they share a similar platform to the Focal Batiste. They share the same 40 millimeter M-shaped dome. It's a aluminum magnesium M-shaped dome. And that's an M-shaped dome that we've seen in a few other headphones, I believe.
Yeah, the exact same dome that they've used in the Elier, I think the Celeste, the original Clear, the Radiance.
Yeah, same dome. The driver assembly has changed a little bit since those headphones, but it is the same dome.
Yes.
They also share a 26 ohm impedance, and they both share a sound signature that could work in pro environments.
Yes.
So I'm holding the Audeze because the Audeze of the two headphones is my definite preference. It sounds fantastic. It has a very nice, clear, resolving sound, very linear. And like I mentioned, you could use it for work if you want to. I have used both of these headphones here on HeadFi TV projects. But between the two, this is my pick, hands down.
Yeah, I prefer the Azuris. I will give you I will say I agree with you that the Audeze, it takes advantage of its open back nature.
Yes.
So just to be clear, you know, that's an open back headphone. The Azuris is a closed back headphone. And the Audeze, I think, takes advantage of that, has some advantages that sometimes come with open back, right? Headphones. But the thing about the Azuris is being closed back. I live in a pretty small house, quite small actually. And so not leaking music to those who aren't wearing it is important to me. And so it gives me a lot more flexibility in terms of use cases go. But like you said, the sound signature for both headphones is, as I've described it, I think maybe in the video, well within my range of neutrality. Like you said, you could use them in a studio environment if you want to. And in the video, which Brian mentioned, the reviewed video that we did of these, we do have measurement comparisons, and of course, subjective impressions. I think we even talked about the pro audio side. But the thing that I guess the gist of these headphones, if I had to summarize it, is they bring so much of the magic of the full size, the flagship class Focals, the other made in France headphones.
Yeah.
All of which are significantly more expensive than these.
Exactly.
Some of which are way more expensive than these. And it brings them to a portable platform.
Mm-hmm.
And that is why they're selling so well.
Yeah.
They are immensely popular, and they're just fantastic headphones for the price. And honestly, I think they're the best value headphones right now that Focal probably makes. And like I said, that's why they're doing so well. So if you haven't already heard the Audeze and the Azeris, make sure to do so. Now, I've said in another preview video that as long as they're making these headphones that we're holding, then we need to talk about them every single time.
Yep.
This is the ZMFheadphones Atrium.
Yeah.
That's the ZMFheadphones Caldera. These are the two co-flagships of the ZMFheadphones lineup. These are the open versions of each. This is the dynamic flagship. That's the planar magnetic flagship, the Caldera. And they're so immensely popular that I almost feel silly telling you about them because so many people probably already know what these are.
Yeah.
But we love these headphones dearly. Opinions seem pretty split between the two from people who've heard them both.
Yeah, pretty evenly.
I prefer the Atrium. So I'm going to talk about the Atrium first. So the Atrium is one of my favorite headphones, unquestionably, of all time at any price. It's just so musical. You know, I don't even want to talk too much in terms of technical because I don't even know that we've measured this one. I'm trying to remember if we've measured it on the 5128. I don't even know if we have.
I don't think we have.
So I just love the way it sounds.
Yeah.
And the best way I can describe it is it's just music. So I have one of my best friends plays piano very well. And sometimes I'll go to listen to him play, practice or play. And when I'm in his room where the piano is and he's playing, I'm not sitting there saying, oh, that's nice treble.
Yeah.
You know, ooh, the bass is quite lively today.
Yeah.
You know, it's just music.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, the Atrium is just music.
Yeah, it takes you into the moment.
Exactly. That's a good way to put it. And that's what I love about it. Is it the most resolving headphone in the world? No, I won't say it is.
Right.
But it's resolving. But it's just music. Again, I'm not in the room listening to piano going, well, that's very resolving.
Yeah.
Right? It is what it is. Anyways, that's the Atrium. Not a very technical explanation, I know, but that's how much I love it. Anyway, love this headphone so very much. The Caldera I also love. I just love the Atrium more.
Right.
That's the planar magnetic flagship. Again, that's a 60-ohm planar magnetic headphone. Uses an all-ZMF planar magnetic driver. Caldera asymmetrical magnet structure. Atrium damping system, ADS. It comes in the Caldera stockwood, I think is white oak.
I believe so, and I think that's what this one is.
Yeah, natural and coffee gold finishes. Also has limited editions that are released in limited drops.
Yeah, and I think those are gorgeous, and I will say, every time they come up, if you get a chance to get one, get it quickly because they'll be gone immediately.
Yeah, and a lot of ZMF enthusiasts have like multiple of the same model.
Very true.
Just for the finishes.
Yep.
So these, as long as they make them, we will talk about them. The opinions, again, seem evenly split between the two. A lot of people prefer the Caldera, a lot of people prefer the Atrium. I prefer the Atrium. But they're can't-miss headphones, and if you want to hear what I think is one of the best headphones I've ever heard at any price, then definitely check out the ZMFheadphones Atrium. So these two Sennheiser headphones have taken the community by storm.
Right.
You're holding the Sennheiser HD505. I'm holding the Sennheiser HD550. They were released pretty close to each other, first with the 505, then shortly thereafter the 550. I can see why everybody wants to talk about these, why everybody wants to hear these, because they are, by modern standards of neutrality, probably the most neutral headphones Sennheiser's ever released.
Yeah, probably.
And what I mean is, like, even in the context of the Sennheiser, I think it was the 505s, the HD 505s, they even mentioned, I think, the Harman research, the Harman target.
Yeah.
So you see kind of where they're going. So they have a lot of similarities. Let's talk about what they have in common. So they're both obviously Sennheiser HD 500 series headphones. They're both open back designs, both have metal mesh ear cup covers, both use synthetic velour ear pads, both weigh 237 grams.
Yep.
So again, a lot of similarities. Come similarly packaged as well. Differences though. Price, the HD 505 copper you're holding, $280. The HD 550s I'm holding, $300. Nominal impedance, HD 505s, 120 ohms. These, 150 ohms. All right, now let's talk about the sound. The sound is more, they sound more alike than not, but I find the 550 to be more to my liking. They are both very neutral. Both have very extended bass for open backs, but not emphasized bass. But the 550s have a little more bass presence and a little more mid-richness. But when you hear them with some music that doesn't necessarily draw on those differences as much, they sound so much alike.
Yeah.
But when the differences arise, my preference is clearly for the 550. And I think that more people will prefer the 550.
Probably.
Both will be used, I think, very commonly in professional settings eventually, I think.
Yeah.
And then it'll come down to splitting hairs between what the engineer prefers. I still think most will choose the 550. But so to look at the differences, we haven't measured them yet. And I don't like to review measurements, but since Sennheiser put out measurements from their own labs for both models, I thought it would be interesting to do a comparison, so let's put them on the screen. You'll see the HD 550 has a little less upper, mid, lower treble energy than the 505, and a little more bass. And you'll also notice that both have, again, excellent bass extension for open back headphones.
Right.
And sometimes when you reduce that upper, mid, lower treble energy, it can result in a richer sounding mid-band, and that's the case here. And I think that just that little bit of bass advantage that the 550 has, advantage in my direction anyway, combined with that lower upper mid, lower treble energy makes it meaningfully better for me. And I think a lot of people will agree. So I compared it also, the HD 550 to the HD 660 S2, because that's another fairly recent Sennheiser open back headphone that I really, really love.
Yeah.
And I also find neutral in a different way. It's neutral in an HD 600 family way.
Yes.
But not necessarily in a Harman way. I'm torn between, but I think what a lot of people are looking for is this kind of neutrality. This seems to be of greatest interest to those in the community these days. And for that reason, I think people are going to be seeking these out. I think they're going to become classic models over time.
Yep.
You know, time loves a hero, as Little Feat says. But I think with time, these will become classics, especially the 550. And so at CanJam, check out what I think are the most neutral headphones in a modern sense that Sennheiser's ever made, maybe. And what I think are destined to be classics. I guess it makes sense that you're the one holding that one.
Why is that?
Because you helped name a part of it, a key part of it.
That's true.
So I'll explain that in a second. You know what the story is. So that is the HIFIMAN Susvara Unveiled.
Yeah.
This is HIFIMAN's flagship non-electrostatic headphone.
Right.
It joins the original Susvara in the line, but doesn't replace it.
Right.
But it's above it. It's
Yes.
clearly the new flagship. And let's explain why it's called the Unveiled.
Yeah, for sure. So this comes off.
That comes off. And that is a cover that you take off when you want to listen to it. You put on when you're not listening to it to protect the driver.
Yes.
Because when you take it off, it becomes the Susvara Unveiled. Let me explain. HIFIMAN says the Susvara Unveiled is the first fully open back design planar magnetic headphone. Fully open back.
I do like that word.
You take that cover off and you expose the back of the motor structure of the driver. It's completely exposed. And they say it eliminates the negative effects of sound wave reflections. Now let me complete the story. So that cover didn't have a name
that's true.
originally. And so Brian said, well, I guess they should call it the Veil.
Yeah.
Since it's called the Susvara Unveiled, right? And so we messaged Fang, the founder of HIFIMAN, with the idea, and he said, you know what, I like that. Let's go with it. And now they call it the magnetic veil.
Yep.
You're a branding expert, Brian.
I am.
So I can't talk about this Susvara Unveiled without talking about the original Susvara a little bit, because the original Susvara, I think the community considered pretty widely as the most resolving non-electrostatic headphone. Certainly one of them that you could buy at any price.
Yeah.
I agree with that. I think you do too. And then this comes out, and they make it marginally more resolving.
Yeah.
They refined the treble to my ears. They have smoothed the treble out a bit. And I actually haven't measured that one, so I don't know if it's measurably smoother, but it sounds like smoother, more refined treble to my ears.
Right.
And it's a little more sensitive.
Yeah.
But maybe even more important than the sensitivity. And it's not just the sensitivity. I find it to be easier to pair with other amps.
That is true.
Whereas the original Susvara, you had to be very careful about how you paired it.
Yeah,
not just for power, but for synergy.
Yeah, you had to find that right combination, but when you did, you were rewarded for it amply. It was just a great little experience.
Good. Is that intentional?
Not really, but I'll take
Amply.
it. Yeah.
Good one. So you were rewarded handsomely if you had the right pairing. With the Susvara Unveiled, though, it's much less picky in that regard, in my experience. So it is more sensitive, but it's beyond just the sensitivity.
Yeah.
It's easier to find synergy. I mean, I can plug it into almost anything that can drive it.
Yes.
So flagship tube amp, some of the ones that we tried with it, absolutely incredible.
Oh, yeah.
And then today I was running it out of the solid-state FIIO K19. Incredible.
Yeah, and we've also paired it with some more budget-friendly, modest amplifiers that still sound fantastic.
I know which one you're thinking of. The Shit Audio Midgard.
Exactly.
$220.
Yep.
Beautiful pairing.
Yeah.
And I also drive it with my digital audio players that have nice, healthy output.
Yeah.
And it sounds beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
So this, to me, is one of the most important improvements of the Susvara Unveiled. Yes, it's more resolving. Yes, it's marginally more resolving.
Yes.
Yes, it has a more refined treble performance to my ears, which I didn't think I wanted out of the original Susvara, but I guess now that I hear that, I do. And it's just a lot easier to pair with stuff to be rewarded, as you said, amply.
Yeah.
So that right there is a completely worthy HIFIMAN flagship, the Susvara Unveiled. So this is the HIFIMAN HE1000 Unveiled.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the HE1000 has now received the Unveiled treatment that started with the Susvara Unveiled.
Yes, it
What
has.
that simply means is there is a magnetic veil, a magnetic cover that you put on when you're not listening to it to protect the back of the driver, because when you take that magnetic veil off, which you must always do when you're going to listen to it, it exposes the back of the driver completely.
Yeah, because it's extremely exposed.
Extremely exposed.
Yeah.
And this would make it the second fully open back design planar magnetic headphone from HIFIMAN.
Yeah, fully open back.
That's the key word, is fully. And as with the Susvara Unveiled, it's designed to eliminate the negative effects of sound wave reflections. Now, there's something about that Unveiled concept that definitely seems to be working.
I agree.
Because there are some consistent changes between this and the original HE1000s and the Susvara Unveiled and the original Susvara.
Right.
Let me explain. So when I first heard the original HE1000, because there's been a few different models of it.
Yeah.
I first heard the original one, I don't even know.
that was ages ago.
Yeah, a zillion years ago.
Yeah.
I think it was at a CES.
Mm-hmm.
And I was completely blown away by it because of its flagship resolution.
Yep.
And I think it was the flagship in the HIFIMAN line until the Susvara was released.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, it was also the first headphone to come out with their nanometer diaphragm.
Yeah, you're not mistaken, actually. You are correct.
Yeah.
So that HE1000 has been a staple in this community ever since the first model was released.
Yeah.
For good reason, for that flagship resolution. This does, though, again, what the Susvara Unveiled did for the Susvara. It improves resolution, but it also, to my ears, has a smoother treble performance than maybe any other HE1000 I've heard.
Okay.
So it would be the least bright to my ears.
Right.
I haven't measured it, so I can't say I confirm that with measurements or anything, but to my ears, it sounds smoother, and it has the most balanced signature of any of the HE1000s I've heard, and that's saying something. So, and yet it's more resolving.
Right.
And that's kind of how I describe the Susvara Unveiled versus the original Susvara.
Yeah, exactly.
So an incredible headphone has become even more incredible. Frankly, it's a lot less expensive than the Susvara Unveiled.
Oh, no question.
Like way less expensive.
Yeah.
But I guess that's what we deal with in this industry, right? Is kind of diminishing returns.
Yeah.
So the Susvara Unveiled is unquestionably more resolving. It is the better headphone objectively. Just it's incredible.
No doubt.
But this comes way closer to it at its price than I would have expected it to.
Yeah.
It's that good.
Dekoni Audio is best known in our space for their line of premium aftermarket ear pads replaceable for your full-size headphones.
IEM ear tips too.
They make IEM ear tips. They make full-size headphone cases, which the Savior case is fantastic. We have a number of those around
We
here.
have like a dozen of them now.
Yeah.
They're fantastic cases.
They are.
Yeah.
And Dekoni Audio is getting into a new category in the headphone space, and that excites me. They're getting into cables, and I have one right here. And you're probably wondering, wow, why is that cable so short? Well, when you think about premium replacement headphone cables with swappable terminations, every single time it's swapped at the termination side. And for Dekoni Audio, they've gone with a different direction. They're swapping it, they're doing the split at the Y splitter. So they're two separate parts. One stays connected to your headphone, one stays connected to your device, and you can just swap between them back and forth as you needed. They're keyed. They have a locking detent system, and they just snap right into place.
It actually feels nice.
Yeah, and then it locks, and I love that security. So they come in a couple different versions. So what I'm holding here right now is a cloth-wrapped silver in a Dekoni blue sleeving. They also have a braided silver plated copper cable, and we have that currently connected to the HD660S2 up here on the table. Now you notice we have a couple different headphone models because they have a couple different terminations for the headphone side.
A few different
ones.
Yeah.
So they have 3.5 millimeter dual mono, which we currently have connected to the HIFIMAN. They have the 4-pin mini XLR, which we currently have connected to the ZMFheadphones. And they have HD 600 family connectors, which we currently have connected to the Sennheiser, and I have it here in my hand.
Okay, can I just talk about that one real quick?
Sure.
That one I think is particularly important because as any longtime HD 600, 650 owner knows, That's an old school connector.
Very much so.
So it wasn't really made, I don't think, to be removed and inserted a zillion times.
Right.
And so they've been known on the headphone side to wear out if you overdo that.
Yes.
So being able to swap cables and terminations, but leaving the earpiece sides in, the ear side cable that plugs in, I think is crucially important, in my opinion, for HD 600, 650 owners.
I agree. And if you pick up multiple headphone connections and then you just pick up a single one of the main line, you can just swap back and forth at the Y split. You're not going to have to worry about toggling things back and forth. It also actually ends up saving you a little bit because you're buying less cabling in the long run.
Right.
Now, as far as on the other end of the cable, it comes in a 4.4 millimeter connection or a 6.35 or quarter-inch connection. They've talked about looking at other connectors for future lines. We might potentially see something like a 4-pin XLR down the road. We might see other connectors for headphones, like hopefully maybe an HD 800 potentially down the road. So I'm looking forward to seeing what comes out from these. However, the nice thing is you can bring your headphones to CanJam, pop over and give the Dekoni audio ensemble cables a try, find out if they're going to work for your rig.
Did I tell you about the very, very first time I heard about the Meze Audio Poet?
No.
Okay, so I get a chat message from Antonio Meze, and it says something simple like, oh, by the way, we're sending you the Poet. And I thought he was referring to that book that they'd sent us for the holidays.
Yep.
They sent us a book for the holidays. They're from Baia Mare, Romania, and it was a lovely book that involved Romania. And Antonio clarifies that he's not talking about the book. He was talking about a headphone that I obviously hadn't heard of at the time, called the Meze Audio Poet. This headphone. Not all surprises are good surprises. The Meze Audio Poet was a fantastic surprise. All right, let's talk about it. The Meze Audio Poet is an open-back planar magnetic headphone. It's priced at $2,000.
Right.
Now, though that is not inexpensive, its performance to my ears is more along the lines of their flagship class stuff.
Yeah.
And so that makes it, at least as far as I can recall, the most accessibly priced headphone they've made so far in that performance range.
Yes.
That's my opinion. It's an open-back planar magnetic headphone. It uses Renaro Isodynamic Hybrid Array MZ6.
And I think that's the first time they've used that specific driver in a headphone.
Now, I think you're right. I have not seen an exploded view of it, so I don't know what makes it different from their other drivers. But they have worked with Renaro Isodynamics to develop their other planar magnetic drivers, going back to their very first planar magnetic drivers. Magnesium chassis.
Yeah. Absolutely
Gorgeous headphones. Pretty much all of Meze's headphones are gorgeous. This is no exception. Steel grill.
Lovely grill.
Also beautiful. Titanium alloy headband. I don't remember them ever doing a headband exactly like this before.
Neither do I.
Suede leather headrest, are referring to the comfort strap. This is a very comfortable headphone. Magnetic pad swapping system.
Yes.
All right, what I'm about to say, I think I can say very confidently. I'm trying to think of every pad swapping system I can think of right now. The magnetic pad swapping system on Meze's headphones is simply the best in the business. Can you think of a pad mounting system you prefer to these?
No, I cannot.
I cannot either. This is funny. 350 grams without ear pads.
Yeah.
Why are you weighing it without ear pads?
I don't know.
Anyways, so if you must know, without ear pads, they're 350 grams. That said, I wear the ear pads. I don't know what it weighs with the ear pads because we didn't weigh it, but it is very comfortable with ear pads. 55 ohms impedance. I find them to be very reasonable to drive.
Yeah.
I've driven them from portable digital audio players to various classes of desktop rigs, and it's always beautiful. And I want to talk about why I'm so excited about the Poet. To me, they're kind of a return to old school Meze, with a new touch. And I mean that with the highest compliments. Now for you, I know you prefer a more neutral sound signature. And so when they went from the Empyrean to the Empyrean 2, you preferred the Empyrean 2, which sounds more like a studio monitor. I preferred the more lush, romantic sound, which I found more unique of the original Empyrean, which they then did away with. This is kind of a return to that, right? Yeah. And I'm going from sound memory, not the most reliable thing. But when I listen to these, I'm reminded kind of like the original Empyrean, more romantic, smooth, lush, but still very resolving. Maybe somewhere between the Alcantara pads on the original Empyrean and the leather ones. Yeah. Just a beautiful signature. Image is gorgeous. And yeah, anyways, this is a return to form. And for that, I'm very excited. And at $2,000, again, though not inexpensive, that would make them more affordable than the Empyrean's original price, that was many years ago it was released. Right. And that, again, to me is a big deal. I think at CanJam, there's going to be a big line to hear the Meze Audio Poet. Now, I love me some electrostatic headphones.
You do.
Apparently, they make me use very bad grammar as well. I talk like a caveman. But this is the Audeze Carbon 2. So very excited about this headphone. It was launched at CanJam SoCal 2024, and it incorporates a technology that Audeze developed for it called SLAM.
Yeah.
Which stands for Symmetric Linear Acoustic Modulator. I'm going to read what Audeze says about it. SLAM is tuned to enhance selected low frequencies while maintaining optimal air pressure distribution. SLAM gives Carbon 2 the most physical, lifelike bass response of any electrostatic headphone. SLAM optimizes air pressure distribution across the driver, allowing Carbon 2 to resolve more fine detail than any headphone in our history for incredibly immersive stereo imaging and soundstage presentation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's marketing copy, but I will say that's actually fair.
It is.
Now, I want to, a little caveat here, because when you hear the word SLAM and we talk about the bass emphasis or the bass enhancement, it might give the impression that this is like some sort of bass head electrostatic headphone.
Yeah, you may think that until you actually hear it.
Until you hear it, but it's not. This is not a bass head electrostatic headphone. The emphasis is very tastefully done. It's on the kind of the lower part of the lows to my ears.
Right.
And so it just gives it a little bit of physicality and impact that I need for my headphones. I will say also that it seems to do more than just the bass, like it affect the bass. I feel like it affects the whole driver somehow.
Yeah.
Like it allows the diaphragm, which is, it still uses the carbon nanotube embedded driver film, I feel like it allows it to breathe more freely because the details they seem to be jumping off this headphone's diaphragm more than with the original carbon.
Yeah.
And I love that about it. I mean, this is to me a very worthy upgrade. And again, I'm not EQing it I'm not EQing it at all, actually. With the original carbon, I don't remember my exact EQ settings. I think I was taking down the upper mids a bit and then giving it a little bass enhancement. And for this, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
Now, for those of you not familiar with electrostatic headphones, I'll say it. I think some of the very best headphones ever made in the world are electrostatic. They don't use magnets.
Right.
I'm not going to explain the electrostatic principles right now, but they don't use magnets. There's no traces on the diaphragm. And so in many cases, and I'm sure it's true here, the diaphragm actually has lower mass than the air it's displacing to make the sound. So details can jump right off a very well-designed electrostatic driver. And with this, I feel the SLAM seems to be helping it do that even more versus, say, the original carbon. Fantastic headphone. I am an electrostatic headphone enthusiast. And so if you can't tell, I'm quite joyous about the Audeze Carbon 2. This is a can't miss at CanJam.
At AV1's CanJam Singapore exhibit, you'll be able to audition a variety of full-size headphones from Abyss Headphones, Dan Clark Audio, Sendy Audio, SIVGA, and more. Let's take a look at just some of the headphones you'll discover at AV1's CanJam Singapore exhibit.
This is the Abyss Headphones Joel, spelled J-O-A-L. You were telling me just before we started shooting that it stands for...
that stands for Jack of all listening.
Which I think is funny. But it's true.
Yeah.
That's appropriate, I mean. And we'll get to how it sounds in a minute. So the goal with Joel, the Joel goal, was to, according to Abyss, make their most affordable headphones to date without sonic compromise.
Right.
I think they succeeded.
Yeah.
Okay, you think so too.
I do.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. So how did they do it? So first of all, for a company that makes machined aluminum headphones, CNC machining can be very expensive and time consuming.
Yes.
These are still CNC machined. But let's compare it to like a Diana. By the way, they look like Dianas.
Yeah, they're clearly inspired by the Diana.
And Abyss admits that. They call them Diana inspired. Okay. So they got the machine time down to 1/3 the machine time of Diana. So Diana's machine time is well over an hour just to machine the sides.
Does not surprise me.
Yeah, 600 holes in each one.
Yeah.
For the Joel, they optimized the design to let the machine fly through the machining process.
Okay.
You can see one example of how. Instead of 600 holes, they've got these long single rows that make up a very open back grill design.
Yeah, and they look super open.
They are very open back. So I believe if you consider this a Diana or a Diana platform type headphone, compared to any of the Dianas, this should be the most open back, which I think might contribute to the sound signature that I love so much about these.
I bet it does.
Another way they minimize cost is to not offer all the trimmings.
Right.
So this is a less intricately designed headphone. They don't have to, worry about putting any other trim pieces like carbon fiber trim pieces on it. So it's a simpler design. It's also available only in black, a high durability black finish.
Yeah, Model T approach.
Yeah, like the old Ford Model T, available in black. And when you make it only in one color, one configuration, it's easy to lower. You can lower costs.
Right.
And then the cable.
Yes.
Now this one surprised me because I thought this was going to be more expensive, a cable, but it's not. This cable is actually JPS Labs, the cable company, is actually affiliated with Abyss Headphones. So these that team has a tremendous experience with cables.
Yeah, they do.
So if they're going to figure out how to lower the cost of a cable and make a great cable still, it's them.
Yeah, and I want to say something about this cable. So first of all, it's super soft and supple.
Yeah, very supple.
I love that. It's a 16-core cable, 2-meter length. Inside, you'll find super soft OFC copper alloy, so that's oxygen-free copper alloy. It's terminated in 4.4 millimeter. Now, this does something that I think all headphone cables should do going forward. It's terminated in 4.4, but they have optional adapters. So 4.4 millimeter to 6.35 millimeter to 3.5 millimeter or to 4-pin XLR.
Right, here's the 4-pin XLR one.
Yeah, I think that's the method. Give me the cable in 4.4 and then give me the option of an adapter.
Right. So now we've covered all the ways I'm aware of that they reduced costs.
Yeah.
So now we know how they did that, but did they do it without sonic compromise? Yes. Yeah. We both said the same time. So these sound, you love them because they sound like studio monitors.
Yeah, they do.
And I love them because they sound like studio monitors. They are also, in saying that, they're the most neutral Abyss headphone to date.
They are.
The most conventionally tuned headphone to date. Something with the last couple of Diana models I feel like they've been working toward, and they've done it with these. I think that open back design, more open back design, gives it beautiful imaging.
Right.
They're also the most forgiving Abyss headphones to date.
They are.
To my ears anyway. And I prefer them with the stock pads that come with them. I tried rolling other pads, the Diana pads. I just like the stock vegan pads that come with them. That's the tuning that I'm talking about. And it's forgiving, but still very resolving.
Right.
And it is, by the way, easier to drive than most of the other headphones they've ever done, except for the Diana MR. They're as sensitive as Diana MR, 30 ohms. And with that forgiving nature, I can drive them with anything.
Right.
So they also couple very easily on my head. So there's no finickiness with fit. Just put them on. They fit like a conventional headphone as well. I think at CanJam, of all the Abyss headphones, this is the one that's going to most immediately, not just because of price, but that's going to be a big part of it.
Yep.
This will most immediately resonate with people, I think, at a CanJam.
Oh, yeah.
In our community. And I think this is going to be a massive seller for them. It's fantastic. So about the Dan Clark Audio Noir X, I'm looking at their product page. And it starts off, it says, Noir X updates our iconic Aeon 2 Noir.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's a very conservative statement.
Yeah, it is.
The Aeon 2 Noir was a fantastic headphone for its price when it was released. Now you have this, the Noir X, and it changes everything. I frankly find it to be a substantially better headphone than the Aeon 2 Noir. It's fantastic. In fact, I would say it's knocking on the door of the Stealth, and you know how much I love the Stealth.
I do.
So the Stealth for me is the best Dan Clark Audio closed-back headphone.
Yeah, you're still reaching for it regularly around here.
Regularly. It's one of my closed-back references.
Yeah.
I love its smoothness of resolution. Like, it's so resolving, but yet it's smoother sounding to me. This, though, doesn't sound exactly like a Stealth or anything like that, but it knocks on the door of the Stealth because as far as sound signature goes, I describe it as pretty much by my standards, my range of neutrality, dead center neutral, but with fantastic bass extension and impact.
Yeah.
So I need, as you know, that drive. I need that bass, and this has it with that neutrality. All right, let's talk about what it says here about, what makes this what it is. New Aeon driver, significantly more rigid than its predecessor.
Right.
Has the V-planar knurling. We've talked about that before. Acoustic metamaterial tuning system, AMTS. We've talked about that before, too, in some Dan Clark Audio review videos we've done.
Yep.
Found in Stealth, Expanse, E3, Corinna. Eliminates standing wave, sculpt sound. All right. The Noir X's black-on-black aesthetic.
Yeah.
What do they call that? When it's
Blackout?
Like, no, murdered out.
Oh, murdered out.
Murdered out colorway. Love it. Improved ear pads. Alcantara synthetic suede for skin contact. Self-tensioning headband. Kind of a Dan Clark Audio staple now.
Right.
Gorilla Glass 3 cups. They first introduced that with the E3. That's your favorite.
My favorite,
Dan Clark Audio headphones. And the thing about this is, again, dead center of my neutral preferences with that lovely impact. But the thing that Dan Clark Audio closed-back headphones do so well is that they sound open-back. They're some of the most open-back sounding closed-back headphones made, period.
Yeah, they've been doing that for generations.
They've been doing, for generations of headphones, absolutely. And it's not just the imaging, it's also the fact that the drivers almost sound, in terms of resolution and just airiness, like they're moving as freely as they do on an open back and on a high-end open back. So for me, for the price, I still sometimes fail. Okay, I want to read this real quick. It says, as is our custom, we never defeature a headphone at lower price points. Instead, we try to take the technology, comfort, and performance of our flagship headphones and cost reduce them to realize superior performance at lower prices.
Right.
You know they do. And sometimes it makes me confused by their strategy to offer something like this for $1,000. That's the price, $999.99.
Yeah.
That knocks on the door of the Stealth to my ears.
Mm-hmm.
My guess is the strategy is make it, sell gobs of them. I think they're selling tons of these things.
I wouldn't be surprised.
And maybe that's the strategy. But for it to knock on the door of the Stealth for me at that price is incredible. And so at CanJam, if you're going to listen to a Dan Clark audio headphone to start, especially if you're looking for a closed back one, start with the Noir X, then move your way up. So Sendy Audio and SIVGA are two separate companies, but they're like sister companies.
Exactly.
And I first met them, well, actually, the first time I really sat down with them was at the Hong Kong AV Show 2024. And that was the first time I really sat down and had a chance to listen to pretty much their full lineup.
Yeah.
But the two headphones that we're showing here are the two I spent the most time with. So Sendy Audio, I'm holding the Sendy Audio Peacock. Sendy Audio is it's kind of their higher end of the two companies.
Yeah.
And then SIVGA makes their more affordable.
Yeah, more budget-friendly.
Correct, more budget-friendly stuff. So I want to start with the Sendy Audio Peacock, which is the flagship. Now, these are both planar magnetic headphones.
Right.
The Peacock uses an 88mm planar magnetic driver with something they call a quad former design, and it has 4 coils and double-sided magnets. I'll also mention that it has aviation aluminum housing, goatskin leather, which is very, very soft, memory foam ear pads, a CNC grill with peacock feather pattern. I actually think it's very beautiful.
It is.
And it actually looks like a peacock feather pattern. Like, I think if you didn't even tell me the name and you said, what does that remind you of? I think I'd actually say that.
Yeah.
So aptly named the Sendy Audio Peacock. Now this headphone, and I tried to convey this in another preview video, and I don't know if I was very clear then, and I'm afraid I'm not going to be clear now. It reminds me of another planar magnetic headphone that I adore, which is the Meze Audio Empyrean, the first generation one.
Right.
Yet it doesn't necessarily sound like a Meze Audio Empyrean, and that's where I think the confusion comes in, even for me, trying to communicate this. And it reminds me of that in the sense that it's resolving, but it is a more smooth and pleasant sound.
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that lushness, but it's lush in a different way than the Empyrean, but it's still lush and romantic. And I enjoy that about this headphone a lot. And, you know, I'm not surprised that this headphone is talked about in the community as much as it is. I'm just surprised that I had never listened to it until, you know, Hong Kong AV Show 2024.
Exactly.
But I'm glad to have discovered it, I guess, for myself, finally. And at CanJam, I think this is one that people should definitely listen to.
Now, while I agree that is a fantastic place to start at their exhibit, I'm also going to recommend that people definitely check out this one, which is the SIVGA P2 Pro. Like you mentioned earlier, it is a planar magnetic headphone, so similar technology inside. It's a little bit of a different size. This one is a 97 by 76 millimeter planar driver. This one's 32 ohms, so I believe that one is 50.
Yeah, that one's 50 ohms.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I should have said that.
There are a couple of neat little tricks to this one. First of all, I do like the shape of the ear pads. Yeah. They're sculpted in a very unique way, but it actually works well on my head, and I know you said before it works well on your head as well.
Yeah, they actually said that they analyzed a lot of face shapes to arrive at those contours, and it is uniquely contoured.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Yeah.
And actually between the two, in terms of just overall presentation, I tend to actually favor this one a little more, which is kind of strange because there's a little more bass presence than I would usually lean towards. But between the two, this is kind of more where I kind of gravitated listening back and forth.
Yeah, the funny thing is I think we mentioned this in another preview video. They describe it as a clear and bright sound.
Yeah.
I would say clear, but I would not call that bright.
It's definitely clear. It's not bright.
Yeah, it's not bright to me. So okay, so I will agree with you in that I think I'm more excited about that one because of its price.
Yeah.
I also love the way it images.
Yeah, exactly.
In absolute terms, though, I would still say the Peacock's the better headphone.
I would agree.
Okay. Yeah. But the P2 Pro has imaging that is quite unique. So, and I remembered this when I heard it at the Hong Kong AV Show. That was the first thing I noted about it. And then when we got it here at HeadFi HQ, you know, I immediately remembered, because once I put them on, started listening to them, I remembered that I felt the same way.
Yeah, the recollection was immediate.
Yeah, very much so. So it's a wide imaging, but it has like a center anchor. Like I've said before, almost like it has a center channel.
Yeah.
And I mean that kind of in a very positive way.
Right.
because voices are kind of centered in this rather wide image. I enjoy the imaging on those a lot. I really hope people give the SIVGA P2 Pro a chance at CanJam and listen to see if they hear the same thing. I'm curious to know if they're going to pick up on that as well. I don't know if it's, on a per person basis, like if it's different for different people. But yeah, so in absolute terms, I'd say the Sendy Audio Peacock is the better headphone, but I'm almost more excited about the SIVGA P2 Pro because of the value it represents, the price it's at.
Yeah.
Yeah, so people should definitely check that one out too. This is the Sendy Audio IVA 2.
Mm-hmm.
But when they first arrived, I actually thought we'd received a second set of the SIVGA P2 Pros.
Oh, they do look a lot alike, yeah.
They look a lot alike, but they don't sound a thing alike.
No.
So let's clarify what it is. I want to clarify first the whole Sendy SIVGA thing. So SIVGA is very popular in our community.
Yeah.
Sendy Audio is like a sub-brand of SIVGA focused on more premium headphones.
Right.
All right. So the Sendy Audio IVA 2 uses ultra nano double-sided magnetic composite planar diaphragms. It's a planar magnetic design. The diaphragm is 1 micron, and it's a composite planar diaphragm. Very thin diaphragm.
Very responsive.
Yeah, I mean, it can be, right? But in this case, it is. So yeah, this is a very responsive sounding headphone. CNC wood chassis.
Beautiful.
Beautiful chassis, natural zebra wood. Inlaid with an etched stainless steel mesh that's designed to look like mermaid scales.
It's a neat look. I like it.
Yeah, it is a neat look. They have interesting inspirations because their flagship, the Peacock, the grill looks like peacock feathers.
It does, yeah.
It's actually lovely. Ergonomic design, ear pads developed using analysis of different facial shapes.
I like these ear pads quite a bit.
I do too. I find them very comfortable. They have unusual curves to them, but they fit my face very nicely. I guess it's designed to do that. And then 30 degree rotation in all directions. What are we talking about?
Basically, every single angle you can adjust it. It's going to get the perfect fit on a lot of heads.
Yeah, I find it very comfortable on my head. 32 ohm nominal impedance. Accessories, hard shell case. Actually, it's a nice case. You like the fact that it's a stand too.
I do. It's a really cool feature.
Yeah, it's a headphone stand. 6N single crystal copper headphone cable. Nice cable. 4.4 millimeter to 3.5 millimeter adapter.
Which should always be the case now.
Yeah, whenever we get those adapters from Sendy, we steal them and use them on other headphones. They're really lovely adapters.
They are.
And they're $599.
Yeah, it's actually one of the most, if not the most affordable Sendy audio headphone.
Yeah, and what I find interesting, comparing it to the flagship, which is the Peacock, the Peacock has what to me is a more romantic signature.
Yeah.
Smoother sounding. And this has a more neutral signature.
Yeah, this is squarely more my taste than the Peacock is.
Yeah, actually, before we were shooting this, Brian was saying, does it sound to you like it has more going on in the upper mids and treble?
Yeah.
And I said, yeah. And I think that tuning makes the bass sound a little leaner than the Peacock, for example.
Yeah.
But not lean.
No.
Just leaner than a Peacock because of just the way the way that tonal balance, the way it's tuned. But I find it maybe to be even versus their flagship, the Peacock, more resolving at the top.
Yeah,
because there's just more going on there. But these are lovely. But they sound nothing like. To be clear, when you see them, you're gonna, and if you're familiar with the SIVGA P2 Pro, you might think they're the same headphone. They are absolutely not.
Right.
So yeah, for $599, I think this is a strong value.
Oh yeah.
This is the DUNU Arashi.
Yeah.
This is the rare headphone that we both have listened to, both love, and that we wouldn't change anything about.
Exactly.
Okay, it's rare that happens because Brian and I have rather divergent tastes. You tend to find what I like rich sounding, I tend to find what you like lean sounding, yet here we are with a headphone that we both totally agree on in its default state.
Oh yeah.
All right, this is the DUNU Arashi. It's DUNU's first full-size over-ear headphone. It is a planar magnetic headphone. Before I get to the guts of it, I want to talk about the outside of it because it is beautiful.
It really is.
It's beautifully built, first of all. The build quality is beautiful.
Yeah, it's very solid in the hand. Extremely
solid in the hand. And I love the way it looks. Don't know how that shows up on camera, but it is a beautiful headphone. Reminds me of the original Stax Omega.
Yeah, it does.
I feel like it has to be. I haven't asked DUNU, but I bet you it's influenced by that.
Yeah.
And that's a high compliment because it's a beautiful headphone. But to be clear, this is not electrostatic. Again, it's planar magnetic. All right, let's talk about the guts now. It uses something they describe as a multi-layer composite film diaphragm. DUNU mentions damping, rigidity, and elasticity layers. Fine voice coil, very thin, high-quality coil. And they say the fine voice coil significantly enhances micro detail performance and overall dynamics. It has a dual-sided magnetic circuit, and it is quite sensitive, DUNU points out. It is. Even pointing out that Arashi will perform well with many high-end portable players.
Right.
There are other planar magnetic headphones that I'll use with portable players. It's just you don't often see the manufacturers of a full-size planar magnetic headphone specifically pointing that out.
Exactly.
26 ohms, 500 grams, so reasonable weight. All right, let's talk about how it sounds.
Yeah.
All right, so why do we both love the way this sounds which doesn't happen often, without EQ. Neither of us EQs this headphone. Solidly neutral is how I described it. You agree?
Yes.
So we haven't measured it, so I don't know exactly how it measures, but we both describe it as solidly neutral. And solid doesn't just mean within my range of neutrality solidly. It also means it has a solidity to its sound.
That's true.
Bass extended, but not emphasized, at least that I hear. I don't hear emphasis,
right?
But the solidity sometimes maybe gives it that sense that it might be. Again, I don't really know how it measures. So, but that's why I think that we both have landed on this so well. All right. And again, I say, I don't know why I repeated myself, but perceived flat tuning, almost dead center of what I'd call dead center neutral. So there you go, a neutral headphone. I could see this being used, for example, in a professional setting.
Oh, absolutely.
As a monitoring headphone, but it's just a beautiful audiophile headphone as well, image as well. But that solidity I really love. And it sounds like a headphone that's taken years to develop. Congratulations, DUNU. So what's the price? Like,
I think $13.99 US.
So $1,400 US. I would say for planar magnetic headphones in that price range, the DUNU Arashi is ultra competitive.
It definitely is. Now, there's a headphone that I believe you and I are in agreement that it is the main, pretty much the only wireless active noise cancellation headphone that we listen to primarily for music. Not where active noise cancellation is the priority, not where microphones are the priority, but music listening, and that's the Focal Batiste. And I'm happy to say, and a bit surprised to say, that it actually has competition from a source we wouldn't expect to see competition from. This is the Noble Audio Focus Apollo. And for those of you that are listening thinking, what? Noble Audio is primarily a company known for in-ear monitors.
Yeah, pretty much that's all they're known for the most part.
They're known for in-ear monitors, and they've stepped into the full-size headphone field, and I think they did a fantastic job with this. So this is the Noble Audio Focus Apollo. It is an active noise cancellation wireless headphone, and for those of you who are looking for wireless headphones, just know real quick that it has about 80 hours of battery life, 60 with ANC turned on, which is fantastic.
Yes.
But sound-wise, the reason why I think this is going to give it's going to give the Batiste a run for its money is because of the fact that it just sounds fantastic. So the default signature on this, for my ears, to my preferences, it's a little bit thick, a little bit bassy. However, there are some EQ options in the app, and I'll get to that in a little bit.
Yeah, for my tastes, and I tend to like, obviously, more bass emphasis, more bass energy than you do.
Yeah.
But it is a richer tone.
It is.
But I would call it a clean rich.
Yeah, it's definitely clean.
Okay.
So there's also some really cool functions with this. So I mentioned the EQ app, and again, I'll get back to that in a second, but it has Bluetooth 5.3 with multi-point. So if you're using it wirelessly, you have a lot of options available to you as far as devices because that supports LDAC, Snapdragon Sound, AAC aptX, and aptX HD. And with the active noise cancellation mode, it also does have a transparency mode, which allows you to hear and observe some of the world around you through the headset, which is a nice function to have.
Yeah, certainly at the office here.
Exactly.
You should be able to hear me.
I don't want to. And going back to that EQ app, so they have several presets inside the EQ app. I found myself gravitating right away towards one that they called Jazz. And I thought with the Jazz EQ equipped, in this headset, it's a fantastic sound.
Yeah, so there is a personalization. Like you can customize the EQ. Neither of us has used that yet.
Yes.
So I was looking more just at the presets. And of all the presets there, for me, it's going to be Jazz. Like you said, it just takes a little bit of thickness out of it, cleans it up a little bit. But for me, that's the one preset I'd use, and I use it either in the default sound setting, which is really nice for me.
Yep.
Or Jazz.
Yeah, absolutely. And it also has a detachable boom microphone, which is really nice for anybody that's on the go. And it has a wired USB-C connectivity for anybody who wants to have a wired connection. Now, with that USB-C, it also has what they call zero latency mode for gaming. So if you're a mobile gamer, the boom microphone paired with your mobile devices, it's going to be nice to have that on the go, especially with, a long battery life. You're not going to have to worry about much. Definitely stop by Noble Audio's exhibit and give this one a listen. If you're looking to hear the Imanis and the Magna, two ribbon driver headphones from RAAL 1995, then you're in luck. You'll be able to audition these two models at the SLT Technologies exhibit this CanJam Singapore. Here are some of our thoughts on these two extremely unique models.
So now we're going to talk about a headphone that I really, really wish was here.
Yeah.
So of all the headphones that are not here at HeadFi HQ, this is at or near the top of my list of the ones I wish that aren't.
Yep.
And it's the RAAL 1995 Imanis. It's their flagship, and it's incredible.
Yeah.
So you guys might remember the RAAL Requisite SR1A. It was a ribbon driver headphone that had adjustable angle earpieces. A bit finicky, though. So when you got the angle dialed in for you, and it was almost like different, I think, for everybody.
Yeah.
And when you got it dialed in for you, it was quite groovy. Really good headphone. That said, the MASS to me is orders of magnitude better. So the RAAL requisite SR1A, I should clear this up, and the RAAL 1995 MASS, these are essentially the same teams, the same company making it. Okay, there's a name change somewhere in there to RAAL 1995. So the MASS is the flagship. It's a cost-no-object flagship. It is quite expensive.
Very.
All right, so it has 3 ribbons per side. Now, the thing you need to know about ribbon drivers, they're insanely fast.
Yeah.
I think they have excellent bass as well. It is implemented in the RAAL headphones. So versus the SR1A, the MASS has, according to them, under the hood, everything is new. This is the next generation of ribbon drivers that in certain areas parted ways with the old but inherited the best features of the previous ones. And they say for the 3 ribbon drivers per side, each ribbon is tuned slightly differently so they cannot repeat errors in the same way.
Yeah, which I think is a brilliant design.
It's a neat way to put it.
Yeah.
Now, they do require a transformer with most amplifiers to use because I believe the native load coming right off the headphone is, or into the headphone is too low an impedance for most headphone amplifiers. So you will require a transformer most likely. I think there's an amp or 2 that can drive them directly that are purpose-built for it. There's an optional transformer that has a built-in headphone stand, an optional transformer with high-low impedance inputs. And the ear pads, I should mention, are made of lamb suede with perforated leather, and they're extremely comfortable.
Yeah, they are.
Now I want to talk about the sound signature of the MASS. The MASS, to me, is an incredible headphone. It is within my range of neutrality, but there's something about them, and I think it's those ribbon drivers, the 3 ribbon drivers per side, the speed of them. I don't know what it is about those driver types, but it's like everything within the entire spectrum just jumps off those drivers. It's like physical texture.
Yeah.
And I love it about it. So the bass is visceral, but it's not emphasized to my ears. I've not measured it, not seen a measurement of it, but that's how I'm going to describe how it sounds to me, and that's what makes it so special. And I think the RAAL MASS is probably the RAAL 1995 MASS is, I would say, one of the best headphones I've heard. It's certainly one of the best headphones available today. Absolutely one of the most resolving, if not the most resolving, non-electrostatic headphones I've heard, and just a can't miss cost no object flagship headphone. Now we can't talk about the RAAL 1995 MASS without talking about its much more affordable sibling, the RAAL 1995 Magna. I do the quotes because
they are necessary.
Yeah, because it's not, I mean, by my standards anyway, it's not affordable. If it's affordable for you, can we be friends? But anyways, but here's what I'll say about it. The MASS is absolutely the better headphone. The cost no object flagship for a reason.
Yeah.
But the Magna being so much less expensive, that price difference might be the difference between, staying married and being divorced.
Yeah.
So if that's going to be the case, the Magna for its price it got me closer to the MASS than I would have imagined it could at the price.
Right.
So I should mention the Magna has a dual ribbon design. It's 2 ribbons per side versus 3 in the MASS. And a lot of the stuff I said about the MASS absolutely applies to the Magna, to my ears. It's just that the MASS is more.
Yeah.
So there's more magic in it. But the Magna, again, to me, gets you closer than I thought it could at that price. This is the Warwick Acoustics Bravura.
Yeah.
This is an electrostatic headphone and part of an electrostatic headphone system. I will explain that in just a minute. So the Bravura, I love this headphone, by the way. I think this is probably right up your alley, too.
Yeah, it is.
So this is the successor to a model that was released many years ago now called the Sonoma Model 1. Now, the Sonoma Model 1 was a good headphone.
Yeah.
It was a good first effort. And that was also, of course, an electrostatic headphone. And that one I found to be on the bright, lean side. I also felt that its headband was a bit uncomfortable. It had very high caliper pressure on my fat head.
Right.
All right. So this one, though, is a lot more comfortable. So let's start with that. That you can see the headband, if you've ever seen the Model 1, this is quite an evolution just on the headband design.
Oh, yeah.
Way more comfortable. But even more importantly was whatever they did to the driver makes this a much better sounding headphone.
Yeah.
I don't even know what they did specifically, but it's substantially better. So let's talk about that driver because it's still the same driver technology that they innovated for the development of the Model 1. But again, clearly they've evolved it. That driver is called HPEL, HPEL, High Precision Electrostatic Laminate Transducers. And unlike conventional transducers, the HPEL, according to them, uses a laminated film that is just 15 microns thick, and the film is affixed to a cell structure and machine tensioned with extreme accuracy to create small sound-producing drum skins. And then their software fine-tunes each drum skin for optimal resonant frequencies. And then, to ensure that it doesn't bend and to maintain a strong structure, they encase the driver in a super rigid polycarbonate cassette. So, again, this uses HPEL still, but whatever they did with all of that I was just talking about in the Bravura is much better done than with the Model 1. So this, I would say, okay, they say it's voiced with studios and professional work in mind. Can you hear that?
Oh, yeah.
I can too. So I think this, again, would be right up your alley. I would say it's in the range of neutrality, much more refined sounding for sure than the Model 1. This is a better headphone. So if you've heard the Model 1 at any of the shows, don't assume anything about the Bravura from that. Okay. So I mentioned that it's an electrostatic headphone system. That's because the Bravura comes as a system with the Sonoma M1 DAC amp that uses 32-bit ESS Sabre DACs in dual mono design, 32-bit multi-channel ADC with balanced input buffers because the inputs are all ADC'd, 64-bit fixed point digital signal processing, Class A amplifier. Not everybody wants to work hard to assemble a system.
No, some just want a turnkey solution.
And that's what this is. It's a turnkey electrostatic headphone system I think it's fantastic. So at CanJam, when you have a chance to listen to the Warwick Acoustics Bravura, do not miss it. What a wonderful electrostatic headphone system.
Now, before we move on, there are a few headphone brands that I know headfires will be looking for, but we weren't able to cover in this preview video. The Austrian Audio The Composer will be at the JBIN exhibit for you to audition. You'll be able to find several full-size models from Moondrop at CanJam Singapore, including the Moondrop Edge wireless ANC headphone. And Zeppelin & Co. will have AMT headphones from Head Audio like the Headphone 2 GT. FIIO's CanJam Singapore 2025 exhibit will have new releases from practically every single category FIIO covers. From dongles and DAPs to headphones, IEMs, speakers, and even some retro electronics, there will be something for everyone at FIIO. Buckle up and get ready to discover many of the new products FIIO will be showing at CanJam Singapore 2025.
This is the FIIO DM13 portable CD player. It's obvious our industry is making CD players a thing again.
Oh, yeah.
And I am very excited about this. So the way we listen to music today with our streaming and everything, it's almost too easy.
I get you.
And when it's that easy, it can just become quickly a background thing.
Yep.
And with physical media, listening to music is a more dedicated act.
Yeah, you get a sense of occasion when you use that.
Brian. A sense of occasion. I like that. So it's a more dedicated act to listen to music because you have to cue it up. And frankly, it encourages things like listening to entire albums.
Right.
Not skipping tracks you might otherwise skip streaming.
Yeah, finding the hidden tracks.
Finding hidden tracks. Yeah. Albums have hidden tracks.
Yep.
Sometimes. And I love that about physical media. All right. I also love the DM13 because it's a return to the form of like the original Sony Discmans.
Right.
In that, I'm a lot older than you. The first generation ones were made of metal. They had all metal chassis. And then by the time they got to you, they were all plastic.
Pretty much.
All right. So this has an aluminum alloy chassis. Actually, it's beautifully built. The way the latch feels and everything is just, it's lovely.
Yeah,
all right, let's talk about what's inside. The FIIO DM13 uses dual CS43198 DACs, so good DACs.
Yeah.
Aluminum alloy body, which I just mentioned. 3.5 millimeter and 4.4 millimeter headphone outs.
Nice to have both.
It is nice to have both. We didn't have balanced outputs on our portable CD players back in the day. And especially from the balanced output, a lot of drive.
Oh, yeah.
Up to 660 milliwatts into 32 ohms. Optical and coax digital outs, something I did not have on any of my portable disc players back in the day.
Right.
That allows you to use the DM13 as a small form factor CD transport in your desktop rig. Just use the digital outs in your DAC. Bluetooth version available, SBC aptX, aptX HD, and aptX low latency. Electronic skip protection. It is physical media. If you shake it, it can skip, but with electronic skip protection, it doesn't. You can turn it on or off. An LCD display, of course. Dual power supply modes, desktop mode and portable mode. Desktop just means you're drawing from USB power instead of the battery. Supports USB CD ripping. Very cool.
Yes.
Gapless playback. Set favorite tracks.
And I think that's a fun feature.
That is a fun feature. I dig that. 10 hours of runtime, of continuous runtime from its 3,750 milliamp hour, 3.8 volt cobalt lithium battery.
Yeah.
That is not something I think I had I don't think I had that kind of playtime for my earliest portable CD players, or any of them really.
Mine didn't either, no.
We didn't have lithium batteries
Right.
back in those days. 5 color options: silver, black, red, white, and white skylight. So white skylight is this one with the see-through top, where I think I have to get that. I want to see the CD.
It looks so cool, yeah.
I want to see the CD spinning. Now, let's talk about the sound quality. It sounds like a very high-quality, portable, digital audio player that
Right.
just happens to be using a CD for music. And, but okay, keep in mind, see that CD spinning? There's a motor spinning this thing at high rate of speed.
Yep.
With super sensitive in-ears, the kind that output like 90 dB SPL with only a few millivolts, you might get some self-noise from it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not, I didn't find it bothersome. With
Right.
music, I wasn't really hearing it. With medium sensitivity to low sensitivity IEMs, it was quiet. I don't think my oldest CD players or my portable CD players of the old days would fare well with those.
Yeah,
But,
probably not.
this is built for this day and age using music format from a past day and age. And I love that the FIIO DM13, again, is just another step in our return to listening to music more dedicatedly. Like you said, listening to music with a sense of occasion. This is the FIIO K17,
Mhm.
and as you well know, I've fallen in love with this FIIO K17.
Yeah.
So let's talk about what it is. The FIIO K17 is a fully balanced desktop DAC amp. I love that it has a relatively compact footprint
Mhm.
because, as you know, I don't really have much room on any of my desks,
Right.
so that's always nice. Now, the DAC section of the FIIO K17 is built around AKM's flagship AK4191, AK4499EX combo, and there are 2 of the AK4499EXs in there,
Mhm.
so the DAC section is extremely capable on the K17. But the amp section is also very capable.
Yeah.
It's actually a discrete Class AB transistor amplifier circuit. I love that it's a discrete design. I love that it outputs up to 4,000 milliwatts.
Yep.
It has quite a bit of drive. And I also love the fact that it's so flexible in its drive and so quiet in terms of self-noise that I can plug the most sensitive in-ears into it. No self-noise whatsoever. It's what I call, that amp helps it become what I call a reviewer's amp.
Yeah.
In that you can plug anything into it, including hard to drive over ears or, like I said, super sensitive in ears. I love the flexibility of FIIO's desktop components these days. They have so many inputs and outputs.
Oh, yeah.
For example, the USB inputs on this.
Yeah.
Back and front.
Yes, I love seeing USB-C on the front because if I have something like a phone or a laptop that I don't want to get behind the unit and plug it in,
Right.
I could just sit down, quickly plug it in, get to listening.
Exactly. My main computer is plugged into the USB-C input on the back.
Yeah.
And on the front, if I want to use, like you mentioned, like a tablet or a DAP
Yeah.
or my phone and just DAC it really quickly using the K17, it's nice to have that front access.
Mhm.
So that's a lovely thing. And then, again, a slew of inputs and outputs. It also has Bluetooth, which we both actually really appreciate.
Yeah, and networking support.
Oh, yeah, networking support. Ethernet, Wi-Fi. And it's dual band, 2.4G, 5G. I do love that it has, for balanced headphone outputs,
Mhm.
as well as unbalanced, by the way, but it has 4.4 millimeter and XLR.
Yes, it's nice to see both.
Again, makes it more of a reviewer's amp.
Yeah.
Right? So no matter what you have, you can plug it in. Okay. Now, on HeadFi's forums, FIIO confirmed for somebody who asked if this was the successor of the very popular FIIO K9 Pro, and they said, yes, it is.
Okay, they look nothing alike.
They look nothing alike. And the K9 Pro is immensely popular.
Yeah.
But the K17, and something I love about it, is it has that retro look.
Yes.
It has that retro look, and it's also a retro sort of touchy-feely thing, too, with the knobs.
Yeah.
So, for example, the gain settings that I talked, 5 different gain settings on that amp, from, low to whatever the highest is, like ultra or decibel. I don't remember what they call the highest setting. And it's done with a knob that has such a nice feel.
Mhm.
And I like having that instead of going through a menu setting to change gain settings. I love that it's just a knob. And the funny thing about it is the screen also looks kind of retro.
Yeah.
It's kind of this basic looking screen, but that's also just, kind of the style. If you swipe left to right, and it is a touch screen, which may not be obvious when you first look at it, and it comes with a remote, but you can swipe left to right on the touch screen, and it just unveils, like right away, a slew of options.
Yeah.
Right? So anyways, we won't get into that. But one of the options we should mention, 31-band high-precision lossless PEQ, a parametric EQ,
Right.
including some presets, which are nice. I actually used the Jazz preset with a headphone that I was driving with it just before we shot this. And I should also mention, as with anything from FIIO these days, especially in terms of their electronics, they use the highest quality components inside.
do.
And this thing is loaded.
Yeah.
All you have to do is look through those top vents, and you can see the electronics go like right up just underneath the top surface. So I bet you if we open this thing up, it probably just has layers of stuff going on inside.
Yeah.
So the FIIO K17 to me is so easy to fall in love with. I think it's a fantastic successor to the K9 Pro. I love the retro look and feel. It's a very exciting piece. You can see why I've fallen in love with it. It's a can't miss at CanJam.
This is the FIIO M21. It's not the JM21. I'll talk about that here in a moment. This is the M21. It is the entry-level model in FIIO's flagship FIIO family of products, the JM21s in their Jade Audio line. Now, the M21, inside of this, it has a quad CS43198 matrix DAC, and this is a fully balanced architecture all the way through. You get 3.5 millimeter and 4.4 millimeter outputs, and for power, you're going to get up to 950 milliwatts when you're running out of that balanced 4.4 millimeter
that's
connection.
Actually quite a bit of drive for such a small.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's also running an 8-core, 6-nanometer Snapdragon 680 processor, so it's reasonably snappy. It has Android 13, has a dual power supply, which I think is very cool because you have a dedicated USB-C input for power, which means you can run desktop mode. Now, for those that know, desktop mode is typically something we see in FIIO's flagship class digital audio players. It's nice to see something like that in something as affordable as this. It's a really, really cool feature.
I agree.
It has a 4.7-inch display, which in my opinion is the right size for a DAP.
Yeah, you like smaller DAPs.
Yeah.
I tend to gravitate toward the larger DAPs, but you do like them on the smaller side.
You like 6-inch DAPs. I like the 4.5, 4.7-inch range. It's a wonderful size, perfect in the hand and the pocket. It also has a really cool optional cassette-style protective case. It's a very cool retro look. You pop this in there, it's got little cassette dial and buttons up top. I think it's really, really
neat.
Neat.
As old as I am, I find that actually very cute and charming.
It is.
Yeah.
And that's under $50. Now, speaking of price, I do want to mention that this right around $300. So you're getting a lot of value. But I mentioned that JM21 earlier, and people would think, well, the JM21 is less expensive than the M21, so what really are we getting for differences? So the FIIO M21 compared to the Jade Audio FIIO JM21, they both share the same processor and the same operating system, but the M21 has more memory. So the JM21 has 3 gigabytes of memory. The M21 has 4 gigabytes of memory. There's more DACs inside the M21, so it's a dual DAC design in the JM21. It's a quad DAC design in the M21. And because this is a physically larger unit, you get more battery inside, which means more battery life. And in my opinion, when you can get more battery life at the trade-off of a little thickness, I'm usually going to go for it. It's, especially in a digital audio player when I'm on the road, wonderful to have that battery life. Now, that $300 price point, you might think, I'm going to pair this only with budget-friendly things. No, don't do that. Pair it with everything.
Right.
So I've paired this with high-end, very expensive IEMs, and when you think about the $300 price point, I got to say, I was actually blown away.
I'm not surprised. FIIO's engineering capabilities are incredible. I visited their lab several years ago. They've since updated it, but the engineering capabilities, the test and measurement facilities they had there were incredible.
Yep.
So, yeah, it's an incredible company when it comes to engineering and engineering value into gear.
Yep.
And I think the M21 is just another example of that.
It definitely is. So if you're on budget this CanJam and you're looking for something, or even if you're not on a budget and you just want to see what's out there, the M21, you got to check this out. This is another release in FIIO's retro-inspired series of products. This is the FIIO RR11. It is a radio tuner, an FM radio tuner, and I'm here for it.
Yes.
So this is a aluminum chassis. It's got a retro style look to it. It's a 13 millimeter thick body. It has an aluminum alloy volume knob. And I do want to say about this, for the price of this product, this is a very well built, very well constructed. The knob has a nice twist to it and a lot of good resistance. I actually kind of surprised with the build quality on that. It has a scrolling tuning wheel on the side. So if you remember old radio systems with the scrolling indicator, that's here. And I'm, again, 100% here for it because it just takes me back to, my youth. There's a built-in antenna, and speaking of antenna, this is compatible with radio frequencies here in the US, but also Japanese frequencies, and there are a number of places around the world where you're going to be able to use this for radio functionality. On the side, it has a tuning switch, and that tuning switch offers a bass mode and what they call bass boost plus 3D. Now, the bass boost, as you might expect, it just boosts the bass, which is great for radio because you get back some of the frequencies that are lost during the broadcast. But that bass boost plus 3D is an immersive sound processing, and it actually does some really cool stuff for the radio. I think you're going to dig it when you get the chance to take this from me to play with it. It gets an 8.5-hour runtime, and that can be charged while listening, which I always appreciate, and it does charge via USB-C. Now, I want to talk about USB-C. It comes with this USB-C cable. This USB-C cable is very specific, do not lose it, because it has a DAC built into it, and you might be wondering, why is there a DAC built into this? Well, this also can serve as a portable amplifier when paired with this DAC, and you basically switch this into amp mode, connect this to your portable device, your laptop, or whatever, and then you're going to get a portable DAC amp combo, basically, from FIIO. That's going to give you a runtime of 17.5 hours, so you're more than doubling the battery life when you use that mode, which I think is excellent. It also comes in the box with these, a pair of retro-inspired earbuds. Now, I'm not the biggest earbud user, so I've been primarily using this more with in-ear monitors. However, out of the box, you get a pair of in-ears, and if we think back to the days of portable radios, I mean, this really was what we were using.
Yep.
It comes in a number of finishes. You have options for black, silver, red, or titanium gold. We have the silver here, which has that kind of cool classic look to it. But I think from the photos, my favorite color has to be that titanium gold. It kind of looks like a champagne-y color. I think it's beautiful. And all this, $49.99 US, which is kind of crazy.
That's awesome.
Because you think about it, you're getting a portable DAC amp combo for $50 from FIIO, with FIIO engineering behind it, and it also has a radio tuner built into it with 3 different FM frequency bands. That's wild to me. I can't believe that.
Yeah, I'm still a radio guy, and there's just nothing these days released with a tuner anymore.
Yeah.
And when I was a young audiophile, now I'm an old audiophile, but when I was a young audiophile, I used to have this, there was a high-end tuner by a company called, well, several tuners by a company called Magnum Dynalab.
Yeah.
I used to fantasize about Magnum Dynalab tuners, but could never afford them. So I still, to this day, have never picked up a Magnum Dynalab. That said, that'll help fulfill my Magnum Dynalab fantasies. Of course, it's not a Magnum Dynalab, but it is a tuner.
Yes.
And I can't wait to use it since you've been using it the whole time.
I might give it up for a little bit.
So, Brian, that's the FIIO S15, and when it was announced, we were both pretty surprised.
Right.
So I was surprised because I didn't know FIIO was going to be releasing a full-size desktop dedicated media streamer, media server component. I did not know. And so I was pleasantly surprised. I have been increasingly interested in incorporating a dedicated streamer into my system, mostly because a few of my hi-fi friends, including Ethan, who goes by Third Eye on the forums, he produces our CanJam shows, has been telling me I need to incorporate a streamer in my system.
Right.
And he uses an Inuos. We've had an Inuos come through here.
Yeah. We had a Hi-Fi Rose as well.
Hi-Fi Rose, Eversolo.
Yes.
We've never had them long enough to live with.
Right.
All right. Now I've had this one long enough to live with, and I will say I get it. All right. So let's talk about what it is. Again, it's a fully balanced desktop high-res audio streamer. Functionality-wise, so much functionality, but it has media streamer, local playback, decoder, preamplifier. It is fully balanced. The architecture is fully balanced, including everything from the DAC decoding to the preamplifier stage. So the whole thing fully balanced. I love that it has a preamplifier functionality.
Right.
That is not entirely common in all streamers. So I love having that. I'll get to that in a minute. The DAC is built around AKM's flagship AK4191 and AK4499EX combo. So flagship AKM setup for the DAC. That's lovely. Snapdragon 660 processor, reasonably snappy performance, which I like.
Yep.
And then dominating that front panel, as you can see, is a very large screen for this type of device. 7.84-inch touchscreen display. They say that it's automotive grade, which I can understand because it's quite bright and responsive. And it has capacitive navigation buttons on the side, and then it is a touchscreen. Audiophile grade components inside. No big surprise from FIIO.
Yep.
Elna audio capacitors. I'm not going to name them all. Dual high-performance, ultra-low noise femtosecond crystal oscillators, WEMA film capacitors, and a 35-watt low-noise linear power supply.
Yeah, built in.
Built in. So you guys who like to try to find linear power supplies for your devices, you're not going to need to. There's one built in.
Yep.
And there's just so many other components. I'm not going to list them all here because it looks like an audiophile parts inventory.
Yeah, it does.
Full digital, analog, and power separation.
I love seeing that.
I do too. So what I mean is those sections, the digital, analog, and power sections, are all physically separated and shielded from each other.
Right.
And yes, like you, I love when they do that. Android 12, streaming app support, full Google Play Store. I came in the other day, and you were running YouTube on the built-in screen.
Oh yeah, because I wanted it as background music. It was great.
So he was watching and listening to YouTube on the built-in screen. I thought that was funny. Input, so many inputs. I'm not going to list those all either. USB optical coax AES, Bluetooth 5.1. We love that it supports Bluetooth.
Yes.
SD card slot, and USB 3.2 M2 SSD expansion.
Right.
All right. When you told me it had that, I said, I want to be able to store music locally on it, which is what it's for. And we went out and got a 4 terabyte SSD to put in that slot, which is nice that it goes right into it, and filled it with 4 terabytes of outstanding music. Well, you might not like all my music, but anyway, 4 terabytes of music, and I love that I can listen to that separate from a computer setup, just completely separate from anything, that it's a standalone media server at that point. HDMI ARC decoding, which you love.
Yep.
Right now it's here, but when I get home, it's going to be back on my desk. Yeah. And it's right next to me. But one of the things I think might happen is I might start using it because it's hard for me to not want to use all of that functionality and put it in the front of my living room, maybe.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah. I think I'm going to have to do that. Digital outputs. I don't think I mentioned that yet. Did I mention that?
No.
Optical coax, HDMI, I2S, AES, analog outputs, 2 stereo RCA sets, and balanced XLR. So there's no built-in headphone amp. So know that. But because of that preamp functionality, one of the things that I really enjoy with it is that I can use it. We have some amps here that require a preamp, that they don't have their own built-in volume functionality. And this, I love using it for that.
Yeah.
So that's cool. 10-band high precision, parametric EQ, companion app compatible. So this, Ethan, I'm listening to you. You've been telling me I need to get a media streamer, dedicated media streamer in my system. So why is it better? First of all, it sounds fantastic. Like with the amps I've tried it with.
Right.
And it sounds fantastic for what it is, even separate from that. And maybe one of the reasons is something Ethan mentioned to me, is that it's separate from a computer. It's separate from anything else. It's all of this top-notch hardware, top-notch components inside this device, dedicated to only that purpose. Unlike in your computer where it's doing 3 billion other things. Yeah. Especially my computer where everybody teases me for how many windows I keep open.
Yep.
And maybe that's something to do with it. But here's what I'll say. I'm starting to get it big time. And I think at CanJam, when you have a chance to check out the FIIO S15, do so. Even if you never thought of incorporating a device like this into your systems, I think like me, you absolutely will once you've played with it there, and ask them to show you around the different functionality. Fantastic device.
Now, as you're well aware, but they don't know yet, I recently moved into a new home. And when you're setting up a house, there's so many boxes and things going on. You don't necessarily want to wear headphones because my girlfriend and I might be calling out for each other, or we might set a headphone down for a second and then forget where they are in the maze of the house. Well, that's where this came in handy, because this is the FIIO SA1. It's an active speaker, and they've been fantastic. So first of all, these are only $179. I do love the price tag. It has a 3.5-inch wood fiber woofer that is the same as the woofer found in FIIO's SP3BT Bluetooth speaker. And it has, as they say, bass extension all the way down to 65 hertz. It has a 3/4-inch aluminum magnesium alloy tweeter, and those are connected with an electronic two-way crossover. You'll get for power up to 20 watts of power out of the woofer and 5 watts of power out of the tweeter. For something this small, they do get deceptively loud, and they also have a very nice tonal balance to them. I want to mention also, you'll see on the side there's a glowing little dial on there. So that is your input and volume adjustment, but below that is a bass dial. And guess what? I did not keep this at the lowest level of bass. Actually, I wound up kind of right around the middle. It's actually a really good sounding system for $179. I love them.
Brian, you turned up the bass.
I did turn up the bass a little bit, believe it or not.
We're so proud of you.
I know you are. So inputs, you've got a number of digital inputs. You've got USB Type-C, optical, coax, and of course Bluetooth. You have analog inputs. You have stereo RCA and 3.5 millimeter for connectivity, so you have a lot of options there. The Bluetooth is Bluetooth 5.4, so that supports SBC, AAC, and LDAC. And one of the coolest features, I think, is that it does have a subwoofer output on it. So if you happen to have an active subwoofer you want to connect to it, you can do that and go below that 65 hertz threshold. It has a built-in phono pre, so anybody that's hooking up a record player to it, you're just going to have fun straight out of the box.
That's actually pretty groovy.
It is.
Yeah.
It's compatible with FIIO's app, which means you also get access to their 31-band lossless parametric EQ, which I think is very cool, and there are some built-in presets for that as well. I've just mainly been using the bass dial to toggle it in as we need it. It has a 12 millimeter thick, high density MDF cabinet. I love the retro styling they went with for this because it reminds me of a number of speakers that I've seen in the past that just kind of, live rent-free in my brain because I'm constantly thinking about them. Well, it has that similar kind of aesthetic. I mentioned the physical controls already. It also below the 2 dials has a power button, so you can turn it on and off from the unit. Now, one thing about power for active monitors, I tend not to want to have them actively turn off on their own after a set period of time. It does have an automatic standby mode, but you can disable it in the app if you're like me and you don't want that. Again, $179. FIIO delivers a lot of value in very, very affordable packages. This is another one, and at CanJam, I mean, you have to hear them.
Yeah, their engineering is superb. I haven't even had much of a chance to listen to these because you've had them.
They've been in my house the whole time, yeah.
And I'm also just excited that you discovered the bass knob actually turns clockwise.
Yeah. Now, speaking of FIIO, there's something else that FIIO is going to be showing at CanJam. So FIIO has a new brand. It's called Snowsky. And Snowsky, you might have already gathered from the headphone that I'm wearing, is going after a retro aesthetic. All the products in their family are going to be retro inspired.
Big time.
And they're looking basically to go for anybody who wants a retro look, but with more modern tech inside. So for example, Bluetooth DAC amp combos like this, which is the Retro Nano, or portable digital audio players like the Echo Mini that you're holding, or the Wind headphone that I'm wearing. The Retro Nano is the one that I've spent the most time with. This is the one that I connected with most. It's a very compact Bluetooth DAC amp combo. For Bluetooth, it supports SBC, aptX, aptX HD, aptX LL, aptX Adaptive, and LDAC. So you have a lot of the most modern Bluetooth codecs in there. It has dual CS43131 DACs, 3.5 millimeter and 4.4 millimeter output. And for power output, that's going to put out up to 220 milliwatts via the 4.4 millimeter output. It has a dynamic retro UI. It has 8 sound presets, and those are actually tunable. You can adjust them via the app, or you can adjust them via a web portal if you are connected via computer. It has a detachable, rechargeable 3.7 volt lithium battery, which is actually kind of cool. It's right back here. So you can recharge this, or you can pop it out and swap the battery if you need to on the go. This even supports car mode, which is something you see on their more expensive FIIO BTR series. So that's really nice in a product like this, which is highly affordable. It's about $60 US. And it's even compatible with the PS5. So for something that looks like it's a very classic piece, it has very modern internals. Just actually a lot like the Echo Mini that you have. That is a digital audio player, very pocketable, very affordable, also right around $60 US. That has 8 gigabytes of built-in memory, and you can expand it up to 256 gigabytes via micro SD. Has dual CS43131 DACs, also has 3.5 millimeter and 4.4 millimeter output. However, that one gets a little more power. That one does about 250 milliwatts via 4.4 millimeter. Has an IPS screen, which is a really nice retro UI that you're showing off there. Looks kind of like a cassette. I love the style. That has Bluetooth 5.3, and it gets you about 15 hours of battery life. There's no swappable battery, so you have to charge that one via cable. Now, you might think that both of these are very affordable, right around $60. This is even more affordable. It's a 40 millimeter Japanese diaphragm driver inside of this, which is the Snowsky Wind. This is only $20. And, when you pair these two together, either, the DAC amp combo or the digital audio player, you're going to have a complete system for under $100 with a very classic retro look. So anybody that really wants that aesthetic, but still wants to be able to use all their modern digital accoutrements, this is the way to do it.
Yeah, I want to make clear, because when you look at this, it looks like a micro cassette player.
It does.
Because that cassette UI.
Yeah.
And then that also looks like a miniature sort of cassette player. These are not. These are both digital. They're
100%
not,
digital.
Yeah, so there's not any tapes in here. The headphones bring back so many memories when I see those on your head. I think I was like single-digit age kid. Didn't have the budget for Sony Walkman with the cassette player in it. So ended up with a much less expensive AM/FM radio.
Oh yeah.
From Panasonic, I believe.
Yep.
That came with headphones that, as I recall, looked a lot like those.
Yeah.
And so many retro childhood memories are coming back to me.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're looking for that retro aesthetic and you're going to be at CanJam, definitely stop by FIIO's exhibit and check out the Snowsky line. AV1 will be your one-stop shop for all things Astell&Kern at CanJam Singapore, including the recently released Astell&Kern SP3000M Copper Nickel and a brand new, never-before-seen model called the PS10. You'll also find Fosi Audio's family of products, and I've been spending some time with the Fosi Audio K7. Let's take a deep dive into just some of the audio electronics you'll find at AV1.
Now, every once in a great while, before we shoot one of these CanJam preview videos, something actually surprises us completely. Like we didn't even know it was going to be a thing.
Yep.
And we were a bit shocked by this one. Astell&Kern did it to us this time. It's the Astell&Kern PS10. And it's going to be at CanJam Singapore at the AV1 exhibit, so make sure to check it out. Such an enigma this is to us right now that we don't even know where in Astell&Kern's lineup it's going to be.
No, but if you asked me, I'm going to guess on the higher end.
I'm going to guess so too, just based on the construction, the materials, the features, which we'll get to in a second, that we know of, and the fact that it comes with that groovy dock.
Yes.
So it comes with this desktop dock. It has XLR outputs on the back and USB inputs, so you can use your PS10 when it's docked as a desktop component. I think that's very cool.
Right.
All right, let's talk about what we do know about it. It uses the AKM AK4498EX, and they say it's the world's first application of the AK4498EX in a digital audio player. More specifically, the configurations, the AKM 4191EQ x2 dual modulator plus the AKM 4498EX x4, which is a dual plus dual DAC configuration.
Right.
All right, here's something that is unique to it, I believe. Yeah, it's equipped with impedance adaptive dual amplifiers.
Oh, this is a cool feature.
Yeah, I was just trying to think if anything else has it. No, this is new for this.
Yeah.
This is a cool feature. So it has different sound tunings that have been applied considering the average impedance of the connected earphones and headphones. All right, there's the normal gain amp, which reproduces delicate details and high-purity sound quality, expressing the original sound faithfully. This is according to the text they sent us. The normal gain amp can output up to 5.5 volts RMS. The high gain amp is specialized in handling complex and dynamic sounds, expressing audio signals more vividly and clearly. The high gain amp can output up to 8.3 volts RMS. All right, so I played with both.
Yeah.
And you have to volume match them, though, because one has higher gain than the other. I've gravitated toward the high gain amp.
Okay.
And even with IEMs, because Astell&Kern players have essentially no self-noise, I don't mind even using high gain with most IEMs. And I've been gravitating toward that. So compare those at CanJam with your IEMs. Try both, or your headphones. Try both of those amps to see which you prefer. Okay, here's a neat feature. There is an automatic amplifier matching mode that they call Smart Gain. So this will automatically, based on what you plug in, if you're in that mode, choose one of those two amps we just talked about. So it says the PS10 instantly checks the impedance of the connected receiver upon plugging in your earphone or headphone and automatically sets the appropriate amp. Regardless of which earphones or headphones are connected, it automatically distinguishes between low and high impedance without cumbersome settings and matches the optimal amp.
Right.
I think that's pretty cool.
It is.
So you can choose that setting, that Smart Gain setting, or manually choose one of those two amp settings. Also, for the PS10, Astell&Kern designed independent dual audio circuits for unbalanced and balanced, that's a pretty unique feature to this.
It is.
Which they say, and I'd expect, improves audio performance. The body is stainless steel and beautifully constructed and designed.
Yes.
Some sharp corners on it, though.
It does.
I want a case for that. Yeah, I want a case for that. Built-in memory is 256 gigs, which is nice. I think you can use up to a 2 terabyte SD card with it as well, micro SD card.
Yeah.
The battery, 5770. So a 5,770 milliamp hour, 3.8 volt lithium polymer battery.
Great size battery.
Yes, and that provides around 15 hours of runtime.
Now that's actually pretty long for an Astell&Kern player.
Yeah, that's actually pretty long. Actually,
on the longer side,
that's on the longer side for any DAP.
Yeah.
So this, again, the Astell&Kern PS10 for us, still a bit of a mystery. We don't know exactly where it is in the lineup. I'm going to guess, like we said, that it's going to be on the higher end. But whatever the case may be, it sounds beautiful. Again, I tried the two different amp modes. I prefer so far the high gain amp. And yeah, this you can't miss at AV1's exhibit at CanJam Singapore.
All right, I want to take a second to talk about something that I find very exciting. This is Astell&Kern's A&Ultima SP3000M. Now, that may sound familiar to a lot of people because they have the Astell&Kern A&Ultima SP3000, which is their top-of-the-line flagship cost-no-object DAP. It's a fantastic DAP.
Incredible player.
And this is basically a tiny version of that, and I really appreciate this. So inside, like the SP3000, you'll find AKM's flagship DAC combination, which is 4 AKM AK4499EXs and 2 AKM AK4191 EQs. It has Astell&Kern's Terraton Alpha sound solution, which is what gives a lot of Astell&Kern players that classic Astell&Kern sound that we've come to know and love. And this one of the biggest changes right now, you'll notice right away, is that this one's smaller.
Quite a bit smaller.
So the SP3000 has a 5.46-inch display with a 1080 by 1920 resolution. This one comes in at 4.1 inches with a 720 by 1280. And I'm going to be honest, size-wise, I prefer this one. It's smaller, easier to fit in my hand, easier to toss into a bag. I very much like the size to this. It does feature the same Qualcomm Snapdragon 6125 octa-core CPU, and it outputs a maximum of 6.3 volts RMS balanced. So a lot of drive for a little player.
Which is the same as the SP3000.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, because this is smaller, it does have a slightly smaller battery life. I don't know the exact battery life differences, so it will be a little shorter than the SP3000. However, I haven't run into any issues. I'm using this. So I've been using this pretty much since it came in.
Yes.
And I've been loving my time with it. It's fast, it's snappy, it sounds phenomenal. And it it's running Android, so you can run a lot of different music apps through it as well.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, you have pretty much taken it from the moment it came in.
Yep.
Because I think what was that Sony player that you used for so many years?
The NWZX300, which I still have.
Yeah, which is very small and light.
Yeah.
This one comes in, you're like, ooh, it's an SP3000, but smaller. And then I haven't seen it since.
Smaller and lighter.
I literally have not used that, I don't think, once.
Yeah, which is why it's my fingerprints all over this absolutely lovely chrome tanned cowhide case. It's beautiful. I love this thing. And I will say, for an Astell&Kern player, they do tend to have a little bit of pointy corners sometimes. The leather case makes it so easy to carry and it's just comfortable in the hand. I can use this thing for hours. It's going to be a travel companion for a while.
I'd like to try it.
No.
Now, as you well know, I am a tube audio enthusiast, and I have been, since I was pretty much a kid.
Mm-hmm.
And as a result, this player from Astell&Kern, which is their Ultima SP3000T, T standing for tube, is perhaps my favorite portable digital audio player of all time.
Right.
So the tube amp circuit in it uses dual Raytheon Jan 6418 mil-spec vintage tubes. I don't know of any other player that uses those tubes.
I can't think of a single one.
And those tubes, I think, are largely responsible for giving this that classic and modern tube amp sound. Like it sounds like a desktop tube amp in terms of tonality, the holographic soundstage, harmonic richness. Love that about it. Now, you can use it in solid state mode as well, or you can hybridize between pure tube mode and pure solid state mode to varying degrees on the fly so you can hear the effect immediately.
Right.
Now, this is also a flagship player, in the flagship class, in the Ultima class of Astell&Kern's players. So it uses the AKM flagship DAC setup, which is the AKM AK4191EQ, AK4499EX combo. And then it also uses the Snapdragon 6125 octa-core processor with 8 gigs of DDR4 memory. So it's like the SP3000 or the SP3000M.
Yeah.
Very responsive UI. Very important to me. I do not like lag when I'm scrolling and touching things. And this has a very snappy, quick response. Again, very important to me. All of these things, but especially that tube circuit, all of these things result in what, again, is probably my favorite portable digital audio player of all time. So if you're at CanJam and you have a chance to hear the SP3000T, if you're just curious to know what a fantastic little tube circuit sounds like, one you can use with IEMs and over-ear headphones, and I do, make sure to check out the SP3000T from Astell&Kern.
So, Jude, I don't even think you've seen the Fosi Audio K7.
No, quite literally. I think this is my first time seeing it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I stole that right away. So it's a gaming DAC amp, and it will be at CanJam. Now, I do like what's going on with this. There's a lot of really cool stuff inside and some really cool features. So let's dive in real fast. The Fosi Audio K7 has AKM's AK4493 SEQ DAC inside, and that is paired with a custom-designed balanced headphone circuit, which delivers 2100 milliwatts at 32 ohms via the balanced 4.4 millimeter output on the front, or 600 milliwatts at 32 ohms via the 3.5 millimeter output. It supports headphones with an impedance range from 16 to 300 ohms, so a wide range of headphones are compatible with it. Generous amounts of digital inputs. It's got USB, optical, coax, and Bluetooth 5.0, and that supports SBC, AAC aptX, aptX HD, and aptX LL. You'll also notice that because it's a gaming DAC amp, it does have a microphone input, and this is compatible for the mic system with PC, PS5, PS5 Pro, Nintendo Switch, and it has a noise reduction muting circuit built into it as well. It has stereo RCA outputs on the rear, so if you wanted to pair this to a dedicated amplifier for, say, like an electrostatic system, or if you wanted to run to like active monitors or whatever, you have that option as well, which is very nice. I do like the chassis quite a bit. It's a CNC aluminum alloy chassis, and it has a lovely sandblasted finish. I love matte finishes, and it looks very nice to my eyes. Size-wise, too, this fits perfectly on my little tiny postage stamp of a desk at home. It's just the right size for me. It does have dual volume control knobs up top, and it has shortcut buttons. Now, I want to talk about some of the features that you can control with these buttons. For example, it has a built-in EQ system that I think is very intuitive and easy to use. You have plus or minus on bass, you have plus or minus on treble, which I find comes in handy if you're using it as a gaming amp for games where you want more specific areas of focus. So in a game that's single player and I want explosions, I might boost the bass a little bit. If it's more competitive and I want to potentially get a little competitive edge, boost the treble, kind of get, clearer footsteps or bullet sounds, that sort of stuff. And it has a quick bypass mode. So if you're at the desk and you're listening, for a game, you have it in one mode. The second you want to switch to music, just hit that bypass, switches right over. All in all, it's a very well thought out system. And I think, once we're done filming this, I'm taking it back home and putting it on my desk again.
And I probably still won't see it.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's the Matrix Audio TT1.
Mm-hmm.
And as you know, I'm a lot more excited about it than I thought I'd be given what it is.
Right.
What it is a dedicated digital audio transport. Doesn't have a DAC inside. Dedicated digital audio transport. But then I put it in my system.
Mm-hmm.
I get it.
Yeah.
All right. So Matrix Audio actually calls it a mid-range digital audio transport, which caught me off guard a little bit because of its performance and its build.
Mm-hmm.
The build is so beautiful. The chassis is gorgeous. I mean, it feels very high-end. And I've used a lot of high-end gear. That feels like high-end gear.
Right.
And it performs like high-end gear in my system. But apparently they have at least one unit above it. So one I'm familiar with, for example, is the Matrix Audio NT1, which looks like a bigger version of that one, has higher quality components inside. Better power supply, and a lot more expensive.
Right.
So the price of this one is $2,249 US. I wasn't sure what to think about that because, that's not inexpensive.
Mm-hmm.
Then I put it on my system and I totally get it. Like now I have no issue with the price. In fact, I think it's a good value, solid value. Let's talk about what the TT1 has inside and out. It has a wide color touchscreen. It's actually a really nice screen.
Right.
We don't know the size of the screen officially, but we measured it's like 8 or 9 inches diagonally. Dual femtosecond clocks. Local and cloud music server, digital volume control for use with active monitors with digital inputs. There are more and more active monitors out there, so that's a good thing. Yep. I've been using the fixed output for my configuration, which I'll go over in a second. Custom MA player Hi-Fi Streamer OS. So the operating system in it has a built-in player, among other features. So when you're playing your music, you can use the built-in player. There's also an available MA remote app for iOS and Android. I've been using the iPad version. It's actually quite nice for controlling and configuring it.
Mm-hmm.
It has AirPlay 2, Tidal Connect, Spotify Connect, DLNA, UPnP, and it's also Roon certified. We are Roon heads around here. If you guys don't use Roon, try Roon. Again, it just helps with the experiential whole thing of listening to music.
Right.
I love it. And managing your library. I love how it seamlessly integrates all my different libraries online and local storage. Digital outputs, coax, optical, AES EBU, I2S, RI2S, and USB DAC. I've been using the USB DAC. I'll try the others. Dual USB 3.0 ports, connect CD driver external storage, features automatic CD ripping. I have a pretty big CD collection.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't ripped all of them, but I've ripped most of them. I'm going to have to try it for some of the ones I haven't ripped. Networking options include gigabit LAN and Wi-Fi 6 with 2.4 and 5 gigahertz. I have a pretty fast mesh network. Wi-Fi, so I've been using Wi-Fi. I know they recommend using wired whenever possible.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's going to happen. I'm going to probably stick with Wi-Fi because it's been working beautifully. Expandable storage via M2 SSD and support for optional linear power. So apparently that would improve the performance. I find that hard to believe, but I guess I'm sure it would. So I'll have to try that someday. All right, here's how I have it configured. So I brought it home, decided to use it in the reference rig I have set up at home right now, my desktop headphone system. And what that is my Mac Studio USB out to the Chord Electronics M scaler, to the Chord Electronics Dave as the DAC. Fantastic system. So I put this in using Roon, streaming over the network to that, then using its USB output to the M scaler, bypassing the computer. And my system sounds better for it. And I get a cool media screen, control screen. Why? I don't know exactly. Right? Reduced digital noise and jitter. That's a possibility. That seems to be one of the things that I think people say that are streamer enthusiasts. Guys like Ethan, who produces our CanJam shows, he's a big streamer enthusiast. Improved signal isolation. Makes sense. Enhanced digital output options because, maybe because it's bypassing the USB output of my very busy computer. That's hardly purpose-built, when you consider everything else my computer's doing, and I have a busy computer. And it's also dedicated audio processing, right? It's a purpose-built instrument for exactly that. So I don't know exactly why it's making my system better, which I didn't know was possible.
Yeah.
But it does. And for that reason, I'm excited about this. I'd love to try that NT1 at some point, or maybe not, because it is a lot more expensive. But the TT1 at CanJam, if you have a chance to use it at a CanJam, use it. Evaluate it any way they'll let you, because it is so good.
Now, here at HeadFi HQ, it's not surprising that we would have used dongle DACs when they first became a thing many years ago.
No, we started experimenting right away.
Yeah, right away. And that was a long time ago.
It was.
Now dongle DACs back then, there were some good ones.
Yeah, and some that were not so good.
Yeah, definitely some not so good ones.
Yep.
But the good ones were good.
Yeah.
Anyway, we fell out of the dongle DAC scene for years.
Mm-hmm.
We kind of lost our excitement with the dongle DACs, and then Questyle brought us roaring back into the dongle DAC scene when they gave us a Questyle M15.
Yep.
We hooked it up to our mobile phones, turned them into high-end DAPs. We plugged in our most sensitive in-ears, zero self noise, and an exceptional sound quality.
Mm-hmm.
We were thrilled. We were back in the dongle DAC game.
Yep.
So this is the Questyle M18i, and they're just doing it again. They're getting us excited about dongle DACs again. This will be at CanJam. And the M18i uses dual ES9219Q DACs, so good DACs inside. Supports up to 32384. Not surprisingly from Questyle, it has a very nice chassis. All their stuff has nice chassis.
Yeah, they have for years.
CNC anodized aluminum alloy. Also not surprising from Questyle, current mode amplification.
Yep.
4 sets of SIP modules. I believe that stands for System and Package Modules, using Questyle's current mode amplification. 4.4 millimeter and 3.5 millimeter outputs. Built-in microphone. I'm going to get to that in a minute. Fully laminated OLED display. It tells you pretty much everything you need to know.
It's a nice clear display, too.
It's actually a very nice clear display, yes.
Yeah.
3 modes with a switch that has 3 positions. PC mode allows for simultaneous charging and audio playback over USB.
Yeah, which is actually not something you'll find in every dongle DAC.
No, and another thing that's inherent in that very description is that it has a battery.
Yes.
So it has its own battery, something also not in every dongle DAC. So I love that you can charge it while listening
Yeah, exactly.
in PC mode. Bluetooth mode, which is actually the mode I've been using most with it.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Bluetooth 5.4.
Yeah.
AAC, SBC, aptX, aptX HD, aptX Adaptive, LDAC, LE Audio. I've been using LDAC with my Android phone. Phenomenal sound quality, and something I'm also very excited about. I've noticed this about a lot of later generation LDAC-enabled products. A pretty rock-solid connection.
Yeah.
In the earliest days of LDAC, it could be very touchy.
Yep.
Like, if I use it in this position, I get a good connection, And then with this one, it's rock-solid.
Yep.
I totally dig that. Mobile and phone mode. Does not draw power from the phone because, again, it has its own battery. Features noise reduction technology. Qualcomm's 8th generation clear voice capture. That's to do with the microphone.
Yeah.
So when you're using it with Bluetooth, with your phone, and a call comes in, or you want to make a call, you don't have to take off your high-end IEM or headphone, whatever you're using with it, because of the microphone. And it's actually a very nice microphone.
Yeah, it is.
And it works really well.
Yeah.
So
I can't tell you how many times I've been listening to music and a call comes in. If the microphone on the device I'm using is not good, I'm not going to use it.
yeah,
It has a clear, wonderful microphone.
it actually does. It is usable, and it's only $399.
Yeah.
So as dongle DACs go, it's a beautiful performer. I want to talk about the sound quality very quickly because I've used it with, again, very sensitive IEMs, my most sensitive IEMs, the kind that I'll put 90 dB at 4 millivolts, right? And no self-noise. I've used it with several high-end over-ear headphones.
Yeah.
And just beautiful tonality. This is a wonderful dongle DAC. The Questyle M18i is definitely something you don't want to miss at CanJam.
Now, on the table right here, as you well know, is one of my highest reference systems.
Yeah.
That's the HIFIMAN EF1000 DAC, which is what I'm talking about primarily in this segment. I happen to have it paired here with the HIFIMAN Susvara Unveiled, which is their flagship planar magnetic headphone. Together, as a system, I would compare this system to anything and any price. Phenomenal system.
Yeah.
Again, one of my highest reference systems. Anyways, let's talk about what the EF1000 DAC is. It's HIFIMAN's flagship DAC amp combo, obviously desktop size. As you can see, the EF1000 DAC is a very full-size DAC amp. Now, the DAC section inside it uses their top-of-the-line version of HIFIMAN's Himalaya R2R ladder DAC architecture called Himalaya Pro.
Right.
And there are actually 4 Himalaya Pro DACs inside the EF1000 DAC. Now, R2R DAC enthusiasts watching this are probably familiar. You might remember the PCM 1704 DAC. That's another R2R DAC. The highest realization, I think, of the PCM 1704 was the PCM 1704K.
I think so.
4 Himalaya Pros, which, again, the EF1000 has inside, the EF1000 DAC has inside, outperform 4 PCM 1704Ks in every technical respect.
Right.
And that's really saying something. So phenomenal R2R DAC inside the EF1000 DAC. Now let's talk about the amp section. The amp section is also very noteworthy with a newly developed fully discrete operational amplifier module in the input stage and a fully balanced amplifier output with a combination of field effect transistors and standard transistors. The amplifier uses a huge, also if you opened it up, there is a huge transformer inside using oxygen-free copper, quad-paired output transistors, if I didn't mention that already, high-end AC coupling capacitors, and a step potentiometer volume control. I really like that because I get perfect channel matching throughout. Phenomenal amp. It can output up to 13.7 watts into 32 ohms. It's designed, of course, to drive their flagship headphones. Of course, they're going to say that. But they'll drive anything. So no matter what your flagship headphone is, even if it's not made by HIFIMAN, at CanJam, if you have a chance to use an EF1000 DAC, you must. Because what I'll say is, if you're shopping for a flagship DAC, still, check out the EF1000 DAC. If you're shopping for a flagship headphone amp, try the EF1000 DAC. Because it just happens to have both of those things in one single very large chassis. Connectivity I want to mention very quickly too. It uses some pretty classic audiophile component design, right?
It does.
With what we're talking about. But there's some new touches as well, kind of new tech touches. So in addition to the RCA inputs, outputs, and then the XLR, you also have the USB input, of course, for the DAC.
Optical coax. And Bluetooth.
That's what I wanted to get to, is the Bluetooth. So it also has Bluetooth, which is cool. And that supports AAC, SBC, aptX, aptX HD, and LDAC. I found that quite unexpected, and given the type of component it is, but it's actually very cool to have.
I agree, and there's something else unexpected too on the back of this. There's a toggle for oversampling and non-oversampling modes.
Oh yeah, that's right.
You can switch back and forth between those while you're listening.
Yes, so that the effect happens in real time, right? The change happens in real time, so you can hear the difference between oversampling, non-oversampling modes. Thank you for reminding me. So again, no matter what you're shopping for, whether it's a flagship DAC amp combo or a flagship DAC flagship amp separately, you have to try the EF1000 DAC at CanJam with your headphones because it's phenomenal.
Now, I want to take a second to talk about an R2R DAC that I think is going to appeal to R2R DAC aficionados who are on a budget, or even potentially R2R DAC aficionados who are yet to become aficionados. This is HIFIMAN's EF500, and the EF500 is the most affordable desktop DAC amp system, I believe, with HIFIMAN's Himalaya architecture inside of it. This one has the Himalaya LE, so that's their entry-level DAC. And even though it's an entry-level R2R DAC inside of this, it has some excellent specs. So the EF500 comes in under $500, so just keep that in mind. This can output up to 4.5 watts into 32 ohms, so it has a good amount of drive. And we've even used it with great success on the Susvara and Susvara Unveiled.
Yes, we have.
So when you think about it, you're driving flagship class headphones with a headphone DAC amp combo that's definitely not flagship in price.
Right. One of the amps that you should consider, if you've gone broke.
Buying
a Susvara. Yeah, exactly.
So inputs, you have standard USB, but that's USB-C, which I appreciate. It does have coax, and it also has Ethernet LAN, so you can network connect this, which is very, very nice. Outputs, pretty standard again. You've got dual 3-pin XLR stereo RCA on the back. On the front for headphones, you got 4-pin XLR and 6.35 millimeter outputs. It also has a really cool dial on the front, which allows you to switch between a couple different modes. Two of those are high and low gain, pretty standard, but they also come with different pairings for oversampling and non-oversampling modes. So you've got a high gain oversampled, low gain oversampled, etc. You can switch back and forth between them. So if you're running a low gain device, you can pop back and forth between those two and actually hear the difference.
Yeah, especially
live.
The difference between oversampling and not oversampling.
Yeah.
Right, which I think a lot of people are curious about. You'll hear it and try them both. Yeah.
And it's also pretty quiet too, as far as a fantastic
Self-noise.
system. It's very, very flexible with what you want to pair with it.
Yes, I agree.
So stop by the exhibit. Definitely check out the HIFIMAN EF500. Zeppelin & Co. will have a quiet listening space on the second level, directly above the main exhibit area, and there you'll find some of our favorite portable sources and audio electronics. Here's our take on the Cayin C92, Cayin N63, and the MASS-kobo Model 475.
For the last several years, buying a portable headphone amplifier usually meant getting a portable DAC amp.
Right.
The dedicated amp, however, seems to be making a resurgence.
Yeah, I can think of a few.
Yeah, this is one of them.
Yeah.
This is the Cayin C92. I love this thing. So at first I was, when it arrived, it really caught me off guard because, I was admittedly a little irritated. I had to go find a DAC to use with it because it didn't come with a tone.
We have one or two around.
We have a lot, yeah. And honestly, it was worth it.
Yeah.
So I fell in love with this thing because it is a portable tube amplifier. I am a tube audio enthusiast, have been since I was essentially a kid. It's fully discrete, fully symmetric differential headphone amplifier. It uses Gen 5 Korg new tube 6P1 vacuum tubes. And I feel like Cayin, like they figured out a way to get more out of the Korg new tubes. I've heard some fantastic devices using Korg new tubes, but I feel like Cayin was able to find more from them that allows this to sound more like a desktop tube amp sound to me.
Yeah.
3 amp modes for the C92's discrete headphone amplification circuit. Class A, Class AB, and Hyper. You guys are probably familiar with Class A and Class AB. The Hyper mode is for ultimate performance of the C92's discrete amplification circuit at the expense of shorter battery duration and a higher temperature. I keep it in Hyper.
And that seems like a fair trade-off, too.
Yeah, I usually switch between A and Hyper just to see, and I usually end up on Hyper. But and frankly, I've been using it actually for a while today, and I still have full batteries. So we'll get to battery life in just a second. 3 timbre options: classic tube for a richer presentation, modern tube for a slightly cleaner tube sound, and solid state. So there is a solid state mode and 2 different tube modes. I usually keep it in classic mode. Don't be surprised if you know me, because I like that richer presentation. Negative feedback modes. There's a button here where you can switch that on or off. I think most people are going to hear a difference.
Right.
Play with it. I usually have it on. Anode modes, so you can change the anode voltage, high or low. I have mine on high. Total number of shaping options then for sound, like 12 different options, I think is what you arrive at. And it outputs up to 4.1 watts per channel into 16 ohms, so there's quite a bit of drive. I used it with the HIFIMAN Susvara Unveiled and a bunch of other headphones too, and it drives it beautifully.
Yeah.
So I found the Susvara Unveiled does really well with really good tube amps, and this really did a nice, beautiful job with it. And I've tried it with in-ears as well.
Yeah.
So try with in-ears in low gain mode. So there's 2 different gain modes. I should have mentioned that. Replaceable batteries.
Yes.
They pop right out, no tools.
Yeah, I appreciate that because it means fewer devices ending up in landfills.
Yeah.
And all batteries die eventually. So you don't have to send it off for service. You don't have to toss it. You can just pop it out. Like you said, no tools. There's a little, like a sled inside. Pop the sled out, pop the new batteries in, pop it right back in.
And you charge it via USB-C, which is really handy. And you get up to 17 and a half hours of runtime on a full charge. Again, I've been using it and I still have full batteries. This thing is fantastic. So even if you're not a tube audio enthusiast, because maybe you just haven't spent time with tube amps and you're curious, the Cayin C92 is a great place to start. Honestly, when I plug into this, my ears tell me that my eyes should be seeing, on the other end of that headphone cable, a bigger chassis with tubes sticking out of it. Something kind of more old-fashioned looking, but instead you get this modern-looking portable amp, and I love it. This is the Cayin N63 portable digital audio player. After using and enjoying this, it makes me wonder why on earth we've spent so little time with Cayin DAPs over the years.
It's a good question.
And they have so many well-regarded models in our community. I mean, like very well-regarded. We're going to need to change that. We're going to have to get one in the rotation here at Headphone HQ. So the N63 is the successor to the N62.
Yes.
Now, I'm not as familiar with the N62, so I can't make point-for-point comparisons except for in one key way, which is screen size. So we'll get to that. So what does the N63 have inside? Qualcomm Snapdragon 665 processor with 6 gigs of RAM.
Right.
Snappy user interface. This is important to both of us. Probably important to you guys too. 128 gigs internal storage with 1 TF micro SD card slot.
Yep.
So that you can expand storage. Android 12, 5-inch TFT display. I'll get back to that. Swappable motherboard modules. Note, though, not compatible with N62 motherboards.
Yes.
Keep that in mind. 9,000 milliamp hour battery. That's a pretty darn sizable battery.
Oh, yeah.
And we don't know the specs, though, for depletion, for runtime, and we haven't run it to depletion. So I don't know how long it'll last, but that's a big battery. 2.4 gig, 5 gig dual band Wi-Fi, Bluetooth 5.0. All right. Swappable motherboard.
Yes.
This one comes default with something called a C201 audio motherboard module. That has 8 CS43198 DAC chips. 8? 8. 3.5 millimeter, 4.4 millimeter headphone out, 3.5 millimeter, 4.4 millimeter line out. Now let's get back to that screen. The N62 had a 4.2 inch screen.
Right.
Now, apparently what people liked about the N62 a lot was that you could use it with a single hand.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
I have little hands. So that would be a nice thing to be able to do because most of the DAPs I use are quite large. I didn't realize how much I'd enjoy that. Now, going to a 5-inch screen, which is significantly bigger, they had to get clever. So what they did is they made the front panel pretty much an all-screen design, and they did that by tucking the playback controls and volume essentially underneath the screen.
Yeah.
And so this is usable with one hand, even with little tiny hands like mine, which is very nice. Never thought I would really totally dig that, and I do. So that's not the only thing I like about it. The user interface is very nice.
Yeah.
Again, snappy. The music app is nice. I like the customizations inside. And it sounds fantastic with this C201. I'm curious to know what the other modules will sound like. But the C201 sounds fantastic with everything I tried with it. Went with an entry-level IEM with the Singolo.
Yeah.
That punches way above its price, though.
Yeah, it does.
And then it went as high as, I'm trying to think well, right before we were shooting here, I was using the Forte Ears Macbeth.
Yeah.
Flagship class stuff. With everything I've plugged into the N63, it sounds fantastic. So if you're not familiar, like we are not as familiar as we should be, with Cayin DAPs at CanJam, familiarize yourself with them. And if you are already a Cayin DAP enthusiast, I'm guessing you haven't already tried the N63, so make sure to do so at CanJam. This is the MASS-kobo amplifier that I wanted second most.
I get you.
Yeah,
okay.
you know which
okay.
one. You know which one's number one. So the MASS-kobo Model 465, which is their flagship desktop amp, is the one I'd want most. But it has this really big glitch.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You know what the glitch is. I can't afford it. So yeah, you know exactly where I was going with it. I can't afford that because it's a phenomenal amp. So confident are they in how great it sounds that they show it with a very modest headphone at CanJam. You can plug whatever headphone you bring to their exhibit, but if they exhibit it at CanJam, they will show it with typically a Sony MDR CD900 ST.
Oh yeah, that's affordable.
Yeah, $140.
Yeah,
$140. And it sounds magical, and everybody that hears it always asks the same question: which Sonys are these? Okay, plug them into whatever you're probably using, and it's probably not going to sound quite that magical.
Yeah.
Unless you have a Model 465, or actually a Model 475 as well. So I can afford this. I bought this, and what I love about the Model 475 is it brings a lot of that magic of the 465 to something obviously much more affordable and also portable.
Yeah.
And so even with the MDR CD900 STs, which we have here, it sounds like it's powered from a MASS-kobo amp.
Right.
And then, of course, with IEMs. Now, of course, the desktop one's going to have a lot more more difficult to drive headphones. This one may not have. But this is, again, a lot more affordable. And it still provides a lot of that MASS-kobo magic. Let's talk about what it is. It's obviously portable. It's kind of an old-school portable design in terms of form factor. It's not the smallest portable amp.
No.
It runs on 4 AA batteries. I use rechargeable batteries with it, but you can't charge them in the unit because there's no charger circuit. You have to charge those outside the unit. Or you can use alkalines if you want. I use rechargeables because the flatter discharge curve. Gain switch is also inside the battery compartment. You have to use a tool to flip it up and down. So again, a little bit fidgety. You can also power it via USB-C. So when I'm using it in a desktop, I use USB-C on the front to power it. And again, it's just magical. Let's talk a little bit about specs. Maximum output, 165 milliwatts balanced, 45 milliwatts unbalanced. It has a maximum output level, peak to peak, 7 volts balanced, 3.5 volts unbalanced. That's 30 into 32 ohms, I believe.
Yeah.
So it has drive.
Yeah.
And it's just not 465 level drive, but if you can't afford the 465 and you want MASS-kobo magic, oh my gosh, don't miss the Model 475. I'm thrilled to have this amp here.
Get ready to experience one of the best headphone amplifiers we've heard in quite some time, because SLT Technologies will be exhibiting the Audma Maestro HPA-1 at their CanJam Singapore 2025 exhibit. Why do we like it so much? Stick around and find out.
Now, as the founder of HeadFi, one might hope that I actually love headphone audio.
Sure.
And I do, as you know, love headphone audio, but even the most diehard headphone enthusiast, and I consider myself among them, has to admit that loudspeakers image better than headphones.
Right.
Headphones are great for inner detail. And,
yeah.
But and they can image well, but loudspeakers image better. That is, take a recording, play it through a fantastic loudspeaker system. Take that same recording, play it through a fantastic headphone system. The loudspeaker will win in terms of imaging pretty much every time.
Right.
Why? Headphones introduce a bit of a problem, if you will. The right ear only hears the right channel, left ear only hears the left channel. With loudspeakers, your left ear still hears the right channel, albeit a little delayed. The right ear still hears the left channel, albeit a little delayed. Those tiny little delays, measured in milliseconds typically, because the human hearing system is so sensitive, the brain is such an incredible thing.
Right.
All those little differences mean a great deal. And I'm simplifying this grossly. That's the reason, effectively, that headphones don't sound as natural imaging. And the more exaggerated the stereo, the more exaggerated the left is to the left, the right is to the right, then the less natural it'll be with headphones. This is my very long-winded way of introducing this phenomenal piece of gear on the table. It's an Italian masterpiece. It's called the Audma Maestro HPA-1. It was invented by a gentleman named Cesare Mattoli. So he's a genius as far as I'm concerned, because he's come closer to solving that problem than anybody I've come across yet. It's called ELIZA, the technology inside the Maestro HPA-1. It stands for what does it stand for again? Oh, Electronic Loudspeaker Imaging Simulating Amplifier. It's simple to use. I don't even know exactly what all it's doing, but clearly the timing. There's a lot going on in there.
Oh yeah,
because so many different solutions have come up to try to solve it, but yet nothing's done it as well as this that I've heard. All right. There's 3 knobs, effectively. You turn one to turn it on or off. The second knob is called ELIZA Stage. That adjusts the essentially the intensity of the effect. Then there's ELIZA Angle, which adjusts the angle of the placement of the virtual speakers relative to the listener. Simply put, turn it more, it will widen the image. Turn it less, and it'll not widen it as much.
Yeah.
But in any case, no matter how I adjust it, essentially, I get a more natural image with so far with pretty much every stereo recording I've used through it. And the more exaggerated the stereo, the more I need it.
Right.
And I would love to have that in my system full time, but there are 2 little problems with it.
Sure.
Number one, it's expensive.
Yeah, I think it's $9,600 US.
$9,600 US. And then it's also bigger as a full rack size component than is ideal for my desk. That said, it's so good that I've gladly made the space on I pushed things off my desk to use it. It's that good.
Right.
And it's not just ELIZA, by the way. At CanJam Dallas 2024 and CanJam SoCal 2024, this was a huge hit.
It was.
Because it was at both of those CanJams, and everybody was talking about. All the high-end guys were loving it. The guys from Water Cooler were loving it for just as a headphone amplifier.
Yeah.
With or without ELIZA.
Yeah, it's phenomenal as an amp.
Yes, and it's built to extremely high standards internally. For example, audiophile-grade components, Nichicon electrolytic capacitors, WEMA Red Series audio capacitors, Alps Alpine motorized potentiometers, dual mono power supply, custom-built audio transformers inside that. It has VU meters.
Yes.
We love our VU meters.
We do.
There is a built-in DAC built around the AKM 4490 REQ DAC with AKM's Velvet Sound. Wonderful DAC for an internal included DAC. That said, I've been mostly using it with higher-end external DACs.
Right.
But it's nice to know that there's a DAC inside, and it's good. It is designed to drive any headphones over 6 ohms, dynamic headphones over 6 ohms. I used it with Susvara. Susvara Unveiled drives them beautifully. Used it with in-ears. Drives them beautifully. There are digital inputs. Like I said, there's a DAC, USB optical coax, analog input, stereo RCA balanced XLR, headphone outputs, 4-pin XLR, 6.35 millimeter and 4.4 millimeter balanced. Analog output, stereo RCA balanced XLR, because you can use it to pass through into your hi-fi system,
right?
Your loudspeaker system, and bypass the effects. Yeah, if you can't tell, and you know this already because you essentially live with me here at the office, I love this thing.
Right.
And I can understand completely why people were just going nuts about it at those 2 CanJams. It will be at CanJam again. And you absolutely cannot miss the Audma Maestro HPA-1. I love this thing.
So, Jude, on the table right now is something I didn't think we would ever see. So it's a topping stack, and at the top is Topping's fantastic A70 Pro headphone amplifier. We love that amp.
We do.
Beneath it is the Topping Centaurus. Now, the reason why I don't think we would ever expect to see this is because this is a collaboration piece, and it's a collaboration piece with Hollow Audio. So anybody out there that's an R2R aficionado, or if you've seen the name Hollow Audio, you know what this represents. This is a very fantastic DAC. I'm going to dive into it right now. So inside is a fully balanced 8-channel R2R DAC with 8 resistor array networks. 4 of those are dedicated circuits to DSD, and 4 of those are dedicated circuits for PCM, which I think is a great way of doing it.
I do too.
It has 3 selectable modes, so you have oversampling, non-oversampling, and best. And the way Topping describes best, they say best automatically selects the optimal sampling rate based on the source's sample rate and the DAC's internal processing capabilities. It has a preamp mode, so you can use it with active monitors, or if you have a stereo system you want to run into, you can do that as well. Has a beautiful 2-inch full-color touchscreen on the front with 3 capacitive buttons, and it does feature their Aurora UI. So it has 9 selectable background colors. You can swap between an FFT display, VU meters, or playback information, and I like that flexibility. I do love VU meters so much.
I noticed that you chose it for the amp.
I did.
Yeah. And it looks real.
It really does.
It actually looks like a physical VU
It has nice depth to it, even though it's a display. It has a 10-band parametric EQ and Bluetooth 5.1 support. As far as codecs, you're going to get SBC, AAC, aptX, aptX HD, aptX Adaptive, and LDAC. So you get pretty much the full gamut for the most part.
That.
Inputs and outputs, it has pretty much everything you could possibly want in a DAC, especially a compact one like this.
Including I2S.
Including I2S. And when you pair it with the topping A70 Pro, I think this might be the recommended pairing for this. It is? Okay. Yeah. I love this combination.
I do too.
Like, I need to spend a lot more time with this because here at the office, we've been listening to it with a number of headphones, a number of different test tracks, and my gosh, it just kind of takes your breath away at times.
It's a fantastic system.
It is.
So, like you already mentioned and emphasized, the hollow audio thing is a significant thing.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of RDAC enthusiasts in our community, and this will give them a taste of why hollow audio is hollow audio and why they have such a reputation.
Yeah.
I think this is a fantastic sounding system. For those of you not familiar with Topping, I think most of you are familiar with Topping.
Right.
But in case you're not, they're known for making reasonably priced gear that just objectively performs like incredibly well. That is, their measured performance is usually impeccable.
Yeah, and speaking of price, hollow audio gear is never cheap because you get what you pay for with hollow. This is just about $1,000 for the DAC.
Right.
Very affordable as far as R2R high-end DACs go.
Yeah, this is hollow audio I can afford.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Now, my money says that there will be a constant queue to experience the Topping Centaurus at Topping's CanJam Singapore exhibit. So if you're limited on time and the line happens to be too long, I want to let you know that you'll also be able to audition the Centaurus at Sam Audio's exhibit.
Now, we've discussed before how our industry seems to be doing everything it can to bring CDs back, to make CDs a thing again. And as I've said before, I am all for it. I'd love to see a return to using physical media in addition to all the streaming stuff we do. This seems like a pretty serious step in that direction.
Oh, yeah.
This is the S.M.S.L PL200T, which S.M.S.L describes as an MQA CD player. That requires some explanation because when you hear CD player, you think of something that has analog outputs.
Yeah.
This has no analog outputs whatsoever. The PL200T has a plethora of digital outputs, but no analog outputs whatsoever. Now, prior to the PL200T, S.M.S.L released something called the PL200. They still have it. It's a more typical CD player in that it has analog outputs.
Yes.
But this doesn't. This is a serious little dedicated transport. You have to use it with a DAC. Most of us have DACs in our system. So there you go.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it. With the PL200 and now the PL200T, something that S.M.S.L did that I love, that speaks to that seriousness of the CD playing bit, is that they didn't use off-the-shelf CD spinning parts.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy in the modern day.
Right. They developed their own called PASS, P-A-S-S, Precision Access Servo System. So CDs are spinning at a pretty high rate of speed, and the less they wobble, the less the laser has to work, and in theory then, the less error correction I guess you'd need.
Yeah.
And so they developed their own system to get the most stable CD spinning they could muster. And to help with that, in addition, they have a magnetic puck that goes on top of the CD that magnetically couples it rather tightly to the transport for more stability.
Yeah, they went the extra mile for that.
Yeah, I love that they do this.
Yeah.
Again, like you said, in this day and age. Again, it has a plethora of digital outputs, coax and optical, which the PL200 also had. But it adds I2S or I2S and AES EBU.
Yeah.
And it also has a USB-C Type-C input. I need to explain that one, I guess.
Probably.
So the PL200T is more than just a CD transport and more akin to a high-end digital file transport.
Yeah.
Its built-in USB-C input can accept external audio data like PCM, DSD, and even MQA from other devices. And it also has an independent clock interface, a clock input. With 44.1 kilohertz word clock, 10 megahertz word clock, atomic clock. So you can use it, for example, you can sync it with a Summit PHY DAC that supports that. There's input impedance matching on that, 50 ohms or 75 ohms. Again, this is a serious little transport.
It is.
3 power input options, 5 volt, 1 amp USB Type-C, 5 volt, 1 amp DC power, and standard AC power.
Yeah, a lot of flexibility there.
A lot of flexibility. A beautiful aluminum alloy chassis.
Oh, yeah.
And I love the buttons.
I do too.
So it has like those, I guess, piano type buttons, you might call them.
Yeah,
If you're familiar with Meridian's old CD players, I think the model was a 50824 back in the day.
I think I'm picturing it.
And they had like the piano type buttons, but they were more sideways oriented. This is on the top. I love the way those feel and the way they look. It's it seems kind of retro to me.
Mm-hmm.
A front IPS display with tempered glass.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah, I dig that. And a transparent acrylic lid with that puck. $499.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy when you think about everything that's inside of this.
Yeah, that's super reasonable.
Oh,
and so if you come from the CD era, you remember that some of the most serious CD playing systems we had had a dedicated transport, dedicated DAC. And this kind of speaks to that.
Yeah.
But affordably.
Yeah.
But yet it has all these features that we would want from a transport. I've used it with the S.M.S.L SU9 DAC and the SH9 amp.
Oh, I like that stack.
Yeah, you had it at your house for so long.
Yeah, for like a year straight. I think.
Yeah. Have you used that with the transport?
Not those together.
So it's a little bigger than those, so it sits rather large on them.
Makes sense, yeah.
But even though that's also small, those are even smaller.
They are.
But what a lovely little system that is. But you can use it with whatever DAC you have that supports any of those digital outputs from this, which should be any DAC. So I love that kind of move toward that serious dedicated DAC solution.
Yeah.
The S.M.S.L PL200T at CanJam is something you absolutely should experience. It's probably safe to say I am older than the average headfire.
Yeah, that's pretty safe to say.
I knew you were going to agree very enthusiastically and way too quickly. But it's true. It's true. I'm older than the average headfire, and that means I'm old enough to remember the more the experience of listening to music the old way.
Right.
A more experiential way, which was going to the record store, picking albums, with me, vinyl.
Yeah, for me, cassettes and CDs.
There you go. And that, of course, cassettes and CDs for me as well later. And today we don't do that.
No, because back in the day, I would have enough money for one album. You go to the store and then you're thinking, I have 3 or 4 I want to choose from, but you have to choose the one that you're taking home that week.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Because I had a budget for maybe 1 or 2 albums when I was young. And so that's just something that I think a lot of young people can't understand today, because everything is at their fingertips now.
Right.
But it made you cherish the music in some ways even more. Like you gave thought. Anyway, this is my way of introducing a product that I am so incredibly excited about, that I frankly didn't realize how excited about it I would be. And it's the DUNU Concept R. R stands for retro. It is, as you can see on the table, a portable CD player.
Right.
And I call it more of a transportable CD player. But it's such a beautiful piece of kit. When it arrived, I went downstairs where my CD collection is. I have a pretty big CD collection. And I was so excited to revisit every one of these albums, because, well, not all of them, there's a lot of them there. But a lot of these albums, again, every one of them, though, in the collection that I gave thought to.
Yeah.
That meant something to me and that means something to me. Brought a handful of them up, queued them up. I'm loving the Concept R from DUNU. So let's talk about what it is. Again, portable CD player that has a very retro design.
Yeah, I love the styling on this thing.
I love the styling. It's kind of an amalgam of any number of old components.
Yeah.
It doesn't just look like a portable CD player. It looks like a lot of things could be happening with it.
Right.
And it's also beautifully built. So I've never had a portable CD player built to this level. I mean, this is the chassis is CNC. It's CNC machined aluminum, aircraft grade aluminum, aerospace grade aluminum. Retro inspired digital slider for precise volume control, and it feels beautiful.
Yeah.
I love that control. That's a very old style control.
It is.
Intuitive single button track navigation.
Yep.
You know, that's a big deal in the CD days. With a lot of portable CD players, you had to hit sequentially the track you wanted. So that meant if you want to go to track 10, you had to hit it like 10 times.
Yep.
With this, you can just go to track 3, hit 3. There's a keypad for it. Track 9, hit 9. Reference grade tuning tailored for audiophile precision and tonal accuracy. And they achieve this by giving us not just a retro CD player, but giving us what headfires today want and expect from a piece of kit. They accomplish that with an R-to-R DAC, for example.
Right.
And they say it's the world's first fully discrete R-to-R portable CD player. I'm not surprised. 192 meticulously matched resistors in that R-to-R DAC.
Yep.
And you might be wondering why such a complicated R-to-R DAC for CD, which is 16-bit, 44.1 kilohertz. It's because it's also a high-res USB DAC.
Yeah.
So it's also a discrete R-to-R USB DAC, which I think is fantastic. Fully balanced 4-channel differential output for enhanced separation and dynamics, 1.3 watts high power output capable of driving demanding high impedance headphones. I've used IEMs and headphones with it. Drives them beautifully.
essentially low to no self-noise. Switchable Class A and AB amplification.
Yeah.
So far, I've just kept it in Class A. I'm sure I can find a use case for Class AB, but I've used it almost exclusively in Class A so far. Beautiful sounding player.
Yeah.
Beautiful sounding USB DAC. And it got me re-engaging with a collection that means a great deal to me. I know a lot of people today, a lot of young people, younger than me, are into vinyl. And I think they enjoy that experience.
Right.
CDs, if you haven't gotten into that yet, I'm serious, try it. Because I am enjoying the living daylights out of going through my CD collection again because of the Concept R. What a beautiful piece of kit. For me, it's kind of an important piece of kit because it got me downstairs again, looking through my stuff. And I love it. So at CanJam, Concept R cannot be missed.
So on the table right now, we have DUNU's Model 53 Waldstein, and it's unique in a number of very different ways, and a lot of them quite nice.
Yeah, its name is unique too.
Yeah, the name is definitely unique.
Yeah.
So DUNU says the Model 53 Waldstein, its design pays homage to Beethoven's Waldstein Piano Sonata No. 21, aiming to replicate its sense of awakening and clarity, so that's why it inherited that name. Now, inside of this is a quad-channel, fully balanced, battery-powered headphone amplifier. We'll talk about that battery in a second here. It's designed in collaboration with DUNU Audio, and it is the official headphone for DUNU's full-size headphone, their planar magnetic Arashi. Now, it's their first full-size desktop scale headphone amplifier designed for their first full-size headphone. I think that's a wonderful combination. It's fantastic.
A headphone we both love, by the way.
Oh, we love these two, and they sound phenomenal together.
Yeah, they do indeed.
So that headphone amplifier has 2 gain settings, and in high gain, it'll deliver 1200 milliwatts at 64 ohms when you're running balanced on battery, and it can do up to 300 milliwatts at 600 ohms. So a good amount of oomph into something that's a little more demanding. However, it also has a linear power supply option, and if you have that linear power supply, which we don't currently, if you have it, it can do up to 1,850 milliwatts into 64 ohms and up to 500 milliwatts into 600 ohms. So again, running balanced, it's got a lot of oomph when you got that power supply in there.
Yeah, I would like to get that power supply in at some point because I saw another spec here, 950 milliwatts into 300 ohms.
Yeah.
We have a lot of 300 ohm headphones here that a few in particular that I'd really like to try that with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So its chassis is CNC machined from a single block of aluminum. That's 6063 aluminum alloy. And they have a nice sandblasted surface finish to it. So it has a very elegant, subtle, classy look, and I think it's beautiful.
The whole fit and finish is gorgeous. The switches feel great.
Yes, they do.
The volume knob feels heavy. I love that.
I love that resistance that it has. Now, we were talking about the batteries. I want to mention that the batteries inside of this, there are 6 Sanyo NCR 18650 cells, which deliver about 24 hours of continuous playback, according to DUNU's measurements, because that's about 88 watt-hours of total capacity. And they say that this system ensures stable and pure sound output in various environments, such as offices, dorm rooms, living rooms, and bedrooms, and that's why the battery is in there, because it's going to be separating the amplifier circuit from whatever power you're feeding it.
Like from the main circuit.
Exactly.
Right.
So they have that distinction. And then if you have the linear power supply, it takes the battery out of the circuit entirely, and it's running straight from that linear power supply. Now, it also has some phenomenal components in here. I mean, incredible things. So for example, it's got Panasonic signal relays, Nichicon KZ water tank capacitors, additional capacitors from KZ and Elna, Neotech 7-in OCC silver internal wiring.
There's a lot of stuff on that list.
There's so much stuff on that list.
The stuff from Vishay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy. They've paid so much attention to what goes into this to get an incredible sound out of it. I mean, this pairing together, if anybody has the opportunity to try these two together at CanJam, definitely do. And if you don't, absolutely listen to the headphone amplifier with your favorite headphones because it's incredible. From IEMs to full-size headphones, it can drive pretty much anything.
Yeah, they actually even mentioned specifically in our notes here, high signal-to-noise ratio, exceptional compatibility with IEMs.
Yeah.
In our community, that's very important. Signal-to-noise ratio up to 132 dB A-weighted, so extremely quiet in terms of self-noise. So yeah, though it's made for the Arashi or with that in mind, like you said, it should drive pretty much anything.
Oh, yeah. Sam Audio will have a number of compact, pocket-friendly DAC amps at their CanJam Singapore exhibit, so if you're on the hunt for a new portable dongle, stick around to hear about the Celest CD2 and the TanchGem Luna. If you think about all of the gear that comes through HeadFi HQ, we get to spend time with so many cutting-edge, flagship, top-of-the-line products that it can be easy to kind of forget or maybe even overlook more affordable, more budget-friendly, even entry-level products.
True.
This is one of those products, but I still get excited when products come in that offer great dollar value. Again, this is one of those products. So this is the Celest CD2. Now the Celest CD2, as you can see, hopefully you can see, it's very minuscule, is a dongle DAC. It's a USB-C dongle DAC, and you connect it to primarily mobile devices. So laptops, phones, tablets, Nintendo Switch even. And you can connect it up and get a nice portable system in a very affordable package. I'll get to the price here in a little bit. Inside of this is a Connexent CX31993 DAC, and that supports PCM up to 32384. It has 3.5 millimeter and 4.4 millimeter output, which is nice to see on something this compact.
Yes.
And you'll get a maximum power of 140 milliwatts at 16 ohms or 60 milliwatts at 32 ohms. Now, keep in mind, this is not going to drive any of your power-hungry, demanding headphones, but pretty much everything you're going to use as a portable device, this is going to work.
Yeah, most IEMs, most easy to drive portable headphones.
Yeah, exactly. It has a zinc alloy cast shell, so it's going to be durable for travel, and it has 2 color options. You have a gunmetal gray and army green. Now, this is the army green. Green is one of my 3 favorite colors. I love purple, orange, and green. I love the look of this.
I love green too. I have a lot of green stuff, actually.
Yeah. It's fantastic. It is, interestingly, developed specifically for anybody out there who uses a Case-to-Fi case. They designed this to work with all Case-to-Fi products, case-wise, across their line. So if you have a Case-to-Fi case, it's going to fit. Extremely light, too. This is only 21 grams. I will say now the price, because this is where it surprised me. $25 here in the US. $25. That's wild. Yeah. So obviously at the price, I thought I'm going to play with it a lot of different things. I plugged this into my MacBook, plugged it into a couple portable devices, and in my experience, if you're using anything that's ultra sensitive or even on the more sensitive side of the mid-range sensitivity, it will have a little bit of self-noise. Just keep that in mind. But if you're using anything less sensitive, this is going to have no problem.
Yeah, $25.
$25. Toss it in a bag and just go. Yeah, at CanJam, definitely check this one out. Now, this little dongle is the CanJam Luna Silver Sword Edition. There's a standard edition, which I'll get to a little bit later. But the CanJam Luna Silver Sword Edition, this is a portable dongle DAC amp. It has 3.5 millimeter and 4.4 millimeter output. And inside of this, you're going to find dual CS43198 DACs. So far, pretty standard. However, it also has a switchable amp mode, switchable between Class A, B, and Class H. Now, for those that aren't familiar, Class H offers a more efficient operation overall. Inside those components are separately shielded between the digital and power sides, which I always appreciate because it's nice to have those well sequestered on their own sides. Absolutely. It outputs 285 milliwatts into 32 ohms or 54 milliwatts into 300 ohms, and it has a non-linear volume control with both high and low gain settings. Again, very nice. I love when they're non-linear because it's better depending on what you're using with it. Now, it has an aluminum alloy chassis, and that's aerospace-grade aluminum, and it has a lovely finish on the outside. This is where the limited edition comes in. So the Silver Sword Edition has artwork on both the front and the back, and if you're looking to spice up your aesthetics, that's a great way to go. If you just want something a little simpler, again, the standard edition is there. It is compatible with the CanJam app. That's how you're going to be switching between modes and settings. And I want to say that it's $139 for this version or $129, again, both US for the standard. Now, I've been listening to it primarily paired with the CanJam Origin because they both arrived around the same time and I thought they make a nice pairing, and they do. Now, if you already have your own in-ears and you're looking to get a dongle DAC amp that's not going to break the bank, definitely stop by and check this out. If you don't have either, try the two together because I really think it's going to surprise a lot of people. Now, Chord Electronics did want to get some gear to us for the CanJam Singapore preview video, but it didn't make it in time. However, I do want to let you know what will be there because this is a pretty cool combination. So Chord Electronics at their exhibit will have the Alto, which is a desktop headphone amplifier, paired with the Chord Electronics Qtist. Now, the Alto is a professional headphone and speaker amplifier. It contains Chord's Audma technology, which has a fully balanced design, and it has a dual feed-forward error correction inside of it as well. It has XLR and RCA inputs, and it has loudspeaker taps on the back as well. So if you have passive monitors hooked up, this is going to be great for that because you get 25 watts into 8 ohms or 50 watts into 4 ohms. It has headphone outputs, and it has 4 of them. So you get 3.5 millimeter, 4.4 millimeter, and 2 6.35 millimeter outputs. These are all active, so you can use them at the same time, use them to compare gear head to head, or have multiple listening to the same system. And that'll output up to 2250 milliwatts into 100 ohms. So good amount of drive.
Yes, it does.
It's also slightly larger than a sheet of A5, so it doesn't take up a lot of space on your desk. Now the Qutest, the Chord Electronics Qutest, it's part of their HIFIMAN range. It is a precision machined aluminum housing DAC, and it has polycarbonate buttons on the top and a glass viewing portal. It looks like some of their larger desktop gear shrunk down into a tiny package.
Yes,
it's pretty cool. As far as chord gear goes, you guys all know taps. It has 49,152 taps in a 10-element pulse array design. Supports PCM up to 32768 and DSD 512. It has different selectable output levels and 4 selectable filters. So at CanJams, in the a couple of recent CanJams, we've seen this combination together, and it's usually a popular combination because the chord DACs often sound phenomenal.
Yes.
And then, when they come out with a new amp, you got to pay attention.
Yes, you do. And while you're checking out the Alto and Qutest, when you're checking out Chord's gear, I'm still going to mention this. This is the Chord Electronics Hugo 2.
Mm-hmm.
This has been out for years, and even though it's been out for years, it still remains, to this day, my cost no object portable DAC amp reference.
Right.
It's fantastic. Make sure to check out the Alto and Qutest, also check out the Hugo 2,
Mm-hmm.
and make sure to check out the rest of Chord's lineup as well if you can.
Of course, CanJam Singapore will have more audio electronics than we've had time to cover, but there are a few more you won't want to miss. You'll be able to find digital audio players like the Heidi's AP80 at their exhibit, or stop by Jabin for a look at the E7 Exclusive Edition, the flagship portable player from Luxury and Precision. And if Hybe is on your mind, you'll be able to audition the R6 Pro Max 10th Anniversary Edition at Zeppelin Co. Effect Audio will be joining us at CanJam Singapore this year, and they're also one of our CanJam Singapore 2025 event sponsors, so thank you Effect Audio for helping make CanJam possible. At CanJam Singapore, Effect Audio will be giving us all our first look at the prototype for a brand new flagship cable called the Centurion 2. Now, that's all the information I have on the new flagship, but I have plenty of details about another recent launch from Effect Audio, the Signature Series 2 family of cables. Let's take a moment to talk about these 4 excellent value propositions in the Effect Audio family. Okay, now this next bit is specifically for anybody who's cable shopping right now because I might be able to save you a few bucks.
Now, since I'm always cable shopping,
yeah,
I'm all ears.
Yes, we definitely are. So ahead of CanJam SoCal 2024, Effect Audio sent us pre-production versions of the entire Signature Series 2 line of cables. Since that show, the entire Signature Series 2 has released, so we've been spending more and more time with them, getting to know them inside and out.
Yes, we have.
Now, the Signature Series 2 actually takes some of the technology they developed for their Code series of cables, so like the Code 23, Code 24, and Code 24C, for example.
Love the Code 24, still use it a lot.
Yeah, I love the 24C, it's fantastic. But the technology that they've taken from those cables is their solid core technology, and they've incorporated that into all of the Signature Series 2 cables, and I love that because these are more affordable cables, and I love it when flagship level technology comes down and it's more affordable because that's when I can actually afford it. So all of the new Signature Series 2 cables, they are 26 gauge cabling and they're exclusively 8-wire designs. They all come terminated with Connex. You can choose between MMCX, 2-pin, Pentacon, IPX, or A2DC. And then if you wanted to add more later on, you have that option as well. And then on the termination side, it's all rhodium plated brass plugs. You can choose 2.5, 3.5, or 4.4 millimeter. You can also upgrade to a Pentacon OFC oxygen-free copper 4.4 millimeter plug, or you can go all out and go with the Termex swappable system, which is what I would recommend if you can swing for it, because that just gives you so much more flexibility.
With the huge variety of in-ears we have here, I love Termex and Connex.
Yeah, absolutely. And Effect Audio does say that all of the Signature Series 2 cables feature sonic improvements across the board. Now, for the 3 that we have, all 3 in the line, I've been spending most of my time with this. This is the Aries S2. Now, the Aries S2 is the entry-level model in their series. It's a copper cable with central solid core design, and this is going to come in right around $200 US. That's about $80 less expensive than the original Aries S. Now, why have I been spending the most of my time with this one? Because it's currently paired, you'll notice, with the DUNU Studio SA6 EST. That's an in-ear that I love. If I'm not mistaken, I believe the stock cable on that in-ear is silver. It's a silver cable.
I think you're right.
I wanted to try swapping materials around, and I went with the copper on the Aries S2. And I gotta say, I think a lot of DUNU Studio SA6 owners are gonna be checking this out together.
You should.
Absolutely. Now, there's the next one up the line is the Cadmus 2. The Cadmus 2 is a silver-plated copper with central silver core design cable. That's going to come in around $250 US, roughly around $50 less expensive than the original Cadmus. Now, I've been listening to that one. Let me explain. But I'm listening to that one with the Meze Audio Alba. Now, I need to explain for some people because the Meze Audio Alba is a very affordable in-ear. It's actually less expensive than the cable
I was just
itself.
about to say that, yep.
Yeah. However, I think a lot of Meze Alba owners will be stopping by to try this pairing together because I think it's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I think they should too.
And then the last cable in the Signature Series 2 is the Eros S2. Now, the Eros S2 is a silver central solid core design with 6 multi-sized core bundles. Now, that one is coming in at $299 US. That's the same price as the original Eros S. However, because it's bringing that code technology down into the Signature Series, I think that's still a better value overall. So, still saving some money there. I've been pairing that one, believe it or not, with the High Senior Mega 5 EST, because that was an in-ear that blew both of us away. We didn't know what to expect when it arrived, and I think a lot of High Senior owners will be trying that combination. If you own the Mega 5 EST, you kind of owe it to yourself to stop by the exhibit and try those together.
Yeah, I love that they're hitting these price points because these are not price points we're used to from Effect Audio. They're known for their much more expensive cables.
Yeah.
I've visited Effect Audio's headquarters in Singapore, several times now, I think.
Yeah.
And they are very serious about what they're doing there.
They really are.
And I love that they're hitting these price points now.
Yeah. So anytime you can try an Effect Audio cable at CanJam, do yourself a favor, you have to hear it. Now, I want to talk about another Effect Audio cable. This is the Effect Audio AXC. But before I do, I need to give you a little bit of a history lesson, and you might actually not know this as well.
Oh, really? Try me.
So in 2023, Effect Audio, right around the Christmas holiday, released a very limited edition, special edition cable. It was called the Aries Cadmus or Aries X Cadmus. It was a fusion between the Aries and the Cadmus. It was available in very limited quantities, and once they were gone, they were receiving a lot of requests to bring it back. With the launch of the Signature Series 2, Effect Audio thought this might be the right time to revisit that. This is the Effect Audio AXC. It's joining the Signature Series 2 as another Signature Series 2 cable. Now, like the previous generation, it is a fusion. The AXC is a fusion. It's a crossover between the Aries S2 and the Cadmus 2 cables. Now, it's going to sit directly above the Cadmus 2 in the Signature Series 2 line. It's going to come in right around $269 US. And it's a fusion. They say it's a fusion of Aries S2's power and Cadmus 2's clarity. Inside, like a lot of the other Signature Series 2 cables, it is an 8-wire design, 26-gauge cabling. It also features some of the technology from that Code series. So it has a copper with central solid core cabling and silver-plated copper with central solid core as well. It features multi-size strands and multi-size core bundles. Like the other ones, it comes, with optional Connex connectors. By default, you get 2-pin, but you can select other ones as well. And it also comes terminated in either 2.5 millimeter, 3.5 millimeter, or 4.4 millimeter EA standard rhodium plated brass plugs. Now, when a cable like this comes in, you got to figure out what am I going to pair it with. Well, I reached, believe it or not, for the Lime Ears Terra. Now, the stock cable on that in-ear, I believe, is just a standard Effect Audio's copper cable. But because of the fusion of the Effect Audio copper and silver, I thought that might be a good pairing. And, the Terra didn't blow me away. I liked it, but it didn't blow me away. I'm actually really enjoying these two together. So anybody who has the Terra, you need to try these at CanJam, absolutely.
Yeah, I dig the Terra, and I haven't even tried it with this cable, so I want to definitely do that.
Well, here you go. Now, this is a section for every IEM lover out there because Visioneers is doing something really cool. They're launching a whole new line with 5 models, and there's going to be something for everybody at CanJam Singapore this year.
Quite literally.
Yeah. It's called the Custom line, and the Custom line is called so because they have universal and custom versions of all 5 IEMs. However, even if you go the universal route, you can still customize the look. So you get that universal IEM that you can share with your friends, pass it around, let everybody get a taste, but it's personalized for your aesthetics, and I dig that quite a bit. So at CanJam Singapore, it's going to be the first time to try all of these.
Now, I'm going to start with what is probably, I'm guessing this would be the entry-level model in the line.
I would think so.
And this is the VE1. And the VE1 is a 2-driver hybrid. It has one 8mm LSR dynamic driver. LSR stands for liquid silicone rubber, and that handles the bass and the mids. And then there's only one other driver, one mid-high BA driver that handles, well, I guess the mids, the mids and highs.
Yep.
This is designed, this is from VE, designed for those looking for a well-balanced yet powerful listening experience. Now, my listening notes, I said the one, which again is the model name, the one has a U-shaped sound with the bass being prominent in the mix and the upper mids and treble being energetic and lively. I heard the one before I knew what drivers it had and was surprised that the mid and treble energy were coming from just one mid-high balanced armature driver.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot going on there.
There is.
And so, yeah, that surprised me. But for a model that is likely, I'm guessing, to be the entry point into the custom line,
I would think so.
yeah, I think this is a solid offering. Now, as of right now, we don't actually know for sure the order of the models in the Visioneers custom line.
Right.
But I'm going to make some educated guesses.
Yeah.
This is the VE Pro. I'm going to guess it's next after the VE1. The VE1 with its 2 drivers per side. This is the VE Pro with 4 drivers per side. So the VE Pro is a 4-driver hybrid. On each side, there's one 8mm LSR dynamic driver. Again, LSR is liquid silicone rubber, and that's for the lows. One low-mid balanced armature driver, one mid-high balanced armature driver, and one high balanced armature driver. Now, for each of these, Visioneers gave us a little statement about their goals. And for this, for the VE Pro, they said, it's designed for those who seek a more refined and articulate listening experience. This model introduces a carefully tuned balance between power and precision. I agree with that description, and especially with the word balance. I find this a very balanced IEM. In fact, my notes are quite short for this one. It says the VE Pro has a very nice balance.
Yep.
And is perhaps the most neutral of the 4 models we tested relative to my preferences.
Yes.
So whereas the VE1 with its U-shaped signature, I could see being used on stage.
Yeah.
I don't see it as much being used in studio, say, for example, for final mixdown.
Probably not.
The VE Pro, however, is neutral enough that I definitely could see it being used in studio or on the stage. So its sound signature to me is neutral. Its bass is extended, impactful, but I don't hear it as emphasized in the balance, in the mix. And the treble is pretty extended and present. And for me, this is the most neutral of the 4 in terms of default signature, because one of them has a switch. We'll get to that. And I really enjoyed the VE Pro. Now, the next model in the Visioneers custom line that I want to talk about is the VE Pure, which, strangely, is already a legend.
It is.
Within the VE lineup, because it used to be known as the VE7, the Visioneers VE7, a very well-regarded IEM for a long time.
Right.
So now it's the VE Pure. And as its previous name would suggest, it has 7 drivers per side, and it's an all-balanced armature design. So on each side, there are 2 bass drivers, 2 low mids drivers, 1 mid driver, 1 mid-high driver, 1 super high driver. And Visioneer says of the VE Pure, with the VE Pure, experience a sound that redefines neutrality, highly detailed, transparent, and true to the music. Okay, another fair description in my opinion.
Right.
Because it is also neutral, a different neutral than the Pro. So this could have just as easily been named VE Pro if they wanted to. But a different brand of neutrality from the Pro to my ear. So within my neutrality tolerance band, if you will, preference band, but just in different ways. This versus the Pro, in absolute terms, I think has less emphasized bass. Even though I don't consider the bass of the Pro emphasized. This is, I guess, more linear bass.
Yes.
I think this is more up your alley, probably, than the Pro. And the treble is quite airy. Again, this is a very well-regarded IEM already, and for good reason. And it was the VE7. It is now the VE Pure. If you haven't heard the VE7 or now the VE Pure, make sure to do so at CanJam. If you're interested in a neutral, revealing, actually, I think it's a beautiful monitor. The next model in the lineup that I want to talk about is the Visioneers VE X-Con.
Right.
Now, the name is inspired by a previous model called the Visioneers VE6 X-Control, X-Con. Now, neither of us has heard that model.
Right.
But we have heard, of course, the VE X-Con. So the VE X-Con is a 6-driver, all-balanced armature IEM. And on each side, there are 2 sub-drivers, 2 full-range drivers, 1 mid-high driver, and 1 high driver. And there's a magnetic switch. This is where it gets really interesting to me. This is a very intriguing model for both of us. Now, this model has a simple mechanical toggle switch.
Yeah, but that's a prototype.
This is a prototype. So it'll have a magnetic switch, but we do have a final production voicing for the 2 voicings. All right. With that magnetic switch, you'll be able to select 2 different signatures. One is called powerful and engaging, and the other is called neutral and analytical. Starting from powerful and engaging, what happens when you switch it to neutral and analytical? The switch will reduce at the same time around 3 decibels down, a reduction of 3 decibels from 1 kilohertz up to around 5 kilohertz. And then another reduction around 4 dB from 100 hertz on down. I'm actually hearing the effect a little higher than that. I think there's more happening there. Now, I prefer powerful and engaging.
Yeah, doesn't surprise me.
You prefer neutral and analytical.
Yes, I do.
Now, I like both signatures. Neutral and analytical to me is on the lighter side of my preference range. Powerful and engaging, well, it's kind of where I generally listen to music. It's kind of more squarely in my preference range. But I find both to be usable. What I find interesting about the switch and the signatures that they provided is that we're getting 2 very distinct IEMs. A lot of the IEMs with switches today give you like 2 different signatures, like 2 different adjustments of the same signature.
Yeah.
These are 2 different signatures.
They are.
And you're getting 2 different IEMs. You're getting 2 outstanding Visioneers IEMs depending on your preference at the time, and they're 2 that I would use. This is a very intriguing IEM. Do not miss the Visioneers XCon.
And then there's still one more IEM in the custom line. This is called the VE Zen. Now, the VE Zen is formerly known as the VE10. That IEM is legendary around here because I cannot pry that thing away from you. You are carrying it all the time. The VE10 is fantastic because it just sounds wonderful. But get this, if you've been looking for the VE10 in a custom form, well, now you can because it's part of the custom line as the VE Zen. They will also have their entire lineup, the premium line that they have. So, for example, if you're wanting to hear the Visioneers Phonics or the Visioneers EXT Mark II Limited Edition, which is beautiful.
Yes.
Definitely stop by and check those out as well because they will also be at CanJam. And I mean, their exhibit is packed to the gills.
Yeah, if you want to hear one of my current top references today,
yeah,
the VE10 is one of my references. So the VE Zen. So this is a Campfire Audio IEM. We'll say the name in a second. But I'm looking at the product notes here in our show notes. And it says from Ken Ball from Campfire Audio, with this model, I have focused on a modified Harman curve tuning. I mean, how can that not grab one's attention straight away? We'll discuss shortly whether or not I agree with that. But let's talk about what it's called.
Yeah.
This is the Campfire Audio Alien Brain.
Yeah, speaking of grabbing attention.
Yeah.
So the aesthetics of this, it definitely looks like an alien brain, and I have a cool little story. I was at CanJam New York 2025 talking to Ken Ball at the Campfire Audio exhibit, and he let me know that the alien brain, well, for all their IEMs, they have a code name in the studio before it goes to production. And this one, when they were coming up to naming in the production version, they thought, why don't we just call it the code name? And I think it's a fantastic name.
I think so too. I can't say it though without smiling.
Yeah.
So because it does kind of look like an alien brain.
A lot.
It's actually a really cool looking piece.
Is.
All right. So let's talk about what it is. The Alien Brain is a dynamic balanced armature hybrid featuring a new 5-driver internal architecture. Dual magnet dynamic driver updated with an all new full range 10mm glass PU driver. So that's glass-PU. That's dedicated lower frequency driver. Specifically, it has a glass speaker dome and a polyurethane diaphragm.
Yep.
So that's interesting.
Very unusual.
Yeah. 2 high-quality mid-frequency dedicated balanced armature drivers and 2 high-frequency balanced armatures. So again, a 5-driver hybrid. It's housed in a sleek black PVD full CNC stainless steel shell, designed to look good, of course, but also for durability and resonance control. The faceplate uses a new iridescent dome lid that they describe as playful and striking.
Yeah, it is.
And then they named it a striking, playful name, Alien Brain. Alien Brain's updated accessory bundle features Campfire's new high-quality USB-C DAC dongle with support for up to 32384.
Yep.
Again, Ken said with this model, I've focused on a modified Harman curve tuning. Here's my notes. First of all, I agree.
Yep.
It sounds definitely Harmonish. I describe it as neutral with a slight vocal forwardness. The bass is impactful. Give it some music with low bass, and the foundation is solid. It's like a safe tuning, which I consider like a good Harman tuning, kind of a safe tuning, something a lot of people like.
Right.
This is one of those. This is one of the, I would say this is one of the more neutral Campfire IEMs that I've heard in some time.
Yeah.
And I really enjoy these. So the Alien Brain is fun to look at, fun to talk about, fun to say, and it's a wonderful IEM to listen to. So this is one you want to definitely hear at CanJam. Now, this is the Campfire Audio Axion. Now, I want to clarify something very quickly because there was another model from Campfire Audio called the Axion. It was called the Axion Multiverse 3 First Run Edition. It was a limited edition, and it's sold out. Now, this is now just simply the Campfire Audio Axion. It's a new model. I believe it's supposed to be an ongoing model, and it's only $249.
Yeah.
They've been knocking it out of the park lately with their IEMs, and this is just a wonderful, affordable entry into Campfire Audio's IEM world, which I think is fantastic. So this is a single driver IEM, one full range silicone dynamic driver per side. And again, it's an all new design, all new tuning.
Yeah.
It has a USB-C terminated cable, which I think is very cool. On that cable, built-in DAC, supports up to 32.384. It has an inline mic with 3 button controls. This is very handy. We all have smartphones these days.
Yeah.
If you have one with USB-C, you carry your Axion around in your pocket. You have a portable rig in your pocket, plug it into your phone, and you've got a setup. I think that's fantastic. Here's what they say about it. We set out to provide a high-performance, accessible entry into the world of high-fidelity portable audio. Axion checks all boxes when it comes to true hi-fi on the go, incredible sonic performance, plug-and-play usability, lightweight, and comfortable. It is all those things. It also has MMCX connectors on the earpiece side, so if you have a straight, like a straight plug MMCX cable, it will work with this. You can get those from Campfire Audio too, I'm sure, so you can plug it into your DAP. But even with the USB-C termination that it comes with, you can plug that in your computer too.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is very cool. So as far as the sound signature goes, I would describe this as a richer tonality with sparkle. So it has like a mid-rich tonality with nice bass impact and also a nice treble sparkle.
Right.
It's a nice Campfire Audio IEM signature. Again, it's only $249. I do love that USB-C cable because it is something I'm just going to carry in my pocket or in my bag. So do not miss the Campfire Audio Axion at CanJam. So this is the Campfire Audio Astrolith.
Yeah.
This is actually a pretty unique IEM. As driver configuration goes,
Definitely.
it's a dual planar magnetic IEM. I'll talk more about that in a second. So I remember talking to Ken Ball from Campfire Audio a while before they released the Astrolith.
Yeah.
He was so excited about this one. I think if you were to ask him, he'd probably say this is probably among the very best IEMs they've made so far. I can see why he's so excited about it. So let's talk about it. Again, it's a dual planar magnetic IEM, which is quite unusual. It uses a 14-millimeter driver plus something called AAOI for the lows through mids. AAOI stands for Additive Acoustic Optical Inclusion Housing. These chambers are carefully engineered to create precisely controlled acoustic volumes and ensure the targeted vision for Astrolith sonic performance.
Right.
It also uses a 6-millimeter driver plus PPR for the highs. PPR stands for Particle Phase Resonator. Campfire's PPR smooths and tempers the 6-millimeter driver while still allowing it to shine and do what it does best, create lightning-fast transients, resolution, and top-end detail. And that it definitely has.
It does that.
So it's, as far as the chassis goes, it's a 3D printed acrylic body with a mirror-finished stainless steel faceplate. Actually, it's a lovely looking piece.
It definitely is.
All right, so now let's talk about the sound. So when they released the Astrolith, Campfire Audio also released a measurement. Now the thing is, I don't know what measurement fixture they used for that measurement, but that measurement, at least to me, doesn't look like what I'm hearing.
Right.
For whatever that's worth. And I haven't measured it yet, so I don't know what my measurement will look like and if it'll look like what I'm hearing. But it doesn't sound to me like their measurement looks. The tonal balance of the Astrolith, to me, it's on the rich side for sure. I mean, would you agree with that?
I do.
Smooth sounding overall, but it has this like a sparkle to it, a sparkly detail to it that, I mean, I'm guessing that's a 6-millimeter driver. And I really love that combination.
Yeah.
Because it's like a non-fatiguing overall signature, and it's super easy to listen to, but that sparkly detail is a lovely thing with it.
Yeah, there's no edge to it. It doesn't really pierce or anything like that,
Right.
but it is sparkly.
I agree. So that I dig. So that said, for this type of tonal bounce, there's a surprising amount of detail coming through, but yet it's, again, easy to listen to. So for me, I can understand why Ken Ball was so excited about the Astrolith. I do love that they're doing something different with this dual planar magnetic design.
Yeah.
And the Astrolith is a can't-miss IEM. At CanJam SoCal 2024, there were a lot of product launches. And among the few standouts was unquestionably this. This is the Campfire Audio Clara.
Yes.
This IEM was developed, of course, by Campfire Audio, but with musician Alessandro Cortini. And it coincided with the launch of an album of his called Nati Infiniti. Wonderful album, by the way. But you might know him more from his work with Nine Inch Nails. He's a core member of Nine Inch Nails, a multi-instrumentalist with Nine Inch Nails. And I'm a huge Nine Inch Nails fan. I was actually at their first album's tour. The Detroit stop opened opened up by Meat Beat Manifesto. And that was years before Alessandro joined the band. Anyway, big Nine Inch Nails fan. So they developed this, and Alessandro was so excited about having people hear this for the first time because he was very happy with the results. So I wanted to hear it for sure at the show.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Ken Ball from Campfire Audio had this to say about it. He said, "This model is, in my opinion, the best hybrid we have ever made, but I'll let Alessandro talk about the sound and voicing when that time comes since he guided me on its development. We are doing an initial small run of the clear blue 3D printed hand lacquered shell with stainless steel matte black PVD lid, MMCX ring, and tip parts." That's the one you're holding.
Yep.
The clear blue shell is ongoing, while we will also offer a limited run of 50 sets of it and a 3D printed titanium alloy solid monolithic shell, which is what I'm holding.
Right.
I love titanium everything, and so I had to get one of the pairs of the 50.
Yep.
And so I ordered these right when I found out about them. Well, after I heard them.
Yeah.
And this pair's mine. So let's talk about what it is. Ken said it's a hybrid. It uses a 10 millimeter biocellulose dual neomagnet dynamic driver, Knowles dual diaphragm mid-BA, and Knowles dual high-frequency tweeter. It uses the TAEC resonator on the high driver, that's tuned acoustic expansion chamber, and tuned mid-acoustic front acoustic bore.
Right.
Now, in terms of how it sounds, I would say first of all, the first thing I noticed about it was the imaging.
Yeah.
It images quite wide, and it's a lovely, coherent wide image. That was literally the first thing I noticed about it when I started one of my test tracks. And, of course, it doesn't image out of head. You need DSP pretty much to get it out of your head. But as IEMs go, it's a nice, wide, coherent image. I love the way everything's staged.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of tonal balance, I would call it on the rich side of my neutral range for sure.
Yeah.
Love the bass emphasis. Very tastefully applied, very impactful. The mids are bell clear.
They are.
And I love that about them as well. And the highs are detailed, but never bright for me.
Mm-hmm.
So... yeah, I love these. Now, for you, the bass is probably a little on the heavier side of your range.
It is.
You tend to like things that are bass tuned, perceived flat sound, and these have some emphasis, which I prefer. That's more. So these were squarely in my tonal wheelhouse.
Yeah.
So with that imaging, just a beautiful sounding pair. And the moment I heard them, I ordered the titanium pair, which I'm so happy to have. So at any CanJam you go to where they have a Clara, listen to it, because I think it is the best sounding IEM that Campfire Audio has yet made. Canpur will have something new at CanJam Singapore, and it's something new that'll be limited to only 100 sets worldwide, and it's the Canpur CP622B Ti. I haven't heard it yet, and here's all we know about it at the time of recording. The Canpur CP622B Ti is based on the original CP622B sound signature. We'll be talking about that original CP622B here in a minute. But Canpur says they blended in the sound signature of titanium alloy into the CP622B Ti in order to create a new experience. And they also say it has a mysterious and gorgeous new sound with new tuning in the original configuration. So, a new tuning. Okay. Canpur also says that the CP622B Ti is based on the original shell design, but that they've optimized the shell to make the fit more comfortable. Also, Canpur co-designed the faceplate with Elitech, and as you can see in this image, it looks gorgeous. There's also a recustomized stock cable from Elitech. Now, sales of the CP622B Ti will commence at the end of May, priced at $4,399. And given that the original CP622B is one of my reference IEMs, a new tuning of it with the CP622B Ti is at or near the top of my list of things to hear at CanJam Singapore this year. So in 2023, these completely took me by surprise.
Right.
So this is the Canpur CP622B. It was CanJam London 2023. I had never heard of Canpur before that show. Had you?
No, I had not.
So for me, they were brand new, the company and any of their products. Now, I think any IEM enthusiast, the kind that pays attention to every single IEM release from anywhere in the world, those guys probably knew about this already.
Yeah.
I did not. So I sit down at their exhibit at CanJam London 2023, and I say, what should I listen to? And they say, well, try our flagship, the CP622B.
Sure.
Put them in my ears. I'm completely blown away. I remember I was like, the mid-range on these is magical. May I ask, what is it about these? Why are they your flagship? Why does it sound like this? And they told me what it is, and here's what it is. It's a 10-driver tribrid, 6 Sonian balanced armature drivers, 2 Sonian electrostatic drivers, 2 Sonian bone conduction drivers. And then they said the bone conduction drivers are mid-range bone conduction drivers.
Yeah.
They're custom Sonian drivers, by the way. So that was the first time I'd ever heard an IEM with mid-range bone conduction drivers. And so I asked them, do you think that's what it is then? They go, yeah, that probably is part of it for sure. And Yeah, I love them. I love the imaging. Image is wide but coherent. You love these too.
Yeah.
They're fantastic. As far as the tonal balance goes, they just do everything right. Now, from a bass standpoint, so for me, let's say my bass standard might be, for example, the Subtonic Storm.
Sure.
Super impactful, some emphasized bass, but, still very audiophile, very physical to me. These don't have quite that. I would call these middle of my preference range, but not quite middle-low. So you get what I'm saying? So between middle, low. So almost right there where I would exactly want it.
Yeah.
The mid-range, as I already mentioned, magical. And just the overall balance is beautiful. So, and that imaging. So, yeah, I love these. And I remember there's a very popular reviewer in our field, Cameron, who goes by Golden Sound.
Yeah.
And I see Cameron, and I'm like, Cameron, check these out. Give these a listen. He comes, sits down, gives them a listen. I still remember wide-eyed looks at me kind of like, whoa, what are these? And, being as popular as he is, people see him listening to them, and they come around and start listening to them. And, anyway, so the CP622B by now has become a flagship, a super respected flagship.
Yeah. Even
at the highest end, and deservedly so. And I should mention, by the way, they come with a custom Elitech Socrates cable. So you also get essentially an aftermarket Elitech cable with it, which is very cool. Fantastic IEM. Don't miss it. Now, CanJam London 2023, the Campfire CP622B blew me away.
Yeah.
B stands for blew me away. Now, at CanJam Singapore 2024, I first heard these. They weren't out yet. This is the Campfire CP74E. I listened to them. I was super thrilled by them. In fact, I took them out of my ear to look at them to make sure I wasn't listening to the CP622B.
Yeah.
Because they don't, at the time, again, I hadn't heard the CP622B in a while. So, but it reminded me of them. So now when I have them side by side, which we have them both here, I can say it still reminds me of the CP622B.
Right.
Which is surprising given they have such different driver complements.
Yes.
So the CP74E is an 11-driver hybrid versus a 10-driver tribrid with the CP622B. It's the 74E has 11 drivers, 7 balanced armatures, 4 EST drivers.
Right.
And so no bone conduction drivers. And maybe that's where the differences in the mid-range come in.
I'm sure.
Because tonal balance-wise, they remind me a lot of each other, but there are some differences in the mid-range, certainly in imaging as well.
Yeah.
There's something about the imaging that might be the bone conduction drivers with the CP622B that's just different. And these are not, they don't have that, which some might prefer, actually.
Yeah.
And they're priced below the CP622B, so I'm going to be curious to see how that kind of shakes out. I think some are going to prefer the CP74E. For me, the 622B, the CP622B, is probably a little more special because of that mid-range and the imaging. But I think some will prefer this. The one thing I'll say is the shell on the CP74E fits me better.
Yeah.
And I think, frankly, it's going to fit some people better than the CP622B, and I think that'll be something that people find. So make sure to try them both on. But whatever you do, don't miss the CP74E at CanJam.
Mysticraft Acoustic Research is a new boutique brand by veteran IEM engineer Lee Kwan Min, who you may know from Elysian Acoustic Labs. Mysticraft will be launching at CanJam Singapore, which is no doubt going to be a big draw at the show. With Mysticraft, Lee told us he's aiming to do something unique. They're launching with 3 new IEM models, a hexbrid, which will be their flagship, a quadbrid, and a tribrid. We predict a very busy exhibit at Mysticraft to hear Lee's latest creations with his brand new company.
I don't remember which CanJam it was at. It could have been a CanJam SoCal a year or two ago, where I first heard the Noble Audio Spartacus. And I thought it was one of the best IEMs I'd heard from Noble Audio for sure. Yeah. It was actually one of my favorite IEMs of whatever show that was that I'm trying to remember. But this is the Noble Audio Aegis 2. The reason I bring up the Spartacus is because we don't have one here.
Right.
And they said that the sequel, that the Aegis 2 is the sequel to the Noble Spartacus. Tuning was developed with Spartacus lovers in mind.
Yeah.
Okay, this was encouraging to me before I heard it. And then I heard it. I get it. I really love these, actually. These are fantastic. So the Aegis 2 is an 8-driver tribrid IEM, 2 Sonian bone conduction drivers. Spartacus had bone conduction drivers. In fact, that might have been the first Noble with bone conduction drivers.
I want to say it was.
But yeah, don't hold me to it. Anyway, so this is an 8-driver tribrid, 2 Sonian bone conduction drivers, 2 Sonian balanced armatures, 2 Knowles balanced armatures, 2 Sonian EST drivers. So they're keeping both of the major balanced armature manufacturers happy. Knowles and Sony in one IEM. Again, the sequel to the Noble Spartacus. Black resin housing, custom art faceplate.
Yeah.
Noble's faceplates are, I mean, Noble really, when you think about it, what made them famous at the outset, like when they was part of it, was the way their stuff looks.
Yeah, and the faceplate also does remind me of the Spartacus as well.
It does.
Yeah.
They just do beautiful IEMs. 8-core premium cable with switchable plugs, $1,799.
Yeah.
All right. This is what I think of the Aegis 2, because I don't exactly remember the Spartacus, because we only heard it at that show, and we don't have one here. So I can't really make a direct comparison. So I'll make no comparison directly to the Spartacus, because I only heard it at one show. But this it combines neutrality with, and it's not like overdone, but there's a lot of vocal clarity with this.
Yes.
A lot of mid-range clarity with this. And it's beautifully done. A lot of air too.
Yes.
And so the bass is impactful, controlled, the mids are clean. But I love that sparkle that it's giving to vocal music. And it doesn't, and listening to instrumental stuff, because I wanted to see if it was going to have any effect negatively. It doesn't.
Yeah.
It actually it's a nice clarity through the upper mids. Beautifully done. And again, the image is beautiful. So I decided to run it on MDEX. So I hear something like this, I decide to run it on MDEX. Now, we don't run every IEM on MDEX, especially for a preview, because we're so busy when we're doing these previews. But for this one, I had to try. Ran it through, multi-dimensional audio quality score, head acoustics. Make sure to watch our videos about MDEX. This scored, for mean opinion score timbre, which includes frequency response, spectral flux, and other things, 4.9 out of 5.
Nice.
Mean opinion score immersiveness, 4.1 out of 5. Frankly, I was surprised. That's still a very good score.
Yeah.
I expected it to be better because I hear these imaging beautifully. Mean opinion score distortion, 4.4, which is very high.
Right.
Not high distortion, high score.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing. All right. Mean opinion score overall, 4.9 out of 5. So from an overall standpoint, you can't do much better than that.
Right.
So that's one of the higher scoring IEMs we've ever seen here on multi-dimensional audio quality score. None of that surprised me, except for maybe I expected maybe closer to 5 with the immersiveness score. But what a fantastic IEM. And this will be at CanJam, and you will definitely want to check out the Noble Audio Aegis 2.
Now, these little IEMs, they are true wireless models from Noble Audio, and they're called the Focus Rex 5. Now, as I'm sure many headfires know, the Focus family has a number of headphones in it, and these are the latest true wireless in that family, and they've become my favorite true wireless Noble Audio piece.
Yeah, they're excellent.
In the entire line. So inside the Rex 5, you're going to find a 5-driver tribrid system with one 10mm dynamic, 3 balanced armatures, and one 6mm planar magnetic driver. It has Bluetooth 5.4 with multi-point, which I appreciate, and you get aptX adaptive and LDAC, so you get some more modern, high-end codecs built right in. It has personal hearing calibration, which admittedly I typically don't usually end up using, but it also has active noise cancellation, and in this I've used it a lot because I'm happy to say it's good ANC. It doesn't feel like they just threw it in there. They actually took their time to develop the ANC system with the headphone, and it sounds wonderful together. It has 5 hours of runtime with that ANC enabled, and if you turn it off, you're going to get 7 hours, so when you're at home, you get better listening life. This is with a case, and the case is a wireless charging case. It has more than 3 full charges in the case itself. So when you're out and about, you have plenty of charges. Toss the in-ears back in the case, you're good to go. It is compatible with the Noble Focus app, and this is where I want to talk about the EQ. Because in the Focus app, they have a 10-band EQ that you can personalize and customize it the way you want. They also have a number of excellent presets. 2 of them really stand out for my liking, but they're all usable, which I think is excellent to have. And it's only $449, which I think makes it actually not even the most expensive Noble true wireless piece, yet it's still become my favorite.
Yeah. What I love about I'm not bothered by that price at all. I think it's a really strong value.
Yeah.
And what I love about what Noble does is they seem to be they're trying to give us the true Noble experience that we get with their other wired IEMs in true wireless.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't feel like a half effort. I feel like a lot of effort goes into these.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
And it shows in the signature too. So the signature, to me, I consider it like a smooth, fun, but still kind of natural sound signature. So you've got some fun in the low end. You've got kind of a smoother top end, but still nicely detailed for a smooth signature. And then it's got a really nice natural transition between everything. But with that Noble Focus app, a little bit of EQ for me, toss a little more energy into the treble, maybe pull down the bass a little bit, depending on the songs that I'm listening to. And they sound excellent. I mean, I really enjoy these things. And, if anybody gets a chance to try them at CanJam, they have to, because if you're looking in the true wireless space, this is now a must-hear. It's going to be one of the top contenders. Noble Audio will also be showing their all-new Shogun at CanJam Singapore. The Shogun is a 13-driver quad-bridge IEM with 1 dynamic, 6 balanced armature, 4 electrostatic, and 2 bone conduction drivers. It has a gorgeous black and red resin body capped with a striking red and gold Shogun faceplate. Since the Shogun hasn't started shipping yet, CanJam Singapore will be the only place you can audition it for yourself. What I'm holding in my hands right now may be the only one of its kind in the world. This is a pre-production version for an upcoming cable from ELATEC called the ELATEC Audeze. Now, the ELATEC Audeze is the newest cable in their Parnassa series, and ELATEC says that it's the spiritual successor to the Iliad and the Aeneid. Audeze merges the best elements of its predecessors, evolving into something even more refined and outstanding. It is a 24-gauge 4-wire cable, and it has 7 corelets, multi-size stranding design inside. Materials-wise, you're going to find triple bespoke alloy blend, which is gold-silver alloy, silver-copper alloy, and gold-copper alloy. Now, this is the pre-production version, but the production version will also have bespoke hardware. So it's going to have a custom Y-split housing, ELATEC's aluminum alloy connector available in 2-pin or MMCX, your choice, and a custom termination housing for the terminator. And I really want to see that in the 4.4 in person because the renders look great.
In the renders are shows hardware that looks like it's going to be jarringly beautiful.
Yeah, the renders look awesome, so I can't wait to see it in person.
I want to see it too.
Now, again, this is a pre-production version, but the production version will be available at CanJam Singapore. So when you get a chance, definitely check out the ELATEC Audeze. And I should also mention, final pricing, it's going to be $19.99 US.
So it's not. This is a premium price cable.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now the funny thing is, you decided to pair it with I'm sure you probably tried it with others, but then you ended up with the final pairing that we ended up going with, like listening more than any of the others, is the QDC Emperor.
Yeah.
I was wondering why you chose that. Now I get it. So what they say about it, ELATEC says the result is a neutrally warm signature with significantly enhanced resolution and micro detail retrieval set against a dark, deep background that creates an immersive sense of space. For me, it was really more about resolution.
Yes,
I didn't find that it necessarily warmed those up. I don't know that I'd want to warm those up.
Yeah.
But it was more of a resolution thing. Mm-hmm. That said, I get why you chose it with that pairing. It's a wonderful pairing.
Yeah. So definitely check it out when you're at ELATEC's exhibit, this CanJam Singapore.
Now, you mentioned the ELATEC Baroque ear tips.
Mm-hmm.
I can safely say at this point, they are my favorite ear tips for IEMs now. And I want to tell a quick story before I explain why. So I go to Tokyo somewhat regularly, and when I go, it's become a custom, as you well know, that I buy a lot of ear tips.
Right.
And there was one trip I went on where I bought so many ear tips that they filled 2 small shopping carts, like literally filled them, because it was all different manufacturers, all different types. And the clerk literally asked me, he said, are those both for you? I said, yes. And he said, are you sure you want all of them? And I said, yeah, no, I'm sure I want all of them. But here's the thing. On my most recent trip to Tokyo, just happened, I bought no ear tips. I think that's the first time in I don't know how many years that I went to Tokyo, came back with no new ear tips. Why? Because of the Baroques. They solve my problem, my fit problems most of the time. It's not just problems. They're just the tips I use most of the time. They're made of a Japanese medical grade silicone. They're super duper supple.
Yes.
They have beautiful structure. The design is genius because they have structure, even though they're like, the silicone almost feels paper thin.
Right.
And yet, as paper thin and supple as it is, I've never torn a pair. So I've yet to tear a pair. And I can't say that about every ear tip. As you know, there are some ear tips that we just, when we frequently change them, tear apart the insides.
Yeah.
But these, I have yet to destroy a pair. So the ELATEC Baroques to me, and they sound great with just about every IEM I try them with. And they're, oh, by the way, they're not the kind that you just push, I don't want to get this stuck in here. Anyways, that you push that super deep. They're, you just kind of get them into your ear and you'll feel when you get the seal, and that's where you'll usually settle, at least in my ears. So the ELATEC Baroques at CanJam, you want to audition your IEMs with them. I don't care which IEMs you're using, at least try them. And I have a feeling you will probably, like me, end up settling on Baroques and buying way fewer ear tips than you may be doing now. So something else ELATEC is becoming known for, their high-end audio accessories.
Right.
executed at such a high level, stuff just for headfires. Now, Brian and I are both leather goods enthusiasts, and we nerd out about leather goods too. So we even talk about the tanneries, the specific tanneries that make specific leathers of stuff that we have.
Yeah.
And I have those same conversations, as do you, with Elitech.
Yeah.
They're into that stuff too. In fact, they've contacted me before and said, we're going to be making something that you're going to love out of a Merriam horse butt, right? And that's, Merriam's an Italian tannery. Actually, that's that IEM case there. I believe that is a Merriam horse butt.
Yep.
And you can't get it anymore, unfortunately. It was a very limited release. And I'll explain why I'm telling you about it anyway. You'll get it in a second. So the other case that we have here it's a larger case. It's called the Lux Companion case, also sold out.
Right.
It's made of Zonta museum calf leather. Zonta is another Italian tannery, and museum calf leather is like a hand-burnished calf skin.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful. It has a modular interior. It came with 4 IEM pouches and 5 leather keeper straps. All right. So why am I telling you about it if you can't get them? Because they're regularly releasing these limited edition runs of accessories.
Yeah.
Executed again at such a high level. We've unfortunately missed some that we wanted.
Yeah, I missed a moss green Lux case sometime back, and I still kick myself for that.
Yeah, and you didn't even wait that long. They just went away so quickly.
Yeah.
I ordered the kudu. I didn't miss those. I should have them here. The kudu, which is an antelope.
Yeah, the cavalry cases.
Yeah, that's what they're called. Yeah, the cavalry cases. IEM cases. I got 2 of them, and so I ordered those the moment they came out. So at CanJam, stop by Elitech's exhibit,
right,
and be as surprised as I am sometimes when they have something I hadn't seen before that's probably a limited edition. Their accessories are just executed at such a high level. Absolutely beautiful. Now, ever since I first heard an Elysian Acoustic Labs IEM, which was the Diva back at CanJam Singapore 2022, you were with me at that one.
I was.
I've been a huge fan of the company and several of their IEMs as I discovered more of their IEMs, as they released more of their IEMs. The Diva, the Annihilator, love the Annihilator. The Pilgrim Noir.
Yeah.
I like the Pilgrim Noir more. You like the Pilgrim more. And then this is the Apostle, the Elysian Acoustic Labs Apostle. And this is the one I want to focus on today. Fantastic IEM. This one's $1,800, so it's not inexpensive.
Right.
Yet I think it's probably one of the best values in Elysian's lineup. And I'll explain that in a minute. So when I first heard it was prototype form, Lee let me hear it at one of the shows. I don't even remember which show it was anymore. And I even said to him the first thing, he said, what do you think? I said, reminds me of the Annihilator. And he started laughing. He said, well, it's kind of an Annihilator Junior.
Yeah.
And even in the notes, it says the same tri-bird technology as our flagship Annihilator 2023. And then I got them side by side. And then there were definitely differences, which I'm going to go over in a second. But let's talk about what's in them first. So this is a 5-driver tri-bird IEM, the Apostle. On each side, one 9.2 millimeter LSR dynamic driver. LSR is liquid silicone rubber. One Knowles balanced armature, one Sonian balanced armature, 2 Sonian ESTs, the electrostatic tweeters, and I'll say it, Elysian is one of the they're one of the best at getting magic out of those ESTs to my ears.
Right.
4-way crossover. The shell is what they call dark stone forge aluminum alloy shell with stainless steel accents. It's a understatedly beautiful shell in my opinion.
It is. Yeah.
It's aluminum, but it kind of looks like dark titanium to me.
It does.
Flamberge cable.
I love that name.
Okay, I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. My French friends are probably like, ugh. But anyway, anyways, Flamberge cable. 19-gauge copper, hybrid silver and gold-plated copper. Pentacon connection on the ear side, which is what you find on the Elysian IEMs. OFC, oxygen-free copper, 4.4 millimeter termination. Comes with Divinus ear tips.
Yep.
I think I'm pronouncing that right. And again, $1,800. All right, now let's talk about the comparison and why I think it's such a good value. So I get it side by side, listening to them side by side. Annihilator 2023 and this. And the one thing I'll say is it's a safer tuning. And it has some things in common with the Annihilator. So yes, they sound of a family. But the Annihilator, which again I've described as a rich sounding IEM that's somehow still defined by its treble.
Yeah.
Because it's one of the most treble resolving IEMs I've ever heard. The Apostle has a safer treble tuning, but still a tremendous amount of detail in the treble, which again, Elysian's so good at getting. You know, Lee's told me some of what they do with those Sonian ESTs, but I don't think I'm supposed to discuss details, but let's just say they're really good at getting the detail out of those ESTs and beautiful sound out of them. And then the bass is also safer.
Right.
Overall, it's a more balanced tuning. I think it's going to have a broader appeal than the Annihilator 2023. I still love the Annihilator 2023, but I love the Apostle as well. So as much as they have in common, I would say they're definitely different. And I think it's different in a way that's going to have broader appeal.
Right.
So given the chance to audition the Apostle from Elysian Acoustic Labs, make sure to do so. When Lee Kwan Min from Elysian Acoustic Labs told me they were going to make more affordable IEMs for the people who wanted Elysian sound but couldn't quite afford, say, the Diva or let alone the Annihilator, I was very excited. So then they release what he was talking about, the one you're holding, the silver one, which is the Pilgrim.
Yeah.
Shortly thereafter, they released the Pilgrim Noir. Let's talk. Yeah, very shortly. Let's talk about what they are. So let's start with the Pilgrim. It's $399.
Yeah.
Fantastic value.
Oh, phenomenal deal.
Phenomenal deal. 4-driver hybrid IEM, one 9.2 millimeter dynamic driver per side. That's a magnesium aluminum alloy diaphragm, by the way. And 3 Sonian balanced armatures. It's a 3-way crossover design. It uses 3D printed internal chambers and acoustic ducts, high quality aluminum shell. Lovely aluminum shell, by the way.
Yep.
304 stainless steel bore. And the stock cable is a silver plated copper with Pentacon ear connection and 3.5 millimeter or 4.4 millimeter termination. Now that's in the stock configuration for $399. If you're willing to spring for a bit more, you can get an optional bundle with the Effect Audio Cadmus 2 cable.
Right.
Now the Pilgrim Noir is $799, so it's a bit more expensive for sure than the original Pilgrim. It is also a 4-driver hybrid IEM with 1 dynamic driver per side, the 9.2 millimeter magnesium aluminum alloy diaphragm. 3 Sonian balanced armatures. However, Elysian doubled up the mids driver from Pilgrim and swapped out the high-frequency balanced armature driver to refine the treble further, and they went to a 4-way crossover design for the Noir versus the original's 3-way crossover design. This does use bespoke Effect Audio internal wiring for the Noir.
Yep.
3D printed internal chambers and acoustic ducts like that one. High-quality aluminum shell like the original Pilgrim, but it has... it comes with custom Effect Audio Eros S cable with a custom Noir colorway. I love the blacked out colorway of this cable.
I do too.
And it has Pentacon oxygen-free copper 4.4 millimeter termination, so it's an upgraded plug. Now, I find the signature of this one to be much more squarely in my range. So the Pilgrim, the original Pilgrim, I would say is well within my range of neutrality. But its treble pushes my limits. It's an incisive treble that pushes my preference, like on the high side.
I can see that, but that's squarely where I want it.
Exactly.
Yep.
Now, the Noir is overall, its balance is almost right exactly in the middle of my preference range.
Yeah.
And what they do with this is they take the treble down a bit, they refine it, and so it has a smoother tonality. That smoother tonality also gives it a richer sounding a richer sounding tonal balance.
Yeah.
But yet it's more resolving. I don't even think you'd argue that point.
No, I wouldn't.
But you just prefer the tonal balance of that one.
I do.
So for the prices, $399 for the Pilgrim, $799 for the Pilgrim Noir. These are still fantastic values, and they achieve what they set out to do with them, which is give Elysian sound for more affordable pricing.
Zeppelin & Co. will have a quiet listening space on the second level, directly above the main CanJam exhibit area, and there you'll find a number of just-announced IEMs to audition. We've spent some time with 3 of the models they'll have on hand. The first comes from a new brand, Volk Audio. The second from a company well-loved by many headfires, FIIO Audio. And a third that, while not brand spanking new, will still be in high demand, coming to us from Let's Shore. Here are all the hot new details on the Volk Audio Etoile, the FIIO Audio Project K, and the Let's Shore Mystic 8.
So here we have a new IEM with a long history.
Right.
Let me explain. So this is the Volk Audio Etoile.
Yeah.
Okay, I had to look up how to pronounce it before I
Yeah.
shot this. My French is atrocious. It's spelled E-T, the E with the little accent sign, E-T-O-I-L-E. So just in case I mangled the pronunciation
Yeah.
for my French friends, that's the word I'm trying to say, Etoile. So this is the Volk Audio Etoile Founders Reserve Edition, this specific one, which we'll get to, the Founders Reserve Edition in a second. It's a new brand, Volk Audio, from Jack Vang. This is the history I'm talking about. Jack Vang, I think a lot of you in the community know Jack. He's the founder of Earworks, co-founder of Empire Ears. The Volk Audio Etoile was developed in collaboration with Michael Graves, 5-time Grammy Award-winning engineer. It's a 10-driver quadbrid, one 10-millimeter dynamic for sub plus bass is what it said. Sub plus bass?
Yeah, sub and bass.
Sub and bass. They describe the M10 dynamic driver, Volk's proprietary 10-millimeter dynamic driver, purpose-built to establish Etoile's foundation in the low frequencies. 4 balanced armatures for mids, 4 EST drivers for highs,
one 8mm magnetostatic for the highs. They describe that M8 tweeter as engineered specifically to render upper frequencies with tonal weight, rich texture, and refined control. Actually, the treble extension in this A12 is actually quite lovely.
Yeah, it is.
6-way crossover design, 5 soundboard design. They say A12 began as a near-field reference monitor, then hand-tuned by jack, adjusted by ear.
And you can hear that when you listen to it. It shows.
You can. I'm going to get to tonal balance in a second. This prototype cable that we have is, well,
yeah,
just
it's pre-production. Yeah.
It's a pre-production. I think this whole unit's pre-production.
But it is final voicing.
Final voicing. So what we're listening to is how it's going to be.
Yes.
Just want to verify. All right. This is the Founders Reserve Edition, the one that we're holding here. I take it that's a limited edition at the start.
Yeah, 350, I think, is the number.
350 units individually numbered. I just found that in the notes. Okay. Handcrafted carrying case. Oh, I want to talk about the build of the earpieces. So 24 karat gold plated frame.
Yeah, beautiful.
Which I
frame.
like, and it says Volk, cut out in it. It almost looks military.
It does look pretty sweet.
Italian sourced midnight Saffiano leather.
That's my favorite part.
Yeah, so it's a beautiful leather. It's a textured leather for we're both leather goods enthusiasts. So a Saffiano leather is like a textured leather where they emboss a cross grain pattern into it. It's actually quite lovely. You've seen Saffiano leather before because it's used in a lot of high end leather goods. And there is this handcrafted carrying case, which is also lovely. Matching leather exterior, that's Saffiano leather, with something they say is a Goya red Alcantara interior.
It's a beautiful case.
It's a beautiful case. And again, limited to 350 units. Now we'll talk tonal balance. So the tonal balance, here's what I can tell you about this Michael Graves fella, this 5-time Grammy award-winning engineer. He wanted, I'm guessing, to have nice vocal clarity.
Yep.
There's kind of a slight vocal forwardness to my ears with just a presence and clarity throughout the mids. And then really lovely treble presence.
Yeah.
The funny thing is the bass, I would have expected, with a history with Empire Ears, a lot of their most famous IEMs, their most popular best-selling IEMs had really prominent bass.
Right.
This has really lovely bass extension, but I would call it, I don't know, I'm going to be interested to hear what you think. So for me, I prefer more bass than you generally. I consider it within my range of neutral for sure in bass-wise.
To me, there's a little bit emphasized presence. However, I love it.
Okay, good. So I've really enjoyed the Volk Audio A12.
Yeah.
And again, this is the Founders Reserve Edition. Now, at CanJam Singapore, at Zeppelin Co, they're going to have an event the Thursday before CanJam starts. So 2 days
April
before
3rd.
April 3rd.
Yep.
With Jack Vang and Volk Audio at the Zeppelin Co showroom.
Yep.
I'm going to try to be there. I hope y'all can make it too. And don't miss the Volk Audio A12 there at Zeppelin Co on Thursday, April 3rd, and of course at CanJam Singapore. At CanJam Singapore, Fur Audio will be showing their upcoming Fur Audio Project K, and you'll be among the first in the world to be able to audition this new IEM. We were not able to get a production voiced version in time for recording, but here's what we know about the Project K. It's a 5-driver hybrid. On each side, one 9mm kinetic bass dynamic driver, 2 open driver balanced armatures for mids, 1 open driver balanced armature for high mids, and 1 open driver balanced armature for highs. It'll have machined titanium shells and sapphire glass faceplates. Like other Fur Audio IEMs, it'll also have Atom XS interchangeable modules, which allow you to change the characteristics and sound of the IEM. Now, it'll also come with a premium white leather case, and as for its cable, it'll have silver-plated copper conductors with 4 cores, coaxial structure, and silver-plated copper shielding. Now, later, there'll be a custom IEM version that'll have free custom artwork plus premium faceplates. It'll also have internal Atom and Atom X modules and come with an aluminum protective case. Make sure to stop by Zeppelin & Co.'s exhibit to audition the Project K. You really like those, don't you?
Yeah,
I know, I can tell.
So this is the Let Shore Mystic 8. It's the first IEM in their Mist line. Now, the Mystic 8 is an 8-driver IEM. They're all balanced armature drivers. 4 of those balanced armature drivers come from Sonyan. 4 of them come from Knowles. So I just find that kind of interesting.
I do too, actually.
Yeah.
For an all-BA design to use, 4 from Sonyan, 4 from Knowles.
Yeah, it's fun. So inside, it has a 3-way crossover design with 4-way acoustic tubes, and all of that is housed within a CNC'd titanium alloy chassis. Now, they say that this chassis has a vapor black finish. I love the color they went with, and it has a phantom cat design. It's a really cool look.
I think so too, actually.
Yeah, I think it's really neat. I love especially the fact that I don't like high gloss piano black. It's kind of in between matte and glossy black, so it's nice where they settled, and the multi-layered faceplate is beautiful.
Yes.
So it also comes with an 8-strand, 20-core, single silver-plated monocrystalline copper cable that's terminated with 2-pin and 4.4 millimeter. And another interesting thing that they throw in the box is a custom ring and necklace. Now, Let Shore kind of seems to have a history of throwing in cool little accessories, little trinkets, because with the, what was it, the S12 anniversary, 2024 anniversary edition, they had that cool little spinning 8 anniversary logo.
Which we were kind of using as a fidget toy.
I like that.
I do too.
So you get the ring and the necklace in this as well.
Actually, the necklace is kind of cool.
It is kind of neat.
Yeah.
I also want to say what's really neat is the sound. So the sound on this is phenomenal. This is one of those IEMs that I can pop into any player, start listening to my music library, and I'm pretty much never going to need to make any adjustments to the sound signature. It has a lovely low end. Mids sound phenomenal on this. It's a very airy sound, and it has a lot of detail and clarity through kind of the mids and the upper register. Overall, this is one of those things I popped in my ears. I was surprised. And when you think about it, it's basically right around $1,000 US. And I can't fault it in any way. It's fantastic.
I think it's a little under 1,000. I'm going to do a little Brian translation on the bass. So I think the bass has nice extension.
Yes.
You find it to be, for your taste, probably, I think when we were talking earlier, mildly emphasized.
Mild, yeah.
Yeah, translated for most people, that means no emphasis. I find that to be actually perceived flat type bass.
Yeah.
Nice extension. I agree with you on the rest of it, though. But that's because I'm teasing, but Brian and I have different tastes. I think we've said it a million times, in bass especially. But I find it to be perceived flat, but I agree with you on everything you said about the rest of it, yeah.
Yeah, so if you're at CanJam and you have the chance to audition the Mysticate, you have to do it.
Now, this beautiful aftermarket IEM cable I'm holding here is the Flash Acoustics Venom. So this is now the flagship of Flash Acoustics line. And Flash Acoustics is quickly becoming more popular in our community. It doesn't surprise me. The principles behind Flash Acoustics are extremely well regarded, fantastic reputation, even within the specific aftermarket cable community.
Right.
Now, the Venom, now the flagship, replaces, as the flagship, the Ultron. And I think the Ultron stays in the lineup, but this is now the flagship. Yeah. And the Ultron I'd been using for a while.
Yes.
Loved it so much, I ended up picking up the Thanos, which was under the Ultron. Been using those with some of my favorite IEMs. And now this. So in a previous preview video, we showed an exploded view of the Ultron.
Yeah.
Just to show how complex that design is, which you can actually see as you look at the cable in person.
Yes.
We don't have an exploded view of the Venom, but if you look at this Ultron exploded view, you can kind of see probably a very similar construction with this, with some improvements. So the Venom is a 21.7 gauge cable. On the positive conductor side, gold-plated silver-gold alloy, palladium-plated silver-gold alloy, silver-gold platinum alloy, and 7N SCOCC copper.
That's a crazy amount of material.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
And then on the negative conductor side, palladium-plated 5N OCC silver and non-plated 5N OCC silver. This also, like I think the Ultron did, features Flash Acoustics X-Cross design.
Yeah.
And then this has a new feature, a new design with the Venom called AEC, or Anti-Electromagnetic Complex, designed to offer superior anti-static and interference-resistant properties. So I'm not sure exactly how that works, but again, there are some improvements. You can already tell if you've seen the Ultron, there are differences in materials and construction. So this I've been enjoying. This is one of my favorite IEMs right now. This is the Visioneers VE10. Just as I've been enjoying the Ultron and Thanos, I'm very much enjoying the performance with the VE10s. Wonderful upgrade.
Yeah.
If you're a cable enthusiast, if you love cable rolling, or you're just curious about it at CanJam, definitely do not miss the flagship Venom from Flash Acoustics. So this is the FIIO FX17. Before I get into the FIIO FX17, just before we started shooting this, Brian and I were talking about FIIO, the company,
right,
and how they've entered so many audio product categories.
Yeah, they have.
And whenever they get into a product category, they don't just like dip their toes in the water.
No, they're the kind of company to dive head first.
Head first. They get so serious about every category they're in. I think IEMs that's definitely one of the categories that they've just really pushed.
Oh, yeah.
The last couple of years, they've gotten very serious. So like the FA19, like we both love that IEM.
Yeah.
And they also have different kind of subcategories within that category, which is, hybrid, tribrid, all BA, all dynamic. Yeah.
Yep.
Anyway, this is a tribrid. This is a 13-driver tribrid, the FIIO FX17. One lithium magnesium alloy dynamic driver. Lithium magnesium alloy.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with it.
I'm not familiar with this material, but I am intrigued. I would like to see what this material is about. 4 custom Knowles mid-range BA drivers, 8 Sonian EST drivers for ultra-clear high frequencies, 5-way frequency split, S-Turbo patented acoustic filter structure designed for optimal sound clarity,
pure titanium metal housing that they use 5-axis CNC machining to make.
Yep, nicely machined.
Yeah, beautifully machined. Ergonomically designed with custom-like fit. It
Right.
does remind me of a custom IEM,
It
but
does.
it is universal fit, to be clear. Stock cable, gold, silver, and copper hybrid with 3 replaceable plugs, 3.5 millimeter, 4.4 millimeter, and TC connectors for versatility.
Mhm.
That's another way they've gotten serious about their IEMs. I feel like the cables on their IEMs have gotten nicer and nicer,
Right.
and they're like premium aftermarket cables now in terms of the look, feel, and performance. So I love that they do that, and I think adds value to their products. And FIIO is known for strong value already.
Yes.
All right, let's talk about how the FX17 sounds. So we both love the FIIO FA19,
Mhm.
which is an all BA design
Right.
for its neutrality. This is not a neutral IEM.
Yeah.
This is a rich, romantic sounding IEM, probably more up my alley than yours.
It is. Yep.
But as rich sounding IEMs go,
Yeah, it's nicely implemented.
I think they're lovely.
Yeah.
So I think they're fun.
Mm-hmm.
And that rich tonality isn't just in the bass. It's not like just bass emphasis. There's some mid-band emphasis as well.
Right.
But I don't find them to be slow sounding. I think part of that is, number one, the control of the drivers and the
Yes.
resolution of the drivers, but also that there's some treble sparkle.
There is, and I
which
like that.
Yeah, I do too. With
Yeah.
a richer tonality, I like that. And in image as well. I was talking to an IEM engineer recently because I've noticed that I feel like IEMs generally are starting to image better,
Right.
more commonly.
Mm-hmm.
And so I asked, is that like by design or is it a happy accident? He said, no, at least we engineer them. I can't remember which company that was. And he was saying, no, we engineer them, with imaging in mind, that we work on that. So I'm guessing this was a deliberate thing with the FIIO FX17 too.
Yeah.
So for those shopping for IEMs at CanJam, this is an exciting entry. If what I described sound signature-wise is something you'd be interested in, make sure to give the FIIO FX17 a listen at CanJam.
At AV1's CanJam Singapore exhibit, you'll be able to audition a variety of IEMs across many different brands. We've spent some time with a few IEMs from Icelab and QDC here in our studio, so let's take a moment to talk about a few models you'll be able to try at AV1.
Now, the funny thing is when we got the Icelab Spectrumica,
Mhm.
the very first time, we did a preview video after we got it, and the funny thing is we didn't know where in the lineup it was.
Yeah, it wasn't out yet, and there was no information online.
Yeah, they sent us no information. They sent us the in-ear. It was just like, listen to it, put it in the preview video. And so we guessed that it was their new flagship because we
Right.
both preferred it to the Prismatica.
Mm-hmm.
And that's saying something because we both really like the Icelab Prismatica.
Yeah.
Now, let's talk about what this is first. It's an 8-driver IEM, 1 ceramic dynamic driver, 1 bone conduction driver, 4 balanced armature drivers, 2 electrostatic tweeters. I love what they're doing with those tweeters.
Yeah.
Aviation-grade aluminum housing. I mentioned that because the housing is beautifully finished. High-quality components, Elna audio capacitors, Japan-made metal film resistors.
Mm-hmm.
Something called P-Sync phase synchronization chamber, a precision CNC milled chamber that ensures air tightness, reduces resonances, and aligns air and bone conduction phases.
Right.
I don't know exactly the design or how that exactly works. I mentioned it for 2 reasons. One, ICE's CNC machining capabilities are kind of next level.
Yeah, they are.
His shop does just gorgeous work. And that might contribute, whatever that thing is, to the imaging.
Right.
Because I feel that these image better.
Mm-hmm.
They image very well, period, but they image better than even the Prismatica.
Yeah.
All right. It comes with 2 sets of tips. I only mention that because it comes with high-performance silicone tips. And then the other type, I need to mention the premium Elitech Baroque ear tips that it comes with.
Yeah, which we love.
Yeah, love those. Those are expensive ear tips.
Yeah.
And so that's quite a bonus to be packaged with them. All right. It also has something they call the mica cable. And it actually looks and feels like a couple of the flagship cables I use.
It does.
And the fixtures on it, remember we were just talking about the CNC machining capabilities. The fixtures are beautifully done.
Yep.
So those CNC machine fixtures are gorgeous. So now let's get to our listening notes. Let's start with you.
Okay. Well, I know you disagree, but I do make a small tweak to the default signature. I love what's going on in the upper end, and I love the mid-range on these, and I do take a little bit out of the bass. I think about 3 dB or so. However, once I do that, the detail that runs from the low end all the way to the high end, absolutely wonderful. Vocals are stellar. Really, with a small tweak, these are fantastic for me.
So I agree with you on almost all of that, but on the bass tweak you make, I disagree, homeboy.
Yeah, I know.
But anyways, yeah, no, I don't make that tweak. I take them as is and I love the way they sound. My notes say, when I hear the Spectrumica, it sounds like a relative of Prismatica. The bass is more impactful, but it's also very clean. Mids are rich too, but again, very clean. To my ears, the Spectrumica is richer and overall balanced than the Prismatica. Now, I want to make sure that it's clear these don't have what I would describe is predominantly smooth characteristic. They're just smoother than the Prismatica.
Yeah.
Yet they're more resolving, and they image better than the Prismatica, which is why I think we guessed correctly that they were the flagship, because they are.
Yep.
They're $2,000 at that price point. I find them very competitive.
Yeah.
And so to me, in the Western markets, I think they're still an emerging brand.
Yes.
I think with a couple of CanJams under their belt, they're not going to be little known in the Western markets anymore. And the Spectrumica, to me, at this price point, if you're shopping at that price point, then these are definitely IEMs you need to audition. Now, some years back, I went to visit QDC's headquarters in Shenzhen, China, and whilst there, I picked up the QDC Anole VX, which I still use to this day.
Yeah.
Kind of a ruthlessly revealing IEM. Still enjoy it a lot. And so that was their flagship then. But I believe this is their flagship now, if I'm correct.
Yes.
This is the QDC Emperor. It will be at CanJam. Let's talk about what it is. It's a 15-driver tribrid, 1 dynamic for ultra lows, 10 balanced armatures in the following configuration: 4 low, 2 mid, 4 high, and then 4 ESTs for ultra highs. 5-way crossover, 5 sound channels. So this is such an interesting flagship to me because I have a flagship. I think 2 flagships ago was the QDC Anole VX.
Yeah.
The VX is still in the line, to be clear.
Yeah.
But going from that flagship to this one is quite a departure. So here are my notes. It says, big departure from the QDC Anole VX with a forward signature in that vocals seem to cut through the mix clearly with these. Whereas the Anole VX is a pretty ruthlessly resolving IEM, the Emperor relaxes that a bit. Bass presence with the QDC Emperor is very good, but never overwhelms the mix to my ears. It seems QDC is using the dynamic driver for the extension and impact, but keeping the bass a little lower in the mix than a lot of the popular flagship IEMs these days. All right. I think that's how I feel about them.
Yeah.
I was just listening to them before we shot this, and my notes still looking good. All right. For daily listening, I'd say I prefer the Emperor to the VX. I needed my notes to tell me that. Yes, I prefer this for daily listening to the VX, because again, the VX can be a bit much. It's pretty resolving, but I still enjoy that. I wouldn't want to give up either, though. That's for sure. Now, I also want to mention that the QDC Emperor is a gorgeous to look at IEM.
Oh yeah.
So it's a beautiful. I don't know if is that abalone, mother of pearl. I don't know.
I don't know the difference.
But whatever it is, it's gorgeous, and I love the design. It's almost, I don't know what the design's supposed to be, but for some reason when I look at it, it reminds me of something medieval. But love the way they look. I also like that it comes with a 3-in-1 swappable termination cable.
Yeah.
So it changes at the plug ends, and they're very easy to change out. I'm usually on 4.4 these days. But at CanJam, definitely try the QDC Emperor. It's a lovely flagship from QDC.
Now, while we're talking about QDC, at CanJam Shanghai 2024, I got to hear this for the first time. This is the QDC Empress. Now, like you might assume from the name, and I think rightfully so, it shares a lot in common with the Emperor. For example, the Empress and the Emperor are both 15-driver tribrid IEMs. They both have a single dynamic, 10 balanced armatures, and 4 ESTs for the driver arrangement. Where they differ is going to be sonic characteristics. These have a very different tuning between the two of them that's close enough that you might have a hard time picking, but different enough that you're going to definitely tell them apart.
Oh, yes.
This has the same 5-sound channel, 5-way crossover design, and it also comes with QDC's standard cable, copper silver mixed braided cabling with 2-pin connectors and the 3-in-1 swappable terminations that they have. Now, I was mentioning that the signature is very different. This is 100% in my wheelhouse. This is a studio reference sound. This is, professional sound through and through, something you could use in a work environment and also get a lot of enjoyable music listening out of. So it has wonderful extension on both ends and a reference sound all the way from top to bottom. Oh yeah, speaking of that extension, if you're a Hans Zimmer fan, I highly recommend trying some of his tracks on here because that sub bass is phenomenal.
It is.
I have a clear preference for this over the Emperor in terms of just sonic characteristics. They're both great. I would still lean towards this. I do want to mention that it is a very sensitive IEM and it can bring out noise floors that aren't quite as low. So if you have a device that's not dead quiet, you may want to consider swapping to a different device or maybe upgrading to something that's just going to be a better source for this piece.
It's not the most sensitive IEM we've used,
No,
but
it's
it is definitely on the more sensitive side.
is.
So if your source, like you're saying, or your amp isn't as quiet,
Right.
Then it might dive right into that noise floor.
It very well could. Price-wise, they're the same between the Emperor and the Empress in custom form. Now, the Emperor has a universal version, which is a little less expensive, but if you're looking at them in custom form, they are
the same price.
And that's where another difference is. This is custom only. So if you need universal, you're probably pretty much going to go with the Emperor. But if you can do custom, you need to check these out.
I think QDC should also offer it in universal.
I agree.
Yeah, but I actually told them that at CanJam Hong Kong 2025.
Exactly.
By the way, they invited us to visit their new headquarters.
Oh, nice.
Which is like twice the size. I guess they've even expanded their capabilities further, and they had a very impressive lab to begin with. But anyway, full anechoic chamber and everything, which is cool. But anyway, I agree with you that it is very articulate, excellent extension. The bass extension's outstanding. But I find the bass, in terms of the amplitude, like the level, to be on the lower side for my tastes.
I can see that.
I would say just below what I'd consider perceived neutral, probably right where you'd consider perceived
That's my neutral.
Yeah. And very articulate versus the Emperor. I'd say it's a little more articulate in the treble than the Emperor, but that may just be a function of that sort of cleaner, leaner bass
that could
and
be.
mids.
Yeah.
So that might be it. But I don't know which I prefer. I actually struggle when I compare the two. Sometimes I prefer the Emperor. Sometimes I prefer the Empress. I feel like the Emperor is a little smoother, but that's a little more articulate. So you have to audition both, because I would hate to have to choose between the two. But at CanJam, that is a fun comparison to make. Now, as CanJams go, CanJam SoCal 2024 was a big CanJam.
Right.
And so there were several key product launches at that show. But one of the most noteworthy product launches was, in my opinion, this IEM here, which is the Forte Ears Macbeth.
Yeah.
And the reason it was so noteworthy, it's a brand new IEM, and a flagship class IEM, no less, from a brand new company. And it was met with immense enthusiasm by even the most serious IEM enthusiasts, the IEM cognoscenti, if you will. I'm looking at your face. Okay, I don't know if that's a word you'd use. Snobs. The IEM snobs. They loved the Macbeth, and I'm not surprised. And it's a company that, though new, it was started by a guy with a lot of experience in our industry, Ricardo Ye.
Yeah.
I've known him for a long time. He's been in the industry over 10 years. He worked with HIFIMAN, with Elitech. Anyway, so he has a lot of experience, and he brought it to bear with these. Let's talk about what they are. It's an 11-driver tribrid, 5 balanced armature drivers, 4 electrostatics, 2 bone conduction drivers that are mid-range bone conduction drivers, and a Diablo bass driver, which is an exclusive Sonian customized bass driver. 5-way crossover, 3D printed resin shell, rhodium-plated copper faceplate. Absolutely gorgeous.
Right.
By the way, we did a video. It's on our channel. It's also on HeadFi from Warren Peachy, where he reviews the Macbeth, talks about the background of the company. And I want to mention that, not just because you should check out the video if you haven't already, but because on that video we showed the prototype faceplate.
Yeah.
It wasn't enameled yet.
Right.
Now it's enameled, and it is absolutely gorgeous. I also want to mention the cable. Comes with a 26-gauge, custom 26-gauge 4-wire cable from Elitech. So you're effectively getting a beautiful aftermarket grade cable from Elitech.
Right.
With the Macbeth. There's also an optional Ambition upgrade cable.
Right.
Aptly named, because all I can do is, hope to hear it one day. It's $3,999, which, if I didn't mention, that's the same price as this IEM, $3,999 USD. It's a 23-gauge, 8-wire design, gold-silver alloy, gold-plated silver, gold-plated copper. This is not the Ambition cable.
Right.
Bit too rich for my blood, maybe. Did I mention the Baroque ear tips, the Elitech Baroque ear tips? So it comes with Elitech Baroque ear tips, which are probably my favorite IEM ear tips of all time.
One of mine, too.
Yeah, they seem to solve every fit issue every time I use them. Leather carrying case, and again, $3,999 USD. Let's talk about how they sound.
Yes.
Are they within my range of neutrality? Yes, they are. What I love about these is they have so many characteristics of some of my favorite IEMs I've ever heard. So, for example, the bass sometimes reminds me of something like the Subtonic Storm.
Yep.
The mid-range, I was actually, the first thing I noticed with it probably was the mid-range reminded me of the Campfire CP622B. Probably not coincidental that they both use mid-range bone conduction drivers.
Yeah.
And the treble, it's like this IEM is psychic. It's at the let me explain. The treble's like at the upper range of my neutral range.
I can see that.
Definitely in the upper range of my neutral range, but only when I want it to be somehow. Yeah, I know. I can't explain it either. But there's something about its tuning where the treble, depending on what I'm listening to, comes in like almost exactly when I want it to.
Okay.
And I love the tonal balance of these.
Yeah.
And it images big, beautiful. Love this IEM. So at CanJam, you're looking for a flagship class IEM. Forte Ears Macbeth is an absolute can't miss. This is the Forte Ears Mephisto. So this is the second IEM from Forte Ears. Their first one launched at CanJam SoCal 2024 with much fanfare. That was probably one of the most talked about new product launches at CanJam SoCal 2024.
Yeah, and it's still getting a lot of talk because that IEM actually went on to win one of the Water Cooler's 2024 IEMs of the Year awards.
It doesn't surprise me one bit.
Yeah, me neither.
I love the Forte Ears Macbeth. But anyways, so let's talk about the Mephisto. First of all, it's $2,899, which means it's substantially less expensive than the flagship Macbeth.
Yeah, still expensive, but not $4,000.
Correct. And let's talk about what's inside. 7-driver tri-bird IEM with two 7.8mm LCP dynamic drivers in a horizontally opposed configuration for the lows. LCP stands for liquid crystal polymer. There are 4 balanced armatures for the mids, 1 nano diaphragm planar named Aria for the tweeter, for the highs.
Yep.
Aria is a custom tweeter developed in-house. It's a custom-engineered nano diaphragm planar magnetic tweeter.
Yeah, which I think is pretty cool.
Yeah, and a nice treble extension, by the way. 4-way crossover they call FCR, Forte Circuitry Relay System. It's a type of 4-way crossover. 3D printed resin chassis with cast silver faceplate.
Yeah, it's a beautiful faceplate.
It is so beautiful.
Yes.
So, okay, I think the Macbeth faceplate is also gorgeous. Which one do you think? Which do you prefer?
They're both lovely. Mephisto wins, in my opinion.
I'm torn. I love them both. So this comes with a custom Elitech cable, 25-gauge, 4-wire configuration. Conductors, silver-plated copper, and copper blend.
Yeah.
Now, did I mention the price, $28.99? The optional Temptation upgrade cable is $28.99.
Yep.
So same price as the IEM. It's a bespoke triple alloy configuration cable with gold, silver, and copper conductors. So this is the standard cable. So this, again, $28.99 with this cable, or you can spend $28.99 and get the Temptation upgrade in addition. All right. Comes with new Elitech Baroque stage ear tips.
Yeah, I haven't done a head-to-head to compare the listening impressions between the two, but I can tell you there is a size difference between the Baroque stage and the Baroque ear tips. So if you're a Baroque owner, when you're auditioning the Mephisto, definitely ask them about sizing because you might end up with a different size.
Yeah, so since the Elitech Baroque ear tip release, they've been my favorite ear tips overall. I use them more than any other right now. So I love that they come with it. They've solved so many fit problems for me with IEMs. So fantastic that they come with Baroques. All right, now the sound signature. It has a familial sound. When I hear it and I listen to the Macbeth, I can hear that they're relatives.
Yeah, of course.
But they're different.
Yes.
So this, I think, was optimized from a tuning standpoint for electronic and pop music.
Yeah, and that's something a lot of headfires listening to, myself included.
Yeah, me too. But I listen to a lot of other. I listen to, and this is good across all genres I've listened to it with.
Yeah.
And I find sometimes when you say things like that, it can be perceptually limiting. Like you'll think that, no, I've listened to it across all genres. I listen to just about everything. I don't listen to Two Van Throat singing. I don't much care for Two Van Throat singing. But I mean, if you do, great. But for all the genres I listen to, fantastic.
Yeah.
It's a mild U-shaped signature.
Yes.
So whereas the Macbeth can sometimes be on the bright side for me, but in a good way, like a sparkly bright. I described it as something that that when it does it, I like it.
Yes.
This doesn't do that. I find the treble to be smoother. I don't really hear that with these. The bass with these is more impactful in the mix. And so, again, a mild U-shaped signature. And it stages beautifully. The Macbeth also stages beautifully. I think some people who listen to the Mephisto and then listen to the Macbeth may prefer the Mephisto depending on their tastes.
Oh, I'm sure there will be some.
And though this is less expensive, I still consider this kind of a flagship class earphone.
Yeah.
So I think it's fantastic. So make sure to listen to both at Forte Ears exhibit. I think this is a beautiful addition to the family. Well, a family of one previously. But what a complementary pair of models to have to start with for first two models from Forte Ears. Fantastic, this Mephisto. We've been to a lot of CanJams.
Sure.
We've talked before about that rare occurrence where we go to a CanJam, we see a company we've never even heard of, sit down, listen to their stuff, and get blown away.
Right. Yep.
Positively.
Yeah.
Happened to me at CanJam Hong Kong 2025 with this. This is the Hercules Audio Moses. I'd never even heard of Hercules Audio before CanJam Hong Kong 2025.
Yep.
So, of course, I'd never heard of the Moses.
Well, I think that launched there at that show.
Oh, did it?
I think so.
Okay, so there must have been some hullabaloo in the Hong Kong community before the show because there was a line to listen to them. And so I waited in line to listen to them. Anyway, let's talk about what they are. It's a 9-driver tri-bird IEM. On each side, 1 dynamic for bass, 4 balanced armatures for mid to highs, 4 electrostatic drivers, the ESTs, for ultra highs. And they're beautifully implemented, by the way.
They definitely are.
The sound signature to my ears is on the richer side of my preference. but I love them. And I like a richer tonality than you do in general.
Yep.
But even you, when you heard them, you were very impressed, and especially at low listening levels, which is something I noticed too at the show. So I still remember what you said to me, because you were like, because you and I both listen quiet at lower volume levels.
Mm-hmm.
And when I listen at lower volume levels with this, and I noticed this at CanJam Hong Kong 2025, you still feel like you're getting the full everything.
Yeah, I agree.
From the music.
Yeah.
It's probably an equal loudness contour thing and how they're tuned.
Maybe, yeah.
Now you turn it up, and then the richness really comes in, probably a little bit more than your preference.
Yeah, a little more.
But you still enjoyed them?
Yeah.
Okay, they image beautifully.
Yes, they do.
All right, so for me, they're still within my preference range, but on the richer side of my preference range. I will say this, they're so good that if you're looking for a richer toned IEM, these are probably going to be among my reference, if not my reference, richer toned IEM right now.
Yeah.
That's how much I love these. Let's talk very quickly. I just want to go through these notes about how they're packaged, because they're beautifully built.
Yes, they are.
The machining on the chassis is gorgeous.
It is. Yep.
That was actually the first thing I noticed about them before I put them in my ears. I was like, all right, they're $4,200. So I should mention they're $4,200, so they're expensive.
Yes.
And I remember thinking, I'd never heard of you, but you're charging $4,200 for IEMs, man. I was very skeptical. But when I saw how they were built, I was somewhat encouraged, because they are meticulously crafted.
Yes.
So the CNC machining that goes into these is insane. Just the whole chassis, but then that grill on the faceplate, that tiny little grill, that detail, that's all CNC machined. And then just the rest of the chassis, the titanium chassis, we both love titanium. And then the cable is beautiful.
Yeah.
They're actually the Scepter headphone cable. That's actually an aftermarket cable sold separately if you want to get them separately. It's a 22 gauge 5N Ono continuous cast pure silver cable. All right, with the fixtures on it, beautifully machined again. When I heard this, I decided this is probably going to score very well with MDAX.
Oh, I bet.
So that's Head Acoustics multi-dimensional audio quality score metric. It's kind of a virtual panel, if you will. I ran it through MDAX. I think it has the best overall score that we've seen from an IEM so far.
Really?
Yeah. So mean opinion score overall, let's start with its overall score, 4.9 out of 5.
Dang, nice.
We've seen that before, but when you look at the individual metrics, I think this score's higher. So mean opinion score timbre, 4.9 out of 5. So timbre includes frequency response, spectral flux, and other things. Mean opinion score immersiveness, 4.6 out of 5. Among the highest we've seen. Mean opinion score distortion, 4.4 out of 5. Again, very high.
All high, yeah.
Yeah. So, again, overall score, 4.9 out of 5. I am not surprised.
Yeah.
The Hercules Audio Moses, again, for me, I think is going to be one of my references, if not my reference, for richer sounding IEMs. And at CanJam, if that's the kind of sound signature you look for, even if you don't, and especially if you listen at lower listening levels,
right,
you must hear the Hercules Audio Moses. Now, HIFIIO will be exhibiting at CanJam, but we didn't get a list of the products that they wanted to highlight.
Right.
So I chose to highlight this one. I made this choice because the first time I auditioned these was at HIFIIO's exhibit at a CanJam. This is the DUNU and Giz Audio Da Vinci. These are wonderful IEMs for $300.
Yep.
Fantastic value, in my opinion. Let's talk about it. It's a collaboration IEM from DUNU and Timmy of Giz Audio. I think he's pretty popular with his YouTube channel and with our community. It's a hybrid IEM. On each side, 2 dynamic drivers. One of them is an 8mm dynamic for bass. The other is a 10mm dynamic for sub bass.
That is too many bass drivers.
Brian's teasing because he tends to like IEMs, as you guys might know by now, that I tend to find more lean.
Yeah.
But yes, and that sub bass driver in this IEM, it's a thing.
It is.
I think it's a good thing. All right. Also, it has 4 balanced armature drivers and a 2 mid, 1 high, and 1 ultra high configuration. So 6 total drivers per side with a 5-way crossover.
Yeah.
Each earpiece houses a precision 3D printed acoustic chamber, and the Da Vinci's faceplates are made of, I believe it's called a natural wood grain 5-leaf maple stabilized wood.
It's very nice looking.
Yeah, they're very understated.
Yeah.
I love natural materials because then everybody's looks different.
Yep.
The cable is DUNU's Leo cable, which I really, really like. I love DUNU's cables on their IEMs.
Yeah.
For the value that they represent. It has the switchable 3.5 and 4.4 millimeter terminations. And they're just very premium feeling.
Yeah, they are.
And it's a $300 IEM, and it's more cable. It's a better cable than I'd expect at anything at $300. All right, here are my listening notes. Definitely on the bassy and warm side, enough so that I'd call this a basshead audiophile IEM. Brian is not a basshead. I can be. I can be an audiophile basshead.
Yeah.
I can appreciate these, especially when I'm listening at lower levels. And it's and despite the bass headiness of them, bass-headedness of them, but it's still clean sounding.
Yes.
The bass is very tactile, very physical. That 10mm dynamic driver is what I suspect is making that happen. The mids have nice presence and clarity, and I describe its mid-range and treble as smooth but resolving for its style of smoothness, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It made sense when I said it, so hopefully it makes sense to you. For $300, the DUNU and Giz Audio DaVinci punches above the price point for those who love premium IEMs with a punchy sound signature. And there are a lot of people in our community, almost like a growing number of people who prefer that sound signature.
Yeah.
Like in the water cooler
Right.
like in the water cooler discussion area of HeadFi, there are a lot of people who love that signature.
Oh, yeah.
It's just that those guys, for whatever reason, tend to have like unlimited budgets in there. I don't know what these guys do. But anyways, for those in water cooler who don't have unlimited budgets, for whom $300 is more in line with what they can do, what they can spend, or what they're willing to spend, to me, this is a no-brainer. And so at CanJam, at Hi-Fi Go's exhibit, make sure to audition the DUNU Giz Audio DaVinci.
So this is the Jomo Audio Serenity, and it was a bit of a surprise to us because, first of all, we didn't know it was coming. So when it arrived, we thought, oh, something new from Jomo Audio, that's very exciting. And then we got to hear it and thought, oh, hello. But I'll touch about that in a little bit here.
Yeah,
I first want to talk about what's inside. So this is an 8-driver tribrid IEM, and it has two 10mm DLC or diamond-like carbon diaphragm dynamic drivers for the lows and mids. It has two balanced armatures for the mid-highs, two balanced armatures for the highs, and then two 6mm planar super tweeters for the ultra-highs. All of that is housed within a stabilized Arctic wood chassis that's CNC machined. And one of the things I love about when you work with wood, everything's unique. It's a beautiful finish, and they're all going to be individual.
Yes.
Love that. It also has on the faceplate here something that Jomo Audio is calling a Flowmax open back faceplate grill inlay. And that's a gold-plated brass plate. It's very beautiful. And then Jomo Audio says the Flowmax open back faceplate grill, seamlessly inlaid into the design, not only enhances the aesthetic appeal, but also serves as an acoustic venting system, ensuring optimal airflow for a refined listening experience. And it's definitely refined. We'll get to, again, that in a second. But I do also want to mention real quick, starting with some of their more recent options, like the Nautilus, for example. We saw the Nautilus at CanJam SoCal 2024. Beautiful IEM. I thought they had really stepped up their design game.
I agree.
They're doing that again with the Serenity. It's a beautiful piece, and I'm very excited to see what they're doing with the aesthetic changes.
Yeah, the wood with the faceplate on that is just gorgeous.
Yeah. They've also paired it very nicely. So this has an Adrenaline Mark II 4-wire cable. That's a 26-gauge cable, OCC silver-plated copper, and it's terminated in 4.4mm with 2-pin connectivity. Now, getting to the sound impressions, I was very, very surprised with this. So when I started listening to it, the very first thing I thought, this is very nice from the highs all the way through the mids. Very nicely done. It does have an emphasized low end. However, that low end is still clean and controlled. Very well maintained. I'm going to say it. This is probably one of the best Jomo Audio pieces I've heard in quite some time. And I'm going to go so far as to say you've probably measured this, I'm guessing, on MDAX.
On MDAX, yeah.
It's probably scored quite well, is my guess. Just my estimation.
It did. You haven't seen the score yet.
Yeah.
So my listening notes, you went from the highs to the lows. I'm going to go from the lows to the highs.
I started with what's important.
Yeah, you like treble. Mildly emphasized bass, and I agree it's clean and controlled.
Yeah.
Some richness in the mids, combined with good mid-range resolution, which I really enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
Articulate but smoother treble, no harshness.
Yeah.
A bit richer than pure neutral.
It is.
So I agree with you, and I've enjoyed these a lot. So I did measure it on MDAX, which is Head Acoustics multi-dimensional audio quality score metric, and we've done videos on it, so do check that out on our channel.
Yeah.
The mean opinion score timbre, which includes frequency response, spectral flux, and other things, 4.9 out of 5.
Not surprised.
Mean opinion score immersiveness, 4.5 out of 5.
Nice.
Its overall mean opinion score, MDAX score, was 4.8 out of 5.
Yeah.
So it scored very, very well, and I'm not surprised. You actually asked me to run it through MDAX thinking it would do well, and you were right, it did.
So, Jude, what I'm holding right now I think might be my favorite Unique Melody IEM in quite some time.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yeah. This is the Unique Melody Mest Jet Black. They are doing some very interesting stuff on the inside, so let's take a look at the drivers, because it is a 10-driver quadbrid IEM. It comes with a single dynamic for the lows, 2 balanced armatures for the mids, 2 balanced armatures for the highs, 2 ESTs for the ultra highs, and this is where it gets really interesting. 3 bone conduction drivers. Now, 2 of those are composite balanced armature bone conduction drivers, and one of them is a piezoelectric bone conduction driver. That is a very unusual arrangement, but it plays out so well in the sound signature.
Yeah, I would love to find out more about those bone conduction drivers.
Yeah. Something else interesting they're doing with these is they're going to set you back around $2,000 US with a cable, which in the US is not unusual. It's a, very common price point. However, as far as unique melody goes, their IEMs can get quite expensive. Some of them are $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 US. At $2,000, very budget friendly as far as their line goes, and you can also buy it without a cable. Save you a little more money. So that's $1,700 if you get it without a cable. Now, if you do choose to go with the cable, you have two options. You can either choose an Effect audio cable or a PW audio cable, both premium aftermarket brands, both excellent cables.
And same price for
both.
For both, okay.
Yep, $300 for the cable.
I like this approach.
I do, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, maybe I just haven't been paying attention, but I don't know of anybody else doing it. I love that idea because a lot of IEM enthusiasts already have so many cables.
Yeah, they do.
And so they might not want to spring for the extra $300 for a cable. But if you don't have cables, or if you just want one of the two options, because let's face it, Effect Audio and PW Audio are a couple of the cable companies that a lot of IEM enthusiasts are buying cables from,
right?
And that are respected.
Yep.
Anyway, I think this is a neat approach.
Yeah, and like I said, it pays off so well in the sound. So for me, when you listen to these, I was pairing them originally with the Asla Sedna ear fit tips. I love those tips so much, but it has fantastic vocal separation, vocal detail. The vocal presentation is just like it's singing to me. I love that, and as someone who listens to a lot of vocal music, it's an excellent pairing. And then I also find that the bass in the lower mid-range is a bit forward. However, it's very well done. You're not going to find it as a bass or low-mid heavy signature, but it is emphasized a bit. And I think that plays very well with everything going on. And I'm guessing some of that magic is probably due to those bone conduction drivers.
Yeah. I mean, at this stage, listening to what you're saying about it, I'm like sitting here nodding my head because that's how I feel about them as well.
Yeah.
You've described what I'm hearing. Yeah, these I really, really enjoy.
Yeah, they're fantastic. So if you can try Unique Melody at any CanJam, the Meze Jet Black is now a must here.
All right, I'm going to start this one off by saying Unique Melody and $800.
Yeah.
So we don't hear that very often together. That's absolutely one of the more affordable Unique Melody IEMs for sure. They don't usually play in this range. I think when we think of Unique Melody, we think of quite a bit more expensive.
Yes.
And more premium priced. This is the Unique Melody Stardust, and as I mentioned, it's like $800.
Yeah.
Let's talk about what it is. It's a 6-driver hybrid IEM, 1 dynamic for sub bass, 1 dynamic for bass, 2 BA drivers for mids, 2 BA drivers for highs. So in case you lost count, that's 2 dynamic drivers and 4 BAs per side.
Yep.
3D printed aerospace grade medical titanium shells.
It is a beautiful shell.
Okay, it was the shells that threw me off. I would not have expected these at $800 when I first held them because the shells are really cool.
Yeah, they are.
We love titanium.
Yes.
You know what they look like? They look like somebody took a slab of titanium ore out of the ground. I don't know where you find titanium ore. Anyway, they took it out of the ground, and then some guy started carving these shells because they look kind of raw.
Yeah.
I love the way they look.
I love rough titanium, yeah.
Yeah, we're partial to titanium.
Oh,
yeah. Tune Wire custom cable. What can you tell me about those?
So the Tune Wire custom cable, it's made with 5-in long crystal high purity oxygen-free copper and 5-in long crystal copper with silver plating, and it comes terminated in 2.5, 3.5, and 4.4 millimeter.
Thank you, because I didn't know a whole lot about that. All right, and again, they're $799 USD.
Yeah.
Here's what I'm going to say about the Unique Melody Stardust. I think a lot of people... Oh, let's talk about sound signature first. So the sound signature to me... you mentioned when we were talking about it that sometimes the mids seemed a little rich to you.
They can, yeah.
Yeah, they can. But one thing that stood out to me was I feel like for the price range, they wanted to make sure that it was an articulate sounding IEM.
Yes. Yeah.
And I think they did actually a lovely job. I feel like they kind of gave it some extra energy in the presence region to give it a sense of articulation.
Right.
I actually really enjoy the overall balance. I think they've done, frankly... Okay, here's the thing. At CanJam, I think some people who are budget shopping for IEMs, like kind of staying in the reasonably priced range, might automatically skip Unique Melody.
Yeah, that's true.
And but don't, because here's an $800 option. While not inexpensive, is reasonably priced and gives you a reason to think about Unique Melody in that price range. I quite enjoy these. This IEM is the Unique Melody Maven 2, sometimes referred to as the Maven 2 Crescent.
Yeah, I've seen it called that before.
Yeah, we're going to call it the Unique Melody Maven 2 for this video.
Yeah.
So the Maven 2 arrived with a bunch of other IEMs for a previous CanJam preview video. And most of the IEMs that it arrived with were kind of cost-no-object, flagship-type IEMs.
Right.
And we listened to these not knowing much else about them, other than that they arrived with this bunch of IEMs, and they were not out of place at all in terms of performance. And then we saw the price. U.S. pricing, $1,799.
Yeah.
And that made them out of place in terms of pricing. They were the most affordable, I think, in that bunch.
I think so.
and yet they performed to me within that bunch for sure, like competitive with those flagships. Let's talk about what it is. The Maven 2 is a 10-driver tribrid, 2 dynamics for lows, 2 balanced armatures for mid-highs, 2 balanced armatures for highs, 4 electrostatic drivers for ultra-highs.
Right.
The chassis is an aerospace-grade titanium housing, absolutely gorgeous.
Yes.
We love titanium around here.
Yeah, we do.
And I love the design. You love this design too.
Yeah, the design's really cool to me because it's industrial, yet it has a touch of organic look to it because of the crescent shape.
Yeah.
And then when you pair that with the titanium finish, I love the overall look of the piece.
Yeah, I love those crescent shaped, like I guess you'd call them almost trusses or something like that.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful. And some titanium, depending on how it's finished, looks more titanium than other titanium finishes.
That's true.
This looks very titanium. We love titanium around here, so that's a compliment. Anyway, so let's talk about how it sounds. I looked at my first impressions, and I said, well within my range of neutrality with tasteful bass emphasis and just clean throughout. The treble just touches the upper part of my preference range, but doesn't cross it. Articulate and clean. I really enjoy these. Given the expensive company the Maven 2 was sent with, I have to say, I think for me it was the strongest value for the dollar from that bunch.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't remember exactly what was in that bunch, but I remember it was a lot of flagship stuff.
There were.
All right. I have a couple of adjustments to make because that was first impressions. The way I feel having listened to them quite a bit more now is still mostly the same. But I will say treble wise, it doesn't really touch the top of my preference range much anymore.
Okay.
It's really more down the middle for me over time. Like I think as I've gotten accustomed to them. Also, when we do first impressions, when we're listening to a bunch of other IEMs, you kind of sort it out more.
Yeah.
With time.
Yeah.
And I feel like I've sorted it out more. And I'll say from kind of the bottom all the way to the top, it's almost right down the middle of my preference range, yet somehow also within yours.
Yeah, it is.
One of the rare IEMs that kind of fits both of our preference ranges since we kind of have different preferences, and that's a strong statement. So yeah, competitive with flagship class IEMs to my ears, the flagships I've heard a lot of them now, and so have you. And so the Unique Melody Maven 2 or Maven 2 Crescent is a can't miss if you have a chance to audition them at CanJam. This is the Kinera Meta, based on Critical Project Meta, which has been running for a while, or a discussion that's been going for a while.
Quite a while, yeah.
And this is the product, the Kinera Meta. It's going to be released, I believe, with a limited production of 500 units, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe that's correct.
At a price of $249.99 US.
Yes, we do know that one.
How long do you think it's going to take to sell out? I'm thinking like minutes.
Yeah, not long at all.
Yeah, this is going to sell out quickly. So much so I was worried we might not be able to get a pair ourselves, so I told Krin we're keeping these. So he knows now that we are keeping this pair. We don't know what the drivers are inside.
Yeah.
So that we actually don't know about. I don't really care. They're $249.99 and they sound fantastic, which we'll get to in a second. We do know that it's an anodized aluminum chassis, the earpieces, with a nice contrast colored beveled edge.
Yeah, it's a really elegant look, I think.
It is. So those are anodized aluminum. We know it comes with an ultra-pure oxygen-free copper cable, 4-core configuration, interchangeable 3.5 millimeter, 4.4 millimeter terminations. And now we can talk about the sound since we don't know really anything else about what's going on inside of them.
Yeah.
Here's what I said about the sound. Excellent bass extension. I find its tonal balance on the more neutral side of my preferences. It's bass with excellent extension, but not emphasized relative to my preferences, very linear mids. It's an excellent overall balance, favoring clarity and nice vocal presence, but to my ears, it's clarity without harshness.
Yeah.
Do you agree with any of those impressions or all of those impressions?
Yep.
I think that's a very they sound fantastic. And they're $250. It's such an easy recommendation to make.
Oh, yeah.
And I would almost call its tonal balance safe in the best way possible. That's what I mean, right? I don't mean that to be like vanilla or boring. I think it's a safe presentation that will appeal to audiophiles or even studio monitor types. This is a wonderful IEM, and I can't believe they're only $250. All right, so we measured them. We evaluated them with multidimensional audio quality score. That's a metric from Head Acoustics out of Germany. And Sound Guys has a nice quick summary of what it is. We've done a few videos about it, so check out our channel for our videos about multidimensional audio quality score. Here's what Sound Guy says. I like how they describe it. The multidimensional audio quality score, MDAX, from Head Acoustics, is an instrumental evaluation system that analyzes binaural recordings mimicking human hearing and all the acoustic paths involved. Their sound quality score is produced by a virtual panel of listeners as modeled by the MDAX algorithm. These scored as follows. Mean Opinion Score Timbre, 4.9 out of 5. That includes frequency response, spectral flux, and other things. So
very nice.
Yeah, extremely high. Mean Opinion Score Immersiveness, 4.2 out of 5. That's actually quite high, as you know. Mean Opinion Score Distortion, 4.5 out of 5. That's a very high score. That doesn't mean high distortion. That means when it comes to human perception, low distortion, no bothersome distortions. Mean Opinion Score overall, not just an average of those previous scores mentioned, as you well know, but its own score, really, the overall opinion, if you will,
from the virtual panel listeners, 4.9 out of 5.
Dang.
One of the best scores overall that we've seen in terms of when you look at all those scores of any IEM at any price that we've done. So that's really saying something. Fantastic IEM. Can't believe they're only $250. So easy to recommend. And definitely a big can't miss at CanJam. This is the AME Musa, now the flagship of AME's IEM lineup, taking over what were the two co-flagships, the AME Raven, which are still in the lineup, the AME Raven and the AME Gaia.
Right.
So the Musa, what a gorgeous IEM, first of all. So for some people, AME might be a bit of an enigma, a bit of a mystery. Like you've heard the name, but you don't know a lot about them.
Yeah.
That was the case for me, but a couple of CanJam Singapores ago, I had the privilege of meeting Jaegun Song from Korea. That's where they're based. What a groovy guy. Super hip musician, dude. He's a joy to talk to. Super passionate. And he let me hear a prototype of what would become the Musa. And it's a beautiful, just lush-sounding IEM. I'm going to get to that in a second. The Musa is a 15-driver hybrid, 13 balanced armature drivers, 2 bone conduction drivers. I don't usually focus so much on the design, like the outer part of it, but I have to here. So the case, they say that the shells, the world's first earphone shells and plates made using pure copper.
Mokumegane.
Thank you, Brian. He pronounces that stuff a lot better than I do. Mokumegane blocks. That's a Japanese metalworking procedure which produces a mixed metal laminate with distinctive layered patterns. Reminds me of like Damascus steel with the folded layers of steel.
Yeah, it does.
But in this case, you have like, distinct layers of different colored copper. And it's so beautiful. And then the faceplates look like ancient Greek coins.
They do.
Made of that Mokumegane stuff. So beautiful that way. In fact, I think the name Musa is Greek for muse.
I believe it is, yeah.
All right, Greek head fires. If I got that wrong, forgive me. But I think it is. I think Musa is Greek for muse. Now, they say of its sound signature, AME's special tuning for the Musa features deep bass, clear vocals, and a wide sense of space in all directions.
And I agree.
Thanks, AME. You did my homework for me because I agree. You agree.
Yeah.
My notes include the following: rich, lush bass, rich, lush tonal balance on the richer side of my preference range. Beautiful imaging. Okay. Definitely on the richer side of my preference range, which would mean it's definitely on the richer side of your preference range.
It is.
But beautiful sounding nevertheless. So it's also packaged like a flagship IEM.
Yeah.
It comes with this case, which looks like something that I would pay rather a lot for, right, as a specialty IEM case in the aftermarket. But it comes with that, which is beautiful. It's a 3-compartment case. Also comes with 9 pairs of tips: spin-fit silicone tips, AME silicone tips, Comply foam tips, and then with this beautiful ELATEC cable, custom made for the Musa. It's an ELATEC premium custom cable, 2-pin, of course, 4.4 millimeter termination. And again, it looks like and feels like an ELATEC aftermarket cable. So if AME is a mystery to you, then you have to make sure at CanJam to demystify AME and just listen to the Musa and the rest of their lineup. This is the AME Raven, once the co-flagship of AME's IEM lineup, along with another model called the AME Gaia.
Right.
I've not heard the Gaia, have you?
Neither have I.
All right, so we must listen to the AME Gaia the moment we have a chance. But we have spent a lot of time with this, the AME Raven. And I say once the co-flagship of the lineup because a model that's newer came up, took over flagship status. It's called the AME Musa, and it casts a very big shadow. So I want to make sure to shed some light on the Raven because this, I'll say it, this to me is probably more in my wheelhouse than the Musa.
Yeah, mine too.
All right, I'll get to that in a minute. So it's a 12-driver hybrid, the Raven, 8 Sonian balanced armature drivers, 4 electrostatic drivers. And I say in my listening notes, more traditional sounding, more neutral to my ears than the lusher sounding Musa. I hear the Raven is slightly forward and has treble that's smooth, refined, and very detailed, very being emphasized, incisive.
Yeah.
And I mean that very positively. AME really gets tremendous treble detail from those ESTs.
Oh, yeah.
Just beautiful sounding. And it has a tastefully done, tastefully executed bass emphasis.
Right.
Without being at all, to me, overblown. So beautiful sounding IEM. More in my wheelhouse than the Musa.
Yeah.
I think there's going to be a subset of community members who are definitely going to prefer the Musa, who like that lusher sound signature. But I think this probably has wider appeal. So this is definitely a flagship worth catching at CanJam. Now, I also should mention that it's packaged like a flagship.
Yeah, it is.
Comes with some beautiful things like 9 pairs of tips, SpinFit CP100 AME Blue Tip and Comply foam, and the cable's also gorgeous.
Yes.
It's called the AME Old and Wise cable.
Yeah.
I do love that name. It's platinum plus gold plus silver alloy. It's an 8-core design terminated in 4.4 millimeters. So the AME Raven, don't miss it in the shadow of the Musa. Make sure to find it. This is the nice HCK NX8. It's $199 US. I'm going to say it. Of the $200 IEMs I can think of right now, this is definitely one of my favorites.
It's one of mine too now.
This is so good.
Yeah.
For the price, $199. Anyway, so this is an 8-driver tribrid. On each side, there's one 10-millimeter dynamic driver, 6 balanced armature drivers. The frequency breakdown of those wasn't given, so I'm not sure. One piezoelectric driver, I'm assuming for high frequencies.
Right.
Precision 3D printed resin cavity, aluminum alloy frame, starry texture faceplate.
Yeah, it's quite a nice look.
It is a nice look. They tend to go for elegant, like simple and elegant.
They do, yeah.
I like that. Replaceable acoustic tubes. Can you say something about that? Because we were talking about this a minute ago.
Yeah, so the replaceable acoustic tubes on these, you get 2 pair in the box, and basically they're identical. If anything happens, say 1 pair or 1 piece gets gunked up, you could just untwist, toss it, replace it very easily.
That's actually nice for them to include that.
Yeah, it is.
Gunked up. All right. Cable, high purity OCC silver plated mix, 2-pin connection on the ear side, 3.5 or 4.4 millimeter termination. All right. Your notes?
My notes are pretty simple, but it's because I was actually spending most of my time listening.
Yes.
So I find they have a balanced sound and a slight low end elevation. All in all, I was surprised with the final voicing that these have, because when I read the description, I thought these probably gonna be a little bassier than I was looking, and I very much enjoyed these.
I do too.
Yeah.
So this is another one of those IEMs or headphones that we agree on.
Yeah.
I agree with you actually on this one. I find that the bass is somewhat mildly emphasized.
But it's nicely done.
Very nicely done. Nice bass control to me. It seems to have nice treble extension.
Yep.
Just an overall balanced sound. It's kind of a safe signature in a very good way.
Yeah, that's a word I thought of at the time too. Safe.
Yeah, safe enough. Apparently, we both like it.
Yeah.
So yeah, of the $199, the $200 IEMs I can think of, this is absolutely one of my favorites right now. So the nice HCK NX8 at CanJam, you must hear.
This is the nice HCK EBX25 Ti. It is an earbud, and it is a flagship earbud. Now, the chassis is made from aircraft-grade titanium alloy. It's 5-axis CNC machined, and it has an open-back design, and inside that chassis is a 14.2 millimeter dome beryllium-plated diaphragm. Its cable is 6-in OCC silver-plated copper mixed, and MMCX detachable connectors are on the earphone side. You can choose between 3.5 millimeter or 4.4 millimeter for the termination. Now, unfortunately, for our listening impressions, these were a bit too large for us. They didn't quite fit, so we didn't really get any true listening time with them.
Yeah, it's not just that for me. Earbuds simply don't work in my ears because of the way they're shaped. And that's just always been that way. But I think for most normal human beings with normal ears, earbuds seem to work. I mean, AirPods, for example, are immensely popular, the regular AirPods.
Yeah, they work for so many people, just not usually us.
Yeah, just not us.
Now, I do want to get you a little bit of a taste of what you can expect from this. So from Nice HCK's information, they say that it delivers a natural, spacious sound signature with superior bass and high-quality performance. The bass is rich and profound, the mid-range vocals are nuanced, engaging, and sweet, and the treble is smooth and transparent. It offers high compatibility with various music styles, and they've even provided a measurement, so we'll go ahead and show that right now.
Yeah, so flagship class earbuds don't come along that often
or ever nowadays.
Yeah, and so make sure at CanJam not to miss the EBX25 Ti.
Yeah.
So this is the nice HCK Himalaya. Prior to CanJam Shanghai 2024, I had only read about nice HCK products, but I hadn't listened to them at that time.
Sure.
Then at CanJam Shanghai 2024, I had my first chance to hear something, and it was the Himalaya from Nice HCK. Had you heard anything from Nice HCK prior to CanJam Shanghai?
Yeah, I've actually owned their cables for a couple of years now.
Really? For a couple of years?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, I didn't even know that about you, Brian. I just learned something new about you today. Okay, so for me, it was the first. So I listened to the Himalaya at CanJam Shanghai, and I was so surprised by what I was hearing, and especially when they told me the price. So they're priced at $330 to $340 US.
Right.
Let's talk about what they are. They're a dynamic driver in-ear, one dynamic driver per side. It's a 10-millimeter carbon nanotube driver, front and rear dual cavities, double-layer coaxial diaphragm, CCAW, that's copper-clad aluminum wire voice coil. The universal fit housing
is constructed of aircraft-grade titanium alloy.
And that's really nice to see because it's rare at that price point.
It is rare at that price point, which is probably one of the reasons I was surprised by the price as well, not just the sound.
Yeah.
They use 5-axis CNC machining to achieve this.
And it's beautiful.
It is beautiful, simple,
Yes.
elegant.
Yes.
It has replaceable acoustic filters. So the nozzle that holds your ear tips are replaceable, and it comes with 3 sets. Now, I want to say this. It'll come with 3 sets when you pick up the Himalaya, but we only have the gold set.
Right.
Maybe because we got them early or something. The gold is balanced. Blue is enhanced lows. Gray is enhanced highs. I've seen the frequency response plots on HeadFi. It looks like they achieve, for example, with the enhanced lows, they by lowering the upper mids and treble, for example.
Sure.
Which is the same thing, right? Yeah. It's all relative. But we have the gold, which is the balanced. And so my impression is going to be based on that. The cable is also lovely. Silver-plated OFC, oxygen-free copper, 2-pin connections, swappable terminations, 2.5 millimeter, 3.5 millimeter, 4.4 millimeter. I like when they do that.
Yeah, me too.
So that you don't have to worry, you're always covered. 2 sets of ear tips. Balanced is a translucent set. Enhanced lows, the blue set.
And I'm not surprised that's what's on there right now.
I have the enhanced lows set.
Yeah.
So I like my bass. So let's talk about the tonal balance, actually, because that's a funny thing. The tonal balance I would describe as neutral.
Yeah, I would too.
Like for my tastes, the way I hear it, squarely neutral. The bass, for example, to me, is not emphasized at all.
Right.
Really nice extension, though.
Yeah.
But not emphasized. So I would say with the gold nozzles, it's perceived flat bass to me. In fact, overall, I'd say it's perceived flat.
Yeah, it's also really smooth.
Smooth, but not syrupy.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so like a natural tone.
Yeah.
And it also images spherically big.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the single driver design. Like I've said before, if you can achieve with a single driver what you want to achieve, sometimes that's a very good thing.
Right.
From a phase standpoint, things like that. So it images beautifully. So for the price at CanJam, if you have a chance, and if Nice HCK is new to you as well, or you haven't heard the Himalaya yet, yeah, make sure to check these out at CanJam. This was the first Rapsodio IEM to come through HeadFi HQ.
Yeah, well.
This is the Rapsodio Scarlet Beast, and I love that name. So tough.
Yeah.
Anyway, I dig the aesthetic, too. I like the way that cable looks.
Yes.
I like the color of those earpieces, and I love the way the earpieces look kind of old school.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. But and I mean that in a very good way. So let's talk about what they are. The Rapsodio Scarlet Beast is a 10-driver tribrid, 1 dynamic driver for the lows using something called an RSD square pen driver.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what that kind of driver that is either. 4 balanced armatures for the mids, 4 balanced armatures for the highs, and 1 RSD square piezoelectric driver also for the highs. So I need to find out more about what these RSD square drivers are.
Yeah.
Now, the Scarlet Beast is priced at $4,099 USD, so around $4,100 US, which I would consider a premium priced IEM.
Right.
But within Rapsodio's IEM lineup, it's actually not their most expensive IEM.
No, it's actually more towards the middle of the pack as far as pricing goes.
Right. But even though I would still say $4,100 is a premium priced IEM for most people.
Yep.
So if you're at CanJam and you're shopping for some premium priced IEMs, make sure to audition the Scarlet Beast. Now, in terms of its sound signature, I'd describe it as smooth.
Yes.
That's kind of one of its overriding characteristics to me. So, for example, I am very sensitive to sibilance. So if an IEM or headphone spotlights or highlights sibilance, accentuates it, I'm almost immediately turned off.
Yeah.
The Scarlet Beast does not do that at all. It's smooth. So I would find its treble quite smooth. And one thing I really like about it is the bass. Because the bass, to me, it has really nice extension, but it doesn't sound accentuated at all to me. Does it to you?
No, not really.
I would almost say that its bass is perceived flat but impactful.
Yeah.
And then its mids are quite linear. So I would say that this is a smooth-sounding IEM, and if that's your tonality, that's what you generally look for, and you're shopping in that premium-priced range, the Rapsodio Scarlet Beast is a can't-miss at CanJam.
Sam Audio's IEM lineup is going to be massive at CanJam Singapore, including new and recent releases from Moondrop, TanchJim, and Tangzu. Here are our thoughts on the Moondrop Meteor, TanchJim Origin, and the Tangzu One Air SG2.
So this is the Moondrop Meteor. You and I both dig this IEM a lot.
Yep.
Especially for $549 US. This is fantastic. So this is a 7-driver tribrid. It uses one 13-millimeter dynamic driver with an N52 neodymium magnet, composite dome diaphragm, and a meteorite panel embedded in the back cavity of the bass dynamic driver that acts as a vibration damper, they say.
Yeah, I don't know how that works, but it sounds cool and it sounds great.
I do not know the acoustical properties of meteorite material.
Yeah.
But let's assume that Moondrop does, and I just think it's cool there's meteorite inside. It also has 2 balanced armatures and 4 planar drivers. Add that up, that's 7-driver tribrid.
It uses Moondrop's XTM complex technology, which they describe as a sophisticated frequency crossover architecture that successfully accommodates 7 drivers within the Meteor.
Mm-hmm.
It uses a passive acoustic notch filter, which they say combines metal components with a 3D printed front cavity within the acoustic nozzle path of the dynamic driver. Very cool. 3D printed design. If they look a little largish in my hands, because I thought they might be large.
They're a little large, but they still fit very well.
No, super comfortable in my ears. And I have just very average size ears, and they fit very comfortable. I think they're going to fit in just about everybody's ears
I think
comfortably.
So.
And a meteorite faceplate. Is that real meteorite?
It is. That looks pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. Unique finish for every IM. I guess it would be, since they're using meteorite. Space rock.
Space rock.
The cable, silver-plated copper with 2-pin on the ear side and swappable terminations, 3.5 millimeter or 4.4 millimeter. And again, $549 US. We both love it, and especially at that price. So let's talk about your listening notes, then I'll add to that.
Yeah, so I got to hear these before you did. When they arrived, popped them open, took photographs, then started listening. And right away, I was quite digging on them. So I found that they have a very excellent and clear vocal range. So I listen to a lot of vocal music, sounds phenomenal. I also found that the bass has impact. I didn't find it bloated. I didn't find it excessive. It definitely does have some impact to my ears. And to me, my favorite part of the signature has to be the top end. I found it very resolving, very detailed, very articulate. And it's just fantastic all around.
So, okay, so as you're saying, you listened to him before me. Brian and I, if you watch our videos, may know that we have differing tonal balance preferences. He tends to like things that I find lean, and what I like, he tends to find a little bit too thick some of the times. In this case, we both agree on these a lot. So when you said to me that they had bass impact without bloat, I was worried that they would be too lean.
Yeah.
They're absolutely not. It's actually one of my favorite things about it, which I'll talk about in a second. When you say resolving top end, when Brian says that, sometimes I'm worried it's going to be too bright.
Yeah.
But they're not.
No,
this is one of those rare ones that we both really agree on.
Yes.
Like big time. Now I want to talk about that bass, because that's my favorite thing about it. You mentioned treble is one of your favorite things about it. For me, it's the bass. These have tremendous bass texture, in my opinion.
they do.
Like resolving ability in the bass.
Yep.
For the price especially, I didn't expect that. So that, to me, is the standout sonic quality of them for me. So make sure at CanJam to listen for that. Let me know what you think at CanJam if you agree with me. I think they have fantastic bass texture, and especially at that price.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, these at CanJam, you definitely want to make sure to check out the Moondrop Meteor, because because they're out of this world.
So this is CanJam's Origin, and it's the second CanJam IEM that we've had the opportunity to try. So sometime back, they gave us a loaner for the CanJam Oxygen.
Yes.
And it's been a bit since we've heard that. I'm happy that they sent this one as well, because I'm realizing I think I like CanJam's house sound. So the CanJam Origin, it has a 10 millimeter dynamic driver inside of this, and that dynamic driver features what they call DMT5. Now, DMT5 is a new magnetic circuit in CanJam's 5th generation dynamic driver, and they say that the DMT5 technology delivers higher magnetic flux, lower distortion, and enhanced dynamics, elevating audio performance with improved timbre, a wider sound field, precise sound positioning, and superior separation. I think all of that definitely applies, because this piece embodies a lot of what they're describing.
And especially at the price.
Absolutely. Inside it has a monolithic brass waveguide, a double composite strainer, which they say is for improved clarity, and all of this is contained within a 304 food-grade stainless steel chassis. Now, compared to the Oxygen that they sent previously, it has a similar aesthetic, but I think the Origin looks more premium overall.
Definitely does. Feels more premium, too.
Yeah, it feels very solid in the hand. And sound-wise, sounds lovely. Now, I've been listening to this primarily paired with CanJam's Luna, their dongle deck, and with the two together, I get a presentation that has a mild bass emphasis, but it's not overdone. I feel like that low end is very quick and responsive and textured, which is quite nice to my opinion. It has female vocals that are slightly forward, very lovely, and honestly, I like that presentation. And then it has a smooth upper end that doesn't lose out on a nice sense of air and detail. I like that quite a bit.
I do too.
Overall, I describe it as a natural sound, and I think a lot of people will as well. And I also want to mention that I did try it as well on one of my DAPs, and I'm going to say it scales quite well, especially considering the price.
Yeah, it's like $260 USD.
Yeah, very affordable.
Listening notes-wise, I agreed with all of yours. You probably find the bass slightly more emphasized than I do, just given the taste differences on bass especially.
Yep.
But I agree with all of your listening notes. That's, I mean, for the price, that is something you definitely want to check out at CanJam.
Oh, absolutely. For an IEM this small, that's quite a large name. So this is the Tangzhou One Air SG2. That's a lot. So inside the One Air SG2 is a 10 millimeter dynamic driver, and it's a PET diaphragm. This is based on the original One Air, which admittedly I haven't heard, but according to Tangzhou, it has improved design, material, and performance compared to the original, and they say it has a more comfortable fit. I could definitely say it does have a comfortable fit. It has a 19 ohm impedance, and it comes with a silver-plated OFC cable. It's 1.2 meters in length, terminated in 2-pin, and you have 3.5 millimeter, 4.4 millimeter, or USB Type-C options. Those are fixed, so you can't swap between them. You just choose to check out. It has a white or a black finish. The black, the main difference there is that it's going to have inline controls. The white is more audiophile, no inline controls. It's basically pure audio. Now the price, this is where it surprised me. I didn't realize this until I was researching this for the show notes. It's only $20.
You're kidding.
Yeah. So here's why I'm kidding, because for sound signature, to me, this has a very controlled low end. I say it's probably going to be considered possibly lean if you're a bass head, but if you like controlled bass, it's really, really good. It has smooth transitions throughout the mids and the high range. So a nice overall smooth signature. It feels very cohesive. It's a single driver. You can do, there's nothing to really match on a single driver. And I will say it's not the last word in clarity, but it's only $20.
It's $20.
I mean, $20, you accidentally step on this, you replace it, you don't even notice. So
Try not to.
yeah. So this is the Tangzhou One Air SG2. Again, long name. Definitely check it out at CanJam.
This is the DD Hi-Fi E14D Surface, which we'll just call the Surface from here on out.
Yeah.
Prior to the Surface, had you heard any other DD Hi-Fi IEM?
Not IEMs. I had experience with their accessories and DACs, but not in-ears.
Yeah, same here. So I wasn't sure what to expect.
Yeah, me neither.
I would say I was very, very happily surprised.
I was surprised.
So I enjoyed these a lot. So this is a joint development with Moondrop. Now the price is $300 USD, around $300 USD. If you're going to do a joint development with a company in that price range, I can think of a few companies that would be better suited than Moondrop.
Yeah.
So it's a 5-driver hybrid design with 1 dynamic driver, I'm guessing for the bass. That's a proprietary Moondrop driver, by the way. And then 4 balanced armatures in a 3-way crossover design.
Right.
That's also a proprietary Moondrop design. They describe the signature as the tuning offers a calm and comfortable listening experience.
I can agree.
I agree too. So let's go to my listening notes. The Surface's bass is very tastefully lifted, a bit over perceived flat to my ears. I would say, because you like it generally flatter than I do, that you would just say it's lifted.
I would just call it lifted, yeah.
Right. The Surface's mid-range has a nice tonality with more resolution there than I'd expect at its price.
Agreed.
The treble is on the smoother side, but still with nice treble detail. This is not an incisive sounding IEM in the treble, but I'd rather err on that side than too much treble.
Yeah, I personally wouldn't complain about a little bit more, but I tend to like mine a little more aggressive in the treble area in a way.
Brian's preference is generally brighter than I like it.
Yeah.
But I'd still call this a smoother sounding treble and consistent with what they said, a calm and comfortable listening experience. So anyways, having listened to this, I thought it would do very well on the Head Acoustics MDAX metric, multidimensional audio quality score. We've done videos about it, but I'm going to read a quick description from Sound Guy's website. I like how they describe MDAX. MDAX is instrumental evaluation, modeling the sound quality perception of groups of real listeners. Sound quality scores produced by a virtual panel of listeners. So we ran it on MDAX in the lab. Here's how it scored. Mean opinion score, timbre, that includes frequency response, spectral flux, and other things, 4.9 out of 5.
Nice.
Yeah. Mean opinion score immersiveness, 4.4 out of 5.
All right.
I do like the weight images, by the way. Mean opinion score distortion, 4.6. And the overall mean opinion score for MDAX, 4.9 out of 5.
Yeah.
So this has scored as well or better than just about any IEM we've measured in quite some time. And that was very impressive. And I wasn't really surprised, actually.
No.
And for $300 US, I think the DD Hi-Fi Surface is a can't miss at CanJam.
Now, one thing that I do want to mention is that we've been listening to the Surface pretty much exclusively with DD Hi-Fi's upgrade cable ever since it arrived.
Yeah.
So this is called the NixNet. Now, the NixNet comes in a couple different versions. I'll talk about those in a minute. But what they share in common is a 25.4 gauge design. Inside, you'll find high purity OCC Type 2 LITS cabling, and the fittings on those are made out of a titanium alloy. It has a high-density nylon braided mesh sleeve, which we have here showing it's like a desert color.
Yeah.
It's a very supple feeling cable in the hand. I love the way it feels.
I do too.
Very comfortable. And then it also has a interchangeable connector system. Now, one of the cool things about that is that was designed in collaboration with ELATEC. and it comes with MMCX and 2-pin, but there are 3 2-pin versions. One comes pre-installed and you get 2 more. So whether you have a recessed 2-pin connection or different size 2-pin connectors, you're pretty much covered completely with this cable. I love that option.
I do too.
It even has a little bit of a little handheld tool to make the swapping a little bit easier. And those 2 versions I talked about. So the main difference here is going to be on the 4.4 millimeter side. Both are terminated in 4.4. The standard version comes with a DD Hi-Fi connector that is a titanium alloy gold-plated plug, and that's $399.99 for the cable US. Now, the one we have attached and the one we've been using the whole time is the Pentacon connector. It's a little more expensive. It's $449.99 US, but that has Pentacon's gold-plated OFC plug, and I very much like Pentacon hardware.
So do I.
So when both arrived, I'm reaching for the Pentacon. And when you think about our listening experience with the Surface and this cable, honestly, I imagine a lot of people will be picking them up together, so definitely check them both out at CanJam.
I agree completely. This is the DD Hi-Fi E13P memory. So when the DD Hi-Fi memory arrived, I wasn't sure what to make of it because I see a pair of IEMs at the end of which is a non-changeable USB-C plug.
Right.
That's it. That's your connectivity right there.
Yeah.
All right. Let's talk about what it is because I get them, by the way. Now that I've used them, I totally get them. So this is a joint development with Moondrop. Now, they're priced at $200 US. If you're going to make $200 earphones, Moondrop's a great partner for something like that. They have a lot of experience making affordable IEMs.
They do.
DD Hi-Fi and Moondrop did a wonderful job with these. They sound actually fantastic for what they are. So, on each side, one 13-millimeter planar magnetic driver. It's a Moondrop patented driver. It's a pretty large driver for an IEM.
Yeah.
And they call it a semi-in-ear design. I don't know why they call it a semi-in-ear design. To me, they're just in-ears. They might call it that because the driver is set back from the nozzle because they are big drivers, maybe. So the chassis is AL6063 aluminum, aerospace aluminum. Actually, it's a very well-built piece. Even the USB-C plug side is very nice. All right, that USB-C interface cable that you cannot detach, let's talk about that. It's iOS, Android, Windows, and Mac compatible, and it's 32384 capable, which I confirmed on my Mac. Now, where would I use these? Well, I would use these on the go when I'm not carrying a backpack, and I will use them for that because it does have a microphone and inline control, and a lot of times that microphone and inline control are just throw-ins.
Yeah.
They're often bad or even terrible.
They definitely can be.
In this case, though, DD Hi-Fi and Moondrop, they obviously engineered that microphone to be good. It has actually excellent outgoing voice quality. Since I'm on the phone a lot and in online meetings a lot, that means a great deal to me.
Right.
The fact that it sounds fantastic with music is so important with that nice outgoing voice quality as well. So when I carry a backpack, I'll carry portable rigs, no problem, usually more than 1 or 2. And then sometimes, though, I'll leave with just a sling, like a small sling.
Yeah.
I'm not going to bring portable setups with that. But I will always have my phones, and I have 2 phones. I carry an Android phone with me everywhere I go and an Apple phone. Both have USB-C jacks. Bring these, plug them in, and I can listen to music. I can talk on the phone, and the sound quality is excellent. It's high-res capable. I think a lot of headfires are going to get these once they try them. So at CanJam, if you have a chance to try the DD Hi-Fi memory, do not miss that chance.
This is a newer IEM from Dita Audio. It's called the Dita Audio Mecha, and it's a single 10mm dynamic driver IEM. Now, I want to say something about this. If you have the opportunity to hear a single dynamic driver IEM from Dita Audio, do yourself a favor and do it because they pull off some real magic when they're working with a single driver.
Yes, they do some good stuff. I agree.
Yeah, and they've done it again. So again, it's a 10mm dynamic, and that's comprised of a 9mm lithium and magnesium diaphragm paired with a 1mm carbide surround, which I think is a very unusual combination.
Yeah, I can't think of another driver that uses those exact materials. And I also love that they named it Lima Carbide driver.
Yeah, it's a fantastic name.
Yeah.
Also inside of this is a dual venting structure now. In their words, they say, dual venting is incorporated into the final design of the driver to maximize the potential of the acoustic chamber. Designed together, the vents work closely with the volume of the acoustic chamber to tread a delicate balance, achieving satisfactory bass response with delicate highs and a rich tonality. All of that is housed within a beautifully stunning 2-piece chassis that's CNC machined titanium. I love the look of this so
I do
much.
too. I like that sculpted line they have. We're both very partial to, not aluminum, that titanium.
Yeah.
We love titanium here.
Yeah, it is beautiful. And that's paired with what I think is fantastically named. This is the churro cable.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the churro cable is phenomenal.
I'm laughing because, okay, so Brian has a note in our show notes that I think was just meant for the two of us as a kind of a joke.
Yeah.
It says, churros.
That was for us, but I think I might have been hungry that day. But the reason why I say the churro cable is phenomenal is because it has ridges that run the length of the cable, and they're designed to reduce tangling, and it does an excellent job at that.
And it does kind of look like a churro.
It does look like a churro, and now I'm hungry again. Also inside of this, you'll find monofilament, single crystal high purity, copper, silver-plated conductors that run the length of the cable, and they're terminated with what's called the Awesome plug. Now, in the box, you get a 3.5 millimeter, 4.4 millimeter, and USB Type-C termination. They are swappable connectors.
And the Type-C is cool because it has a built-in DAC.
Yes, it does.
That decodes up to 32384.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah, I think that's
a
really
lot of
groovy.
flexibility right
Yeah,
there.
I agree.
And you also get in the box a really cool case. It's called the Mini Dita Tanos case. We have it sitting down here on the table.
Yeah, I think they also call it the Sustainer.
I think they might.
Yeah.
But to me, it's just fantastic because it reminds me a lot of roadie gear. I think it's really cool.
I just like it because it's really simple, but it has this cool twist lock.
Yeah.
And then these two hidden handles that pop out.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty neat.
Yeah. And now we need to talk about the sound.
Let's talk about the sound. So I love what they say here, where they say tread a delicate balance, achieving satisfactory bass response with delicate highs and a rich tonality. I agree with all that, but I think they're being very modest on the bass.
They are.
Because the bass is impactful. I think it's beautiful and textured.
It's going to satisfy a lot of people.
Yes, and they say a rich tonality. I agree. This is one of those IEMs that I'd call a rich neutral for my tastes.
Yeah.
And it images beautiful. If you can achieve your target signature with one driver, sometimes that does come with advantages, and Dita seems to know how to take advantage of that.
Yeah, they do.
Beautiful sound. Now I want to talk about, we decided to run an MDAX evaluation on this because we both thought it would do well with multidimensional audio quality score. It did. Let's look at the scores. Mean Opinion score timbre, which includes frequency response, spectral flux, and other things, 4.9 out of 5. Mean Opinion score immersiveness was quite high for an IEM, 4.6 out of 5. That's higher than we usually see, actually quite a bit higher.
Right.
Mean Opinion score overall, so it's overall MDAX score, 4.9 out of 5. So we thought it would do very well. It did very, very well. One of the better measuring IEMs in terms of MDAX that we've ever seen.
Yeah.
So, again, I love its rich neutral tonality, its detail. It's just a beautiful sounding single driver IEM.
Yep.
I definitely think at CanJam, if you have an opportunity to hear the Dita Mecca, you absolutely should.
This is DUNU's Studio SA6 EST, and I'm so happy they sent this over for us to try because I've kind of fallen in love with it.
Yes, you have.
So the SA6 EST, inside, it's an 8-driver hybrid, and that's comprised of 6 balanced armatures with 2 Sonyan custom low-frequency BAs, 2 Nowell's custom mid-high frequency BAs, and 2 Nowell's custom high-frequency BAs, paired with 2 of Sonyan's custom ultra-high frequency ESTs. Now, it's on the outside, it's finished in a custom Nebula faceplate, which I think is absolutely beautiful.
It is beautiful.
And then the cable that it comes with is quite nice because it's terminated with DUNU's Q-Lock Plus interchangeable plugs. They call it the Hulk Pro Mini cable. And it comes with a 4.4 millimeter termination and 3.5 millimeter termination. So you're pretty much set to go straight out of the box, whether you want to run balanced or single-ended.
I love the way they executed the interchangeable plug concept.
I really do too. And the studio in the name kind of gives you a hint where they might have been going with the sound signature because to me, this is well within my wheelhouse. I love this signature. So starting at the low end, I find it a little bit elevated. Not much, but enough for me to say that's a little elevated.
Still within your range, though.
Still within my range.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely.
All right.
Mid sound fantastic, and there's some wonderful stuff going on in the high end. There's a really nice treble resolution and detail that comes through, and I can sit and listen to these for hours. I absolutely love them.
I know you do. The funny thing is, when I hear them, so our bass preferences are definitely different. I tend to like more bass than you do for sure. You hear them as, I knew you'd hear them as maybe slightly elevated, which you do.
Just slightly, yeah.
And for me, they're not elevated at all in the bass. So what I say about them is the bass hits, but isn't emphasized to me, but it does hit beautifully.
It does.
Lively, forward-sounding, treble sparkle.
Yes.
And I feel like with the ESTs, they're not defining the treble.
No, I agree. It's kind of like an enhancement.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're not like using them to fully define the treble. Like
Exactly.
you said, yeah, like enhancing the treble. It has an airy presentation, which is probably what the ESTs are doing, enhancing for air. And I can see why Brian enjoyed these so much. That's in my listening notes. You made my listening notes.
Hey.
So the funny thing is, the treble is on the upper range of my preference.
I can see it.
And yet doesn't cross it. So there you go. I like that. And when I heard that, I knew that for you, you're like,
what I consider on the upper end of my range is probably square in the middle of your range. So yeah, love the SA6 ESTs.
Yeah, if anybody asks me what they should try at CanJam, I'm telling them go here. So this is the Rainstone Garand, and it's the flagship of the Rainstone family. So the Rainstone Garand
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you.
Yeah.
So is it named after the M1 Garand?
Yeah, it is.
Ah, I'm a bit of a shooting enthusiast. That's actually pretty cool. I did not know that.
It's pretty sweet. Now, this is a 3-driver hybrid IEM, and it has a single 8mm dynamic driver and 2 Knowles balanced armature drivers inside. It has a 28-gauge oxygen-free copper cable. That's a 1.25 meter length. Its connectors are MMCX, and it's terminated in 3.5mm, and it has a 90-degree connector, which I always like for more kind of on-the-go applications. It has silicone and memory foam ear tips. It comes with a lovely carrying case, and I say lovely because I love the color they chose for this. It's a beautiful shade of purple.
You always like purple stuff.
I love purple. My phone is purple. It's, yeah, beautiful color. It has an 18 ohm impedance, and here in the US, it's only going to set you back about $299. Now, in the studio, ahead of a previous CanJam, we've had the Rainstone Katusha, and this shares a lot of similarities with that. Primarily among them is the fact that this is an IEM looking to target gamers and audiophiles. So a lot of times you have, an IEM that's going after one category or the other. This tries to bridge that gap.
Yeah, and you're both. You're a serious gamer and audiophile, yeah.
So now with the Katusha, I found that to be more towards the gaming side of things. I felt like it was great for competitive gaming. And for this, I feel like this is more towards the music side. So if you've heard the Katusha before, definitely give this one a listen because it's a little bit of a different take. And I actually like this quite a bit.
Yeah, I remember you saying that about the Katusha being kind of more gaming-oriented sound signature.
Mm-hmm.
This one, though, for music listening, you seem much more enthusiastic about for music listening.
Yes. Yeah, definitely true. So from my notes here for music listening, I found this to be a slightly vocal forward sound signature, which for a lot of the music that I listen to works very well because I do listen to a lot of vocals. It has a detailed but smooth upper end, and it has a low end that's very controlled. It has presence, but it's not all that emphasized, and overall it's a nice balance. So if you're looking for something that can bridge the gap between gaming and audio, I'd say for gamers, this is more towards like a immersive game as opposed to a more competitive game. But music listening, if you've heard the Katusha, you have to give a listen to this one because for $300, it's going to be at CanJam. You cannot miss this.
So here's a surprise for CanJam Singapore because it was a surprise to us. I'm holding a prototype, so you're no doubt going to be surprised. This is a company that will be there called U9 Audio, and it's spelled YU9 Audio. This model that I'm holding is spelled Q-U-E. I'm spelling it because we weren't sure how to pronounce it at first. I thought it was K, like the Spanish word.
Yeah, and I thought it was Q.
Yeah. Turns out we're both wrong. I'm going to do my best here. Tell me how I did, guys. I believe it's pronounced Chue. All right. So Q-U-E, U9 Audio, Chue. All right. So it's a 4-driver hybrid with 1 dynamic driver and 3 balanced armature drivers, one of which is a custom-designed balanced armature for the highs. Now, they sent us a measurement of that driver alone versus a Sony EST's response. They're different.
Yes.
But it showed that it has excellent treble extension.
Right.
Which you can hear. This actually has wonderful treble response. Now, they say about it, U9 Audio, we aim to create a superior IEM that delivers deeper bass and expansive soundstage and faithfully reproduces authentic high-frequency instrument tones. So there's some emphasis with them on its high-frequency performance.
Yeah.
Showing us the treble-specific measurement. And then, then what they said. And again, I can hear it. Final version will have an aluminum faceplate, I believe is what they're saying. This has a 3D printed faceplate. This is also not the final cable. So this is essentially, again, a prototype. But it is, I believe, final voicing.
Yes.
Expected to be around $400, and that's where I was absolutely surprised.
Yep.
So let's talk about its sound. So when I heard it, I was reminded a bit of the Elysian Acoustic Labs Annihilator.
Oh, I get you. Yeah.
I love the Annihilator. So what makes the Annihilator so unique, and I've said it, I think, several times in preview videos already, is the fact that even though it's a rich-sounding IEM, which would usually define how you perceive it, that Annihilator is as much defined by its treble performance. It is one of the most treble-resolving IEMs I've ever heard, and I love that about it. This is similar in that respect, in that it is a richer-toned IEM. It's bass-emphasized, but the mids are clean. And then the treble is extended with nice presence. So I'm thinking this is a rich-sounding IEM with nice treble presence.
Yeah.
So no, not the ultimate resolution in the treble that the Annihilator has. The Annihilator's the Annihilator. It's also a lot more expensive.
Yes.
But this is phenomenal, and I couldn't believe it was only $400. It stages well. It's beautiful sounding IEM. So expect it to be around $400. Big surprise. CanJam Singapore, U9 Audio. Don't miss the Chwe. Now, another U9 Audio IEM to check out at CanJam Singapore is this one. I'm laughing because of the model name.
Yeah.
This is the U9 Audio 404 Not Found 2025.
Yeah, the name is longer than the IEM.
I love it. 404 Not Found. That's funny. I don't know what inspires it, but I think it's hilarious. So this says third generation prototype.
Yes.
So this is a prototype.
It is.
Not the final cable either. Again, it's a prototype, but this is, I believe, final voicing.
I believe so.
All right. So this is a deep ear canal IEM. It's a single balanced armature per side, 32 ohms, and it pays homage to the ER4 series from Etymotic.
Yeah, legendary IEM.
Legendary IEM. So that was actually the Etymotic ER4S specifically, I believe, was the first audiophile class IEM I bought 3 zillion years ago.
Yeah, I went from an HF3 to an ER4.
Yeah. Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Okay, so the ER4 was my first, and so I have just a lot of nostalgic feelings where that's concerned. Still highly regarded, by the way.
Yeah.
So this pays homage to the ER4 series. Does it sound like an Etymotic? It sounds Etymotic-like for sure.
Right.
Here's what I said. It is Etymotic-like, but it sounds more energetic in the presence region and treble.
Mm-hmm.
So like an Etymotic, though, it is bass light to my ears.
Yeah, for a lot of people it will be.
Yeah, so I mean, Etymotic ER4 is no big secret, aren't known for being bass impactful,
Mm-hmm.
but there is still a dedicated following of ER4 enthusiasts who love it just as it is.
Yeah.
I think anybody in that category is going to love the 404. The name is so cute. The 404 Not Found 2025, so make sure to check that out at CanJam Singapore. This is the Nostalgia Audio Durandal.
Yeah.
Now, before these arrived, had you heard any Nostalgia Audio IEMs?
No, I had not.
I had not either. So this is my first experience, and what a great first experience. They'll be at CanJam, the Durandal, and let's talk about what they are. So the Durandal is a 7-driver tribrid design. So per side, one 9.2 millimeter dynamic driver for the lows, 2 bone conduction drivers for mid-lows, 2 balanced armatures for mid-highs, 2 balanced armatures for the highs.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 4-way crossover design, stainless steel front chamber, customized titanium sound nozzle, and an absolutely gorgeous faceplate.
Yeah.
It has a sword,
Mm-hmm.
very intricate edging,
Yes.
and it looks like something was that they stole, like ripped off some ancient relic and slapped them onto these. Absolutely gorgeous. And I also love that it comes with Vortex Cables cable.
Yes.
We're going to show the name, and I'm not going to venture to pronounce it.
Yeah.
All right. I love that it does come with a Vortex cable.
Yep.
Now, here's my listening notes. Bass had solid impact, but overall its sound closer to perceived flat tuning to me. So I'm guessing it says it has low-end lift down low,
Yep.
is what I'm guessing, because it's not prominent in the mix, the bass to my ears,
Mm-hmm.
but there is a lot of impact. The Durandal's mids are both clean and weighty. Maybe it's the bone conduction mid-lows, ?
Yeah.
The treble is definitely on the high side of my preferences, and so treble detail is strong with the Durandal. So I was listening to them just before we shot this segment here, and I still feel the same way as my notes are reflecting.
Right.
The treble is, again, on the high side of my preferences, probably more in line with your preference.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people are going to really enjoy listening to these. And yeah, so the Nostalgia Audio Durandal is something that should definitely be checked out at the show.
Now, Vortex Cables is a company that we're becoming more and more familiar with. And every time one of their cables comes through our studio, I feel more and more impressed. And that's definitely true here because this is the Vortex Cables Iris. Now, the Iris is actually the first cable in a new series from Vortex Cables. They're calling it the Zenith series. And the goal with the Zenith series is to focus on cables with a single material approach because some of their other cables are multi-material. This is just a single material inside. Now, they also say the goal is to deliver uncompromised clarity, accuracy, and musicality, allowing users to experience sound in its most authentic and refined form. So this is a 25.1 gauge silver-plated 7-in OCC copper cable with a Litz Type 7 helix structure. It's actually a really soft, supple cable. I like the aesthetics. I love the hardware on this. The feel is fantastic. And it also comes paired with a really cool accessory because it has a carrying case when you purchase it. And I was surprised because that carrying case will fit large electronics like the Cayin C92.
Yeah.
That took me by surprise.
Yeah, when you told me it would fit the Cayin C92, I didn't believe you. I was like, show me.
Yeah.
And you put it because I love the Cayin C92.
Yeah.
And it's the kind of accessory case that you'd expect to find hanging on a wall for sale on its own.
Yeah, you would definitely purchase that separately elsewhere.
Yes.
Which makes it even more surprising when you think about the price of this with that carrying case. It's $259 US, which I think is pretty wild. And potentially even more wild is you kind of gave me a strange look when I said I'm going to pair that with a Spectrumica.
Yeah, so the Icelab Spectrumica is one of my reference IEMs.
Yep.
And it's a premium priced IEM, and it actually comes with I consider it a high-end, came with it kind of cable.
It does come with a nice cable, yes.
And so when you paired that with that, I thought that was a pretty bold choice, but it actually sounds gorgeous with the Spectrumica, and it's also kind of more supple.
It is.
So since you put that on there, I haven't changed the cable back to the stock cable.
We probably will soon, but I imagine
don't know.
for now,
I'm not sure because I like the suppleness of that one.
it is nice. Yes.
Yeah, it is nice. But whatever the case may be, it does very well with the Spectrumica, and that's saying something given the price of the Spectrumica.
Yeah. So at CanJam, bring your favorite IEMs and definitely check out the Vortex Cables Iris.
This IEM cable is the Vortex Cables Nadia.
Right.
And the Vortex Cables Nadia takes over the flagship status from the previous flagship Vortex Lavinia. And the Lavinia, I believe, stays in the line.
Yes, it does.
But this is the flagship now, and it is part of the CFS series in the Vortex Cables family. Now, Vortex Cables is becoming increasingly popular. Some IEM manufacturers are even including Vortex Cables with their IEMs.
Yeah, we've seen a few of those, actually.
Yes, so they're becoming increasingly popular, but they're aftermarket cables. These are probably on the higher end of things, and this one is their new flagship, and as flagships go, it's relatively affordable.
Yeah.
$849. All right. So it is a 20.6 gauge cable. On the positive run, on the positive conductor side, it uses 4N OCC silver, that's Ono continuous cast silver, gold-plated 7N OCC copper, gold-plated 4N OCC silver, and gold-silver alloy. On the negative run, it uses 4N OCC silver and 7N OCC copper. Now they say, with Nadia, the design aims to integrate a wider range of material advantages by utilizing different materials and structural ratios for each polarity. This approach enhances the listening experience and spatial positioning, allowing for a more reasonable acoustic representation of each material's sound characteristics. I mean, that's a lot to say about these, but I will say that I have had lovely luck using these with any IEM that will accept them. And this has, because it comes with the Connex basic connectors on the ear side, so you can terminate it with any number of connections on the ear side for just about any IEMs that have interchangeable cables these days. And so for the IEMs I've used it with, what a beautiful cable.
Right.
And I think it's such a reasonably priced flagship cable in that market. And so this, for cable rollers in our community, headfires, when you go to CanJam, definitely bring your IEMs to try the Vortex Cables Nadia and Lavinia. Actually compare those two. This is the Starry Audio Syzygy CanJam Limited Edition.
Yep.
This is a phenomenal IEM. I didn't even know who these guys were. Starry Audio. Never heard of them.
I've heard the name. I knew they had a few models, but I don't really know anything about them.
I'd never heard of them.
Yeah.
So I don't know who they are. I still don't. But even the logo on their case is quite unassuming.
That's true. It is.
But anyways, these are fantastic. I'll talk about the sound in a minute. Let's talk about what they are. 7-driver tribrid. On each side, one 9.2 millimeter dynamic driver for lows, 4 balanced armatures, 2 for mids, 2 for upper mids, 2 electrostatic drivers for highs and ultra highs. All of it beautifully integrated. Very coherent signature. I love it. Large electronic crossover board.
Quite large.
Yeah, it's funny that they actually specifically mentioned that, but they're right. That is quite large. Whoever puts these together at the factory probably appreciates that.
Yep.
They say fine-tuned with influences from J-pop and ACG genres. That's animation, comic, and games.
Yeah, I was surprised to hear that because when I think about the IEMs that specifically go after that genre of music, which is one I listen to quite a bit, the IEMs I've heard tended to be a little bit leaner, maybe a little bit brighter, or maybe have a little more emphasis in the presence region. This is not that.
Thank goodness for that, because you're not describing with that something I will typically like.
I know, yeah.
I don't typically like bright or lean. These are definitely not bright or lean. Again, I'll get to what I think of the sound in just a minute. This is the CanJam Limited Edition version. It includes a Rolling Force cichlid cable as stock.
Yeah.
Lovely cable.
It's a very nice cable.
It's an evolution of the Rolling Force SIVGA cable. 23.791 gauge 4-braidlet structure.
Quite precise.
That is very precise. 3 decimal points. We'll say 23.8. Anyway, 23.8 gauge 4-braidlet structure. Silver-plated OCC, that's Ono Continuous Cast plus alpha conductors. I'm not sure what alpha is, but again, a lovely cable. It's 2-pin on the ear side, 4.4 millimeter termination. It has custom-tuned purple XWB ear tips. That's XWB for extra wide bore. It does have some bore action going on there.
It does.
Developed by Nostalgia Audio for Starry Audio. I find these tips very comfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they worked for me very well. Limited to 5 units total. this CanJam limited edition syzygy.
Crazy limited.
So if you want to get them, get to CanJam Singapore early and pick them up.
Yep.
$1,885 US. I think it's well worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's talk about the sound and why I think it's so well worth it. You were teasing me about my notes before we shot this because they simply say rich neutral. Love it.
Yeah.
And that's honestly, it's a fair description. They are a rich neutral.
Mm-hmm.
There's some richness. I'm hearing some richness in the mids.
Yep.
Bass is beautifully extended and impactful. The mids are very detailed.
Yes.
The highs are extended.
Mm-hmm.
They're not bright. There's a smoothness and a refinement for me there.
I wouldn't complain about a little sparkle.
Oh,
but
no.
That's me.
No. See, I love them right where it's at. So, with the ESTs, some people use them for more sparkles.
Yeah.
These guys used it just for that beautifully integrated, extended, treble.
Yep.
I love the way. The image is wide, too.
Oh, it does.
So I was listening to my several of my test tracks, and there were wide things happening that I don't usually expect from IEMs.
Mm-hmm.
So that was beautiful. By the way, vocal presentation, beautiful with these.
Yes.
Frankly, these are a reference IEM to me. That's how good they are. For $1,885, I think it's a fantastic value.
Mm-hmm.
That's how good they are. All right, so let's talk about MDAX, because I knew when I heard them, I was like, I bet you this is going to kill on MDAX.
Yep.
I was right. MDAX is multi-dimensional audio quality score. It's a metric that was developed by Head Acoustics. We've done a couple videos about it. Head Acoustics is a company very well regarded in test and measurement. They're out of Germany. So watch our videos, though, to learn more about it. But let's go over the MDAX score. So, mean opinion score timbre, that includes frequency response, spectral flux, and other things, 4.9 out of 5. Mean opinion score immersiveness, 4.4 out of 5.
Right.
Mean opinion score distortion, 4.6 out of 5, which is one of the higher scores we've seen from an IEM.
Yeah.
In distortion. And the mean opinion score overall, 4.9 out of 5.
Yeah.
This is probably one of the one or two best total scores we've seen from an IEM using MDAX.
Yeah, it is.
These are phenomenal. This is, again, the Starry Audio Syzygy CanJam Limited Edition. At CanJam Singapore, they'll be at the Flash Acoustics exhibit, so make sure to check these out. They're just fantastic.
Now, this is an IEM cable from a company that before it arrived was completely new to me.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah. This is the Rolling Force Violet. Now, the Violet is the new flagship in the Rolling Force family, and it's replacing the Mercury, which has been discontinued. Now, Rolling Force says that the Violet is designed for headphones adjusted with the Harman curve. So, if you think about the IEM space around us, there are so many IEMs that are going after that Harman target. It's going to be like a target-rich environment out there. There are going to be so many in-ears for them people to try at CanJam with this cable.
Yeah, now I think it's interesting they specifically say that, because I've tried it with a number of IEMs now.
Yeah.
It's been beautiful with all of them, and not all of them were Harman target tuned.
Yeah.
So anyways, I try it even if your IEMs are not Harman targeted.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, Rolling Force also says that it's engineered to deliver ethereal highs, yes, hello,
Yeah.
and a dynamic full frequency response, which sounds like that might be more up your alley,
Yes.
potentially. Inside of this is a 22.3 gauge 4-strand cabling, and the core materials are made of 5N OCC, that's Ono Continuous Cast Silver, silver gold platinum OCC alloy, and gold plated over 4N pure silver. It has SZ or counter twisting multi-structure lits, and it also has silver plated 5N LC OFC shielding. Now, it's terminated in 2-pin and 4.4 millimeter, and it's going to set you back here in the U.S. around $1,100-ish.
Yeah, $1,120 US.
Yeah. Now, that's premium pricing, but it's far from the most premium pricing, and this is a very premium cable, both in finish and aesthetics. I think this is a beautiful cable.
Yes.
The color, I love purple. This is a wonderful color that they went with, and the hardware's impeccable.
Yeah, I'd almost want those just based on the color alone.
Yeah.
But thankfully, they're fantastic with every IEM I've tried with them so far.
Yes.
And I have more to try. So at CanJam, if you're the cable rolling type, or even if you're not, make sure to bring your IEMs by to try with the Rolling Force Violet.
Many in our community consider Singapore to be the IEM Mecca, and there will be a ton of models we haven't had time to cover in this preview video. To start us off, you won't want to miss IEMs like the Supernova from 7th Acoustics, the budget-friendly Heidi's MS1 Galaxy, and the Moritz Paradise. If you've never experienced an IEM from FIIO, you'll be able to find them at Jabin's exhibit. Soft Ears will be showing their family of IEMs, including the Soft Ears Enigma, and Sweer will have their flagship hybrid, the SR11. If you're looking to try out a hybrid IEM with MEMS microspeakers inside, don't miss the Ceronic MEMS 3S 2025. The FIIO Valhalla will be available at their exhibit, and the Timsock TS316 will be on hand when you stop by Timsock's booth. You'll be able to pair your favorite IEMs with the Young's a Black Knight at their CanJam Singapore exhibit. And rounding out the list, Zeppelin & Co.'s CanJam Singapore lineup includes what may have been the most talked about IEM at CanJam New York this year, the Flip Ears Legion, a new release from Imminent Ears called the Emerald, a Zeppelin & Co. exclusive from Flash Acoustics named the CJ 2025, the full family of IEMs and cables from Nightjar Acoustics, the standard edition of Subtonic's Incredible Storm, and Symphonium Audio's all-new Giant. Now, I'm willing to bet that this preview video probably took you installments to get through. It's that long. So CanJam Singapore 2025 is happening April 5th and 6th at the Pan Pacific Singapore Hotel in Marina Square. This year's CanJam Singapore is sponsored by Audio-Technica and Effect Audio, so thank you so much to both of our sponsors because you guys help make CanJam possible. Now, in spite of everything we've discussed in this preview video, we still didn't cover all of the gear that's going to be at CanJam Singapore this year. So, scrolling on your screen now is a list of all the exhibitors and brands you'll find at the show. Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. We'll see you in Singapore and on the forums at headfi.org.